raging mad. "You little witch." Just in time, Lewis and the police barged in and finally arrested him. As he was being escorted out, Lewis came up to me and hugged me. "Good work, future detective. I'm so proud of you. You can even get rid of that little punk and hang out with me again. I miss you." Suddenly, someone spoke from behind us. "So, it was all about this, huh?" I turned around and my smile instantly disappeared upon seeing Chase standing by the door. The hurt look in his eyes broke my heart. "Chase, let me explain." "No need. Congratulations on your successful mission." I watched him walk away with tears in my eyes. I wanted to run after him, but I guess this was for the best. I didn't see him again, and he also never contacted me. I should be happy I was done with him, right? Wrong. It kept on bothering me. A lot. One day, Lewis took me out for dinner, and I was expecting him to give me another case. But he completely surprised me by saying, "I like you a lot, Artemis. Will you be my girlfriend?" I had been waiting for this moment. I should be happy. But why was I thinking about Chase? I'm so sorry, Lewis, but I think we're better off as friends. You like someone else, don't you? I just bowed my head down and smiled. It didn't matter now because I'd ruined his life. 2 years had passed and I was finally studying criminology at university. One day during lunch, I decided to try the new restaurant around the corner, and I was shocked to see who the chef was. Chase! It's so nice to see you here. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I took your advice and here I am. He looked even more handsome than before. I didn't know what to say. It's really good to see you, Artemis. You too. I wanted to hug him and tell him that I missed him, but I couldn't. He then excused himself and walked up to a familiar girl who had just entered the restaurant. It was Vanessa, and they were hugging sweetly. I felt so jealous. I just got up to leave. As I walked out of the restaurant, I felt someone running after me. Are you? Most of us start our lives in a hospital as newborn babies, but not me. No siree. I started my life in a hospital too, yes, but as an adult. I opened my eyes feeling woozy and numb. I felt like I'd been struck by a freight train. "She's up! She's finally up!" Nurses and doctors surrounded me from all sides, examining me excitedly. What's going on? Can you tell us who you are? I'm me. Who else am I supposed to be? The Queen of England? Your name. What's your name? I racked my brain trying to remember, but I just couldn't. In fact, I couldn't remember anything. It was like my brain was filled with dust bunnies. What was my name? Hi, I'm Harper. Yeah, I know my name now. And I woke up in a hospital bed one day with no clue who I am. But before I continue my crazy story, please like and subscribe. There was nothing wrong with me, except, my amnesia. The doctor told me my name, that I was 18 years old, and apparently, I'd been unconscious since an accident I'd had 2 weeks ago. But what she said next turned my world upside down. Both of your parents are in jail. My jaw dropped to the floor. I was the daughter of some criminals? Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the doctors decided to kick me out. Release me from the hospital. No other friends or family came forward, so you'll have to manage on your own. How on earth am I supposed to do that? I barely know my own name. You're physically and mentally fine, and you'll start to regain your memory over time. Here are your belongings, and I've called you a cab to your home address. And that's where we'll be sending you the bill too. Now goodbye. And then she practically pushed me out the door. Just wow. I hoped I wasn't some kind of weird loser or a creepy pariah. Seriously, what kind of person has no friends or family to show up for them? Forget going home. I needed to find my parents, whatever their names were. They'd give me the answers I needed. I turned my attention to my so-called belongings, which consisted of a purse. I rummaged inside, hoping something would spark a memory, but it just felt like I was going through someone else's stuff. I found a phone, wallet, keys, and a chocolate bar. Yum. I turned on the phone, but it needed a passcode to unlock it. I typed a few different combinations, but none of them worked. And then my phone locked me out for guessing wrong too many times. Just then, a black Mercedes screeched to a stop right in front of me. A really cute boy a little older than me poked his head out the window, staring at me in shock. Harper, oh my gosh, are you okay? I've been searching for you everywhere. Who are you? I have amnesia. He jumped out of the car and ran to me. Really? So you don't remember anything? No, duh, that's how amnesia works. This guy was a pretty package, but he wasn't too smart. I'm Mason, your neighbor, and, well, your friend. My friend? Mason pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of the two of us together smiling. We looked good together. Have you spoken to your parents? Not yet. My stupid phone's locked and I can't remember the password. Mason put his hand on my shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'm here now. Just then, I heard heavenly music play as the skies opened up and a bright light shined down on my head, and then butterflies danced around me. I was no weirdo. I had a friend. Plus, he was a cutie, and he smelled amazing. Mason offered to drive me home. I'd like to see my parents first, but I don't know what jail they're in. Don't worry, I'll find out and arrange a visit. Just then, my stomach let out a loud growl. But first, let's get you some pizza. We can grab a slice down the corner. A slice? I haven't eaten in 2 weeks, man! Mason laughed and bought me an extra-large pizza before taking me home. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a luxurious apartment building. Wow, is this where I live? Yep, this is where we both live. I mean, I live 1 floor below you. Mason was the perfect gentleman. He helped me out of the car, opened every door for me, and generously tipped the doorman. As we rode the elevator to the penthouse floor, Mason's hand brushed against mine, and my heart skipped a beat. Mason said we were just friends, but it felt like we were so much more. I thought to ask him, but I was too shy. What if he didn't like me that way and was just being nice? I didn't want to scare him off, so I stayed quiet. My apartment was huge and so fancy inside, with expensive furniture, exquisite paintings, and crystal chandeliers. A family portrait hung on a wall with a gold-plated frame, and I paused in front of it. My parents looked like really nice people. Mason, what are my parents' names, and why are they in jail? Suddenly, he looked really uncomfortable. Mr. and Mrs. Harrison did some illegal stuff, but I don't know the details. I'm sorry. Then Mason told me he had to go, and I was all alone in my so-called home. I roamed around, touching and smelling things, trying to get my memory back, but nothing worked. I tried to open my phone again, but I still couldn't unlock it. I started to get tired, so I tossed it on my dresser and went to bed. The next day, Mason showed up at my doorstep looking all swoon-worthy, with his dark eyes and his movie star hair. I've got something for you. He showed me a perfectly wrapped gift. I tore off the paper and found a new phone inside. I know you can't unlock yours, so I got you a new one. Also, I have my best people trying to find out exactly where your parents are. We'll find them soon. I threw my arms around him, absolutely smitten. Later that day, I tried looking up my parents online on my new phone, but nothing about them popped up. I'd just have to wait for my visit. But thank God I had Mason, and we started hanging out every day. At my place, at his place, fancy restaurants, and museums. One day, we were walking in the park, and we saw a bunch of kids running up to an ice cream truck, but one boy was standing on the side with a sad face. Hey kid, what's the matter? I can't afford to get any ice cream. Well, how about I buy you a banana split? Or maybe 2 scoops of cookies and cream? A couple of kids appeared out of nowhere. They didn't have any money for ice cream either. I gave each of them a $100 bill, and they all ran cheering and screaming to the ice cream truck. I turned around to see Mason looking at me with a huge smile. What? Did a bird poop in my hair? I hate when that happens. No, I just think you're wonderful. Then he pulled me into his arms, and my face was inches away from his. Mason, were you and I ever more than friends? No, but I wanted us to be. We can be now. And then he gave me the most amazing kiss, and I practically melted in his arms. A couple days later, Mason took me to the aquarium, but as I saw all these kids with their parents, I felt kinda sad. Hey, are you still thinking about your parents? Yeah, I still don't remember them. Not exactly, but I want to see them and talk to them. Maybe if I do, my memories will come back. Mason sighed and then took my hand in his. Listen, Harper, we've managed to find them, and I can arrange a visit very soon. But before that, there's something you need to know. I should have told you this earlier, but... Before Mason could finish, this girl ran up to us screaming excitedly. OMG, Harper? Is that you? Hey, I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Mason tried to hide behind me. And Mason? Hi, Jackie. I knew it! Knew what? Oh, Harp, you're so hilarious! I'm your friend, and I knew you always had a crush on Mason before you started hating his guts. How'd you ever patch things up? Mason turned as red as a cherry popsicle. I have no idea what you're talking about. You called him Mason the Maniac, and you wanted to crush him for ruining your life. You spray painted his house, scratched his car with your keys, threw a brick through his window, and created a website that listed 1,000 reasons why he shouldn't be trusted. What? That's crazy. Why would I do something like that? Yeah, you went a little psycho. But Mason did write that article which got your parents arrested. Are you insane? Mason would never do that to me. Tell her, Mason. Mason? Mason lowered his eyes.
Harper, I can explain.
It's okay, Mason. I can show her myself. Jackie pulled out her phone and showed me a news article with a headline that read, "Whiz Kid journalist puts criminal couple behind bars." The whiz kid was Mason, and the couple were my parents, and their names were Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Right beneath my parents' photo, there was a link to a video. With trembling hands, I clicked the link. It showed the police hauling my parents out of our apartment building, while a dozen reporters were taking pictures and firing questions. And Mason was right there in the front, with a smirk on his face.
We're innocent. We didn't do this. That sneaky kid Mason is out to get us.
Then suddenly, I came running out of the building and tackled Mason to the ground. We crashed into the reporters, then the video ended.
It's not what it looks like.
Yes, it is. I just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, I got so mad my hands started shaking. I slapped Mason really hard across the face, then stormed off. I took a taxi straight home and spent the rest of the night crying into my pillow. Mason called me a dozen times, but I refused to answer. He even came to my door with flowers, but I ignored him. I looked my parents up online. I found Mason's article and read all about my parents' crimes. Mason accused them of stealing from tons of banks, museums, and even a children's hospital, but my parents claimed they were innocent, and Mason was a liar. He'd lied to me about being my friend too. No wonder I hated his guts. One night, when I was watching love stories on MSA, no, don't trust him. He's hot, but he's a bad, bad guy. And stuffing my face with ice cream and cookies, I got a call from the apartment building's reception desk.
Ma'am, there's a call for you from your mother. I'm putting you through.
I shot up straight as an arrow. My mom was calling me from prison? Oh, Harper, how are you? We heard you were in the hospital after the accident, and then you were released. I wasn't allowed to make calls any sooner, and I tried your cell phone first. Oh, I've been so worried, love. Mom, where are you? Can I come see you? I was able to schedule a visit to prison for the next day. I met my mom in this big room surrounded by other inmates and their visiting families. Oh, I can't believe you're here. Your dad wanted to see you too, but he got into a fight with an inmate and isn't allowed visitors for a week. I've missed you so much, baby. Suddenly, I just broke down in tears. Mom, I'm so confused. I lost all my memories in the accident. What? You don't remember anything? No, nothing. I just know that you're in jail because Mason said you guys did all these awful things. Mason? Oh, what I wouldn't do to wring that boy's neck. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for him. He's evil, Harper. You can't trust a word he says. I'll explain everything later, but first, you need to listen to me closely. Mom leaned in and whispered, "Get the money out of the safe." What safe? It's in a secret room behind my closet. Your dad and I stored things for the family business there. We didn't tell you about it because you were too young. I need you to use the money we've kept in that room to bail us out. The combination is in a drawer in my desk, and be careful. We had a misunderstanding with a few gangsters. Gangsters? Oh, I mean business associates, sweetie. Somehow they think we owe them money. Vultures. So if anyone suspicious turns up at the apartment, do not let them in. Mom gestured over my shoulder, and I turned and saw this scary man with a skull tattooed on his forehead, giving us death glares. Once I got home, I raced to my parents' room, found the combination, and typed it into the keypad on the back of Mom's closet. Then a wall opened up, and I walked into the secret room, my mouth hanging open. It was full of bags of money, jewels, and paintings. All the stolen items that Mason wrote about in his articles were stacked right in front of me. I was devastated. Mason was right. My parents were thieves. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a surveillance feed popped up on a screen in my parents' room. 3 scary gangsters with skulls on their forehead were at my front door.
We know you're in there, Harper. We want our money.
I spoke through the speakers. Sorry, Harper's not home. She's moved to the moon. The gangsters got really angry and kicked down the main door. I locked my parents' bedroom door, and feeling completely freaked out, I called Mason. Mason answered on the first ring.
What's wrong?
You were right. My parents are bad, and now these gangsters are out to get me. What should I do? Mason told me to run to the window. I peeked down and saw him waving at me from the window below. He told me to climb down. Are you crazy? What do I look like, Spider-Man?
You used to climb down all the time when we were kids.
Well, I don't remember that. Suddenly, I heard the gangsters pounding on my parents' door. Okay, maybe some memories are coming back.
Come on, you can do it. I've got you.
Somehow, Mason's words gave me confidence, so I took a deep breath, then started climbing down. Suddenly, I lost my grip and screamed as I fell, but Mason caught me just in time. He pulled me inside through his window and hugged me.
You're okay, Harper. You're safe now.
Okay, cool. This is really nice. You always smell so comforting, like fresh laundry.
I still have to call the police. You mind letting me go?
We reported the gangsters to the police, and they were arrested and hauled off to jail. After that, Mason walked me back to my apartment. When we got to my door, tears started streaming down my face. Mason, was I a bad person, like my parents?
No, you didn't even know they were criminals. Your parents lied to everyone about their business for years.
But I did all those horrible things to you. Why did you even go to the hospital to find me?
Because it was my fault you got hurt.
Mason's words shook me to my core.
The day you had the accident, I tried to talk to you about your parents and make you see the truth, but you got so mad you got into your car and drove off. The next day, the police found your abandoned car stuck in a ditch and they said you were missing.
Mason showed me a picture of my car in the ditch. Then a memory popped into my head. I think I remember now. It was raining. I was driving really fast and I lost control. I remember crawling out of the car to find help, but after that, everything is a blur.
Harper, not knowing what happened to you or where you'd gone was breaking my heart. Then I found you at the hospital and you were different. You didn't remember anything. And most importantly, you didn't hate me. I should have told you the truth sooner, but it was getting harder the more I was falling in love with you.
You're in love with me?
I've always had a thing for you. I'm sorry I lied. I understand if you never want to see me again. I love you, Harper, but I don't want to come between you and your family.
He started walking away, and suddenly my phone rang. It was the number from prison. It must be my mom calling. As I watched him leave, my heart ached. I had to choose. I could bail out my family, help them clear their names, and go back to their criminal activities. Or I could take a chance on a different life. I shoved my cell phone into my pocket, ran to Mason, and grabbed his hand. Let's go and tell the police about the proof I found in the secret room. I choose to be a good person. I choose to be happy. I choose you.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I'm from New Jersey. I was born to loving parents just 3 years after my older sister Ava. The whole family celebrated my birth, and Ava and I were inseparable. She always had me glued to her, and we did everything together. But as I got older, our parents realized something was wrong with me. I couldn't hear them. I only reacted if they spoke really loudly or really close to me. They rushed me to the doctor, and we found out that I had a problem in my ears that made me nearly 70% deaf. A surgery would fix this issue, but I had to be much older to go through it safely. So I grew up deaf, in a world full of sound. While Ava enjoyed music, laughter, and went to school like everyone else, Mom, I topped my entire grade. Look at my report card.
That's nice, dear. Emily can lip read too, you know. Show them. It's such a fun game.
I got ready to show off my skills, but Ava suddenly got up, threw her report card on the table, and ran into her room. What was the matter with her? I was too wrapped up in my life to understand it, but Ava started having little meltdowns all the time. She hated that my parents always let me choose our vacation spots, choose where to eat, and bought me anything I pointed at. When Ava asked for the same things, my parents just told her to share mine. That's not fair! Why can't I have what she has? We can share. I have like 100 clothes. I'm talking to Mom. I didn't want Ava to hate me, so I sent her some pretty dresses as a gift. She sent them back to me all cut up in pieces. Are you kidding me? When I reached the 7th grade, I was finally ready to get my surgery, and all my parents could do was worry about it. Even I was a little scared, but Ava couldn't care less. She was a school topper and a cheerleader now. She was also best friends with the richest girl in town, Kat. Her dad was so powerful, he employed half the adults here. Ava spent all her time lounging in Kat's huge pool house, even though Kat was the worst. She was super mean and controlling. She even gave her friends strict guidelines on how to dress. One time, Ava wore the wrong shoes with an evening dress, and her friends ditched her. Kat is a moron. You shouldn't be friends with her. Mind your own business, turd. I still hoped that Ava and I would be normal sisters after my surgery, but the day I went to the hospital, she didn't even show up. I went into the hospital with my heart burning with anger. If Ava didn't care about me, then I didn't care about her anymore. When I woke up from surgery, I couldn't stop weeping. My parents' voices, the doctor's voices, and my own voice, everything was setting me off. It took time and effort, but with my parents' support and therapy, I slowly got used to living in a sea of sound. On my first day of joining regular school, my heart was hammering. I'd literally taken my first few steps into the hallway when I saw the most beautiful girl in the entire world just casually standing by the lockers. She was looking right at me, and her mouth was moving. I read her lips without even trying. Did you just say I'm pretty? What? How did you hear that? I have good ears. I'm Emily. I'm Marina. I shook her hand, and my heart wanted to dance. She was actually going to be in my classes. School was exciting. It was a little weird making friends when I could still lip read. I was only 40% accurate, but that was enough to accidentally see some awkward things. I just pretended I knew nothing. But one day, I saw two of our teachers talking, and I couldn't help but stare. They were talking about giving us a surprise test tomorrow. Well, it wouldn't be fair if I just prepared alone, right? So I told everyone in my class what was going to happen. Marina looked really surprised. But how did you know? I can lip read just a little bit. I used to be deaf. Wow, really? A literal crowd jumped on me all of a sudden. People had a million questions about my life. Everyone wanted to play the lip reading game. They would mouth dumb things at me and I had to guess. Banana. Olive juice? No, I love you. Aw, you're just saying la 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 la. The whole class was rolling in laughter. I had no idea I was so fun. By the end of the day, I got invited to 3 different sleepovers. I was really enjoying my new popularity until one day when I learned a secret I couldn't forget. Ava was hanging out with Kat and a gang of cheerleaders, and I saw them mouthing the words spray paint and plan. That made me curious, so I sneaked closer to them to hear what they were saying. Kat was planning to vandalize the school building this weekend, and she was making her friends help her. When I reached home, I went into Ava's room to talk to her alone. I know what Kat is planning to do this weekend. You little sneak! How did you know? Did you lip read us? It doesn't matter. You can't go spray painting buildings with her. She's gonna get you in trouble. Mind your own business. Why do you let that jerk push you around? That jerk's dad is literally our dad's boss. She's really powerful. So let her get in trouble alone. She refused to listen to me. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't let her get mixed up with that awful girl anymore. So I told my parents what she was about to do. Her bully of a friend is gonna make her vandalize the school. My parents were furious at Ava. They yelled at her and then grounded her for the next 2 weeks. You told on me? Isn't it enough that you're our parents' favorite? You just had to do this? Ava, if you get caught, you could get suspended or even expelled. As if you care about what happens to me. Stay out of my life. Ava shut me out hard after that. She ignored me at home and in school. That Monday, the principal announced that Kat and her group had been caught ruining school property, and they all got suspended. I thought that would soften Ava's temper, but she still didn't want to talk to me. I couldn't stay upset about it for too long because one day I opened my lockers to see flowers and a note inside. It was from Marina. Too shy to say it in person, but ever since we met, I can't stop thinking about you. Want to go out with me? I was so happy I was gonna faint. A real-life fairy just asked me out. I texted her yes and literally floated on air for days. I was so nervous on my first ever date that my hands were shaking. I even spilled a soda all over us. But that was the moment she chose to surprise me and kissed me. She was just perfect. Marina was funny, clever, and even my parents loved her. Our relationship was pure and blissful until we reached the 9th grade, and she finally introduced me to her mom. That was instant hate. Her mom didn't want her dating a girl, and it showed. She asked Marina to dump me, and when she didn't, she started ignoring her. She bought her siblings presents and took them to dinners, but she purposefully left Marina out. I hated to see Marina upset, and I foolishly thought if her mom got to know me, she'd like me. So for Marina's birthday, I set up a family picnic in the park as a surprise. But Marina's mom spent the whole time bragging about her siblings. My son has a new job, and my eldest daughter is going to college with a scholarship. I'm so proud of you both. Mom, I won an art contest last month. Art contest? Sounds lame. Your sister won a science scholarship. Bitter tears filled Marina's eyes and she stormed off in a huff. She worked hard on that contest, and you called it lame just to hurt her? You're insane! I went after Marina and saw her weeping, and suddenly it reminded me of Ava getting ignored by our parents. Unlike Marina's mom, my parents didn't give me more attention to hurt Ava, but the end result looked exactly the same. My parents were wrong for how they treated Ava. I was just too mad at her for not being there for me, and I couldn't see it until now. Ava still avoided me at home and at school, but it finally made sense to me. And we didn't speak again until the evening of the spring dance. Marina and I wore the prettiest dresses, and we were so excited to go to our first dance together. But we'd only been there for an hour when Marina's mom showed up. What are you doing here? Just wanted to see all the handsome boys you rejected to date this rude girl. That one, oh, that one. Mom, stop it. You can't be here. You can't date this girl. She called your own mother insane. That's because you are insane. People were staring at us, and someone even turned the music down. My daughter never spoke to me this way before you came along. I hate you. Her mom picked up the bowl of punch, and she was gonna throw it at me. I prepared myself for the splash, but suddenly Ava flew in between us and pushed her away. Marina's mom went flying back right into a table of food. The entire hall watched her in pin-drop silence before exploding into whispers and laughter. Call the principal! His students attacked me! They're crazy! The teachers were furious at Ava for pushing her and disrupting the dance. They gave her 6 weeks of detention and called our parents to pick us up. When we got home, they tried to yell at Ava, but I stopped them. Marina's mom deserves everything she got. You should be proud of Ava for standing up for me. She stood up for you this one time. Before this, she was planning to vandalize buildings. And before that, she was constantly fighting with you. That's your fault, not hers. Yeah, you heard me.
My family was so perfect, you could have put us on a Christmas card. A big, beautiful house, every luxury in the world, and 2 loving parents. Until the day when I was in the 9th grade. My parents were hosting one of their grand Christmas parties when suddenly a group of men from the FBI barged in. One of them said, "You're under arrest for fraud," as they walked straight up to Dad. He screamed in protest as he was dragged away. Turns out, Dad had invested in a business venture with his friend, and it was a complete scam. The friend had run away with so many people's money, including Dad's. While he was in prison, I'd watch men in suits come by every day to take away all our things. They let us keep the house, though. Mom and I would snuggle up in sleeping bags in front of the fireplace in the big, empty living room. When Dad was released on bail after a few months, I thought things would start to get better. But Dad wasn't a pleasant man without money. Mom had started working as a maid, and when Dad got back, he turned up his nose at her and said, "Yuck! You clean people's bathrooms now?" He refused to do anything himself except whine. I was forced to leave my fancy private school, of course, but he wouldn't even send me to a public one. He said, "I'm not spending any money on your education. If you were a boy, you would at least have some use. I'm going to get you married off as soon as I can." One evening, Dad walked in looking happier than he had in ages, and he was carrying takeaway food bags from our favorite sushi place. Mom glared at him and said, "What's that?" "The money I gave you was for a month's worth of groceries." Dad snapped at her. "Be quiet, woman. We have guests coming over in an hour. Can you try to look less like a miserable beggar, please?" Dave and Jenna, who were friends of my dad, came in with their son Jason, and they looked at us with pity as they sat down. Most of Dad's friends had disappeared as fast as his money had, but I'd always liked these two. Just as they were leaving, Dave turned to Dad and handed him some money. He said, "You shouldn't have to spend so much on dinner. Let us make it up to you." Dad looked furious. He shouted, "How dare you insult me like this? Get out of my house!" Mom started to say, "We could do with the money." But Dad carried on screaming at our guests to leave, and they hurried away. He turned to me and said, "I can't believe I wanted you to marry that jerk's son." Mom said, annoyed, "She's too young to be thinking about marriage." Dad said it was never too early to be thinking about it, and that my only chance of doing well in the world was to marry someone rich. Suddenly, Mom rose from the table and said nastily, "Well, I married a rich man, and look where I am now." She flung the table aside and walked out of the room. A few days later, we heard loud bang on our door. When Dad opened it, some men walked in and flashed a piece of paper in his face, saying the house had been seized and we would have to leave immediately. I couldn't believe it. We were homeless. We packed our few belongings and went to the nearest homeless shelter. Dad looked in disgust at the watery soup served for dinner. He wouldn't lie down on the beds either because he was sure they were full of bedbugs. In the morning, As Mom was heading out for work, a woman drove up to the entrance of the shelter in her flashy red convertible and honked loudly. Dad came running out and, to our shock, jumped into the car and said, "Hey babe, I missed you." I realized that it was his former secretary. He looked back at us and said, "This place is just too filthy for me. I'll be staying with Amanda from now on." And they drove off while Mom screamed at him and called him all sorts of names. Mom turned to me and said, "I knew he was cheating on me. Now that Mr. Good-for-Nothing is gone, I have to tell you something." She told me that she had a private stash of money saved up, and we could use it to get a small apartment for ourselves. And she would send me to school, too. Well, all we could afford was a dingy one-bedroom apartment, but it was still better than the homeless shelter. I started looking at public schools in the area, but Mom thrust a brochure in my hand for a really fancy private school. I was surprised. Mom said she would keep doing her cleaning job. "I want you to hang out with the right kind of people and meet a nice guy." That meant rich, of course. It sounded really shallow, but I couldn't blame her. She'd gone from being the lady of the mansion to a maid. I got off the bus 2 blocks away and walked to my new school for New York's elite. I took 2 steps inside and tripped over something. I quickly got up, hoping no one had noticed. "Ouch, you okay?" I heard someone say. I turned around to see the most gorgeous boy smiling warmly at me. He introduced himself as Eli. Just then, a loud sports car sped into the parking lot, drowning out his voice. A really good-looking boy hopped out and was instantly surrounded by other students. Now that looked like someone I should be dating. I had to get close to him. He was rich, and Mom would be so happy. But that annoying Eli wouldn't leave me alone. I could tell he was totally into me. At lunch, Logan, the hot guy, came over to me. With a grin, he said, "I don't believe we've met. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be sitting alone." Yes! I batted my eyelashes. But then I heard Eli's annoying voice. "Let's go to the library, Mia." You go ahead. I think I'm going to stay here for a bit," I said, giving Logan a flirty smile. Eli walked away quietly. Soon enough, we were joined by Logan's minions, and before I knew it, I had become part of his exclusive circle. This was my ticket to becoming rich. I started hanging out more and more with Logan and his friends, but Eli wasn't happy about it. And he truly hated Logan. I didn't really care if he didn't want to come. I knew he was just jealous of Logan. One day, Logan announced that he was going to throw a huge party at his house next month. Everyone was waiting anxiously to see who would be on the guest list. I was on it. When I told Eli excitedly, he suddenly lost his cool and said, "I don't know what you see in that guy. Are you in love with him?" I felt annoyed by his question, but I just smiled at him and denied it. He looked a little relieved. Then he took my hand and said, "Mia, I'm falling for you. Say you'll go out with me." I had my sights set on Logan, but, well, Eli was pretty rich too, and he really adored me. He pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed him back. We were officially dating now. Logan didn't look too happy seeing us going around holding hands. The other person who wasn't too happy was my mother. At first, she was excited to hear I was going out with one of the boys from school, but she went with me to his house one day to drop me off and looked really disappointed. She exclaimed, "That's their house? It looks like a cottage. And their car is a pretty old Mercedes. What happened to the boy with the Ferrari?" A few days before the party, Eli texted me to come to his place in the evening. His mom told me he was in the backyard. My eyes widened when I saw the whole setup. We had a wonderful dinner and danced under the stars. Suddenly, Eli took my hand and slipped a beautiful ring on my finger. Wait, what? Had this guy just proposed to me? And not even waited for me to say yes? He smiled and said, "It's a promise ring. Maybe you'll marry me one day when we're older." It was kind of hard to say no at this point, and Eli was so sweet. I smiled and nodded. When I reached Logan's place for the party, my jaw dropped. It was the biggest mansion I'd ever seen. Logan was outside greeting all his guests. He looked really happy to see me. His parents are away, and he gave us a tour of the house. I was having a hard time not looking completely awestruck. Logan was so much richer than I thought. Outside by the pool, while everyone was dancing, Logan came up to me and whispered in my ear that I looked really pretty tonight. Before I knew it, he was pulling me in for a kiss. I was about to pull away, but then I thought, he's so much richer than Eli, and I kissed him back. It was totally harmless anyway. The next day at school, Eli seemed to be in a really bad mood. He wouldn't even look at me. I caught up with him and asked what the matter was. He turned to me coldly. "It's over, Mia. I'm breaking up with you." He took his phone out and showed me some Instagram posts. I stared at them, horrified. Someone from the party last night had taken pictures of me and Logan kissing. And Logan was the one who posted them. "Eli," I started, but he walked off before I could say another word. I ran to the girls' bathroom and burst into tears. I knew I just lost my best friend. Logan hadn't come to school that day, and I headed straight to his place in the afternoon to confront him. He had no right to post pictures of me without my permission. I rang the bell loudly several times, and a well-dressed woman answered the door looking annoyed. I didn't know his parents were back already, she said coldly. What do you want? I said hesitantly. Hi. I'm Logan's friend, Mia. I'm here to see him. She rolled her eyes and said, No one by that name lives here. Goodbye. Then she slammed the door in my face. I was shocked. How was this possible? The next day, when he turned up at school, Logan greeted me with a grin and planted a big kiss on my lips. I saw Eli looking at us before walking away. My heart sank. I had decided not to confront Logan right away, so I pretended everything was okay. Later, while I was hanging out with Logan and his friends during lunch break, I heard an all too familiar voice. It was Dad. Dad said, Well, well, well. Having you become all fancy again. What are you doing here, Dad? I hissed. I want to know what you're doing, Mia, he shouted. Where are you getting the money for this school? Have you moved out of the homeless shelter? I've left Amanda and I'm ready to move in. Logan let go of my hand abruptly and looked at me in disgust. Ew, you live in a homeless shelter? I can't believe I kissed you. I could feel everybody's eyes on me and wanted the ground to swallow me up. I could see Eli's face in the crowd. He looked shocked, but also like he felt sorry for me. A couple of school guards started pulling my father away. He shouted, I'll find you and your mother, Mia. I want my share of the money. I ran away from there as soon as I could. Mom was furious that Dad had ruined everything for me. She screamed, That man can't stop ruining our lives, can he? She decided there was no point in sending me to that school anymore. Everyone there knows you're poor. I'll find another school. Feeling really sad, I went to school briefly the next day to clear out my locker. I could hear people whispering around me and tried to leave as soon as possible. Just as I was leaving, I saw Logan heading out too. I decided to follow him and ask him why he had ruined everything by posting my pictures. He led me straight to the mansion he'd had the party at. What was going on? I was just going to ask him. I peeked over the wall and froze on the spot. There was Logan, wearing gardener's clothes and mowing the lawn. A woman who looked just like him came over to kiss him on the cheek and headed inside with cleaning supplies. Just then, Logan spotted my head over the wall and turned pale. He slowly walked out of the gate towards me. Almost crying, he begged, Mia, please don't tell anyone. It'll ruin me. He went on to explain that he and his mom worked here. The owners were really nice and were paying for the school since his dad had left them a few years ago. They'd sometimes even get their chauffeur to pick him up and drop him off. And his real name was Joe. I said, I'll keep your secret, Joe, but you better start treating the people around you a little better. And take my pictures off your Instagram, jerk. Mom was shocked to find out that Logan was so poor. She said, Maybe you should just be friends with Eli again. At least they have their own house and car. That was it, I shouted. I've had enough, Mom. I'm sorry that your life is so hard now, but I'm not running after rich boys. Eli really loved me, and I broke his heart. I ran out and headed straight to Eli's place. I knew he wouldn't want to have anything to do with me, but I had to apologize, and I would give back his ring. I rang the bell several times, but no one answered the door, and the house still looked empty. Later that evening, I saw some news on the TV about a robbery at a big jewelry store in a nearby town. A policeman was proudly telling the news reporter that they had been looking for these thieves for years and had finally caught them. They were going to jail for a long time, and their teenage son would be sent to a foster home. I nearly fell off my chair in surprise when I saw their faces on the TV. It was Eli's parents. I looked down at the ring on my finger. I was pretty sure now that it was a real diamond ring. I decided to focus on my studies and work really hard to make my life better for Mom and me. We moved away to another city so Dad wouldn't come around to make us miserable. Years later, I went on to become a flight attendant, a job I really loved. As I stopped at a cafe after a long flight, a waiter approached my table. Nice ring. Must be one lucky guy. I looked up in shock when I heard that voice. It was Eli. He sat down next to me and took my hand. He said he had known all this time that his parents were criminals, but he wasn't sentenced because he was too young. He didn't want the same life for himself. He said softly, You never sold the ring? Teary-eyed, I said, I couldn't. He smiled. Are you ready to keep your promise? I smiled back and said, Yes, I am. He took out a small box from his coat pocket and placed it in front of me. Inside was a dazzling emerald ring. That kind of ring on a waiter's salary? I was pretty sure it was stolen, but I took it anyway.
When my mom was a little girl, she heard this wild rumor that she comes from a family of witches. So naturally, like any sane person, she wanted to get to the bottom of this. She graduated college with honors and went all in on studying the supernatural in a more scientific way. And her big takeaway was that the supernatural is real. We just need the right means to connect with it. But even though Mom became super famous for her groundbreaking work, she still couldn't figure out if our family had any connection to witches. She was so obsessed with finding the answer that she neglected everything else, which didn't sit well with Dad. They fought all the time, and eventually, he had enough and left. Soon after, Mom realized she was pregnant with me. So she dropped her research, moved into her childhood home with Aunt Jessie, and became the most devoted mom ever. But the second I started high school, she drove right back into her witch hunt. She even had this creepy little office where she kept all the souvenirs from her years of research. And Aunt Jessie absolutely hated that place.
Oh my God, Kara, who gave you that awful haircut?
Mom did. What's wrong?
Nothing, except you looked like a shaved squirrel.
She looks fine, Jessie. And why are you in my office anyway? I thought you hated coming here.
I do. It's just that I need some money. I'm traveling to Bora Bora tomorrow with Jack, and I don't want him to see me as some wannabe leeching off his money.
Who's Jack? I thought you were dating Mark.
Ugh, Mark was such a bore, so I broke up with him. Now I'm dating Jack. You know he's an entrepreneur and he owns a yacht? A yacht! Only 1,000% of the world population own a yacht, and Jack is one of them. Now, if you're done interrogating me, can I have some cash?
Aunt Jessie was Mom's twin sister, but unlike Mom, Jessie was a total free spirit. She drifted from place to place, never held down a steady job, and dreamed of marrying rich so she'd never have to work. Mom thought Jessie was a total flake, and for Jessie, Mom was one science experiment away from turning into a mad scientist. So, obviously, they never got along, and life went on. Until one day, everything changed. Yeah, we say that a lot around here. Just like we keep asking you to like and subscribe. So please go ahead and do that. Anyway, Mom was in her creepy office doing her usual research when we heard a loud crash. Jessie and I rushed in to check on her, and there she was, passed out cold on the floor. Her research papers were scattered everywhere, and right in the middle was this weird necklace. I ran to Mom's side while Aunt Jessie called the ambulance, but when the paramedics arrived, they said she was in a coma. Mom was rushed to the hospital, but the necklace stayed behind. I couldn't bring myself to leave it there. It felt important, like it might hold the answers we needed. So I took it and always kept it close to me.
Oh my God, just toss that ugly thing already.
No way! This was the last thing Mom was researching before she collapsed. She might need it when she wakes up.
For what? To wear to some ugly necklace convention? Kara, you're 18. Go live your life. You sulk way too much for a teenager.
And you're way too wild for someone in their 40s. Don't you care about Mom at all? Aren't you even a little worried if she's ever gonna wake up?
Look, your mom's nuts, okay? For all we know, this is because she spent too much time chasing ghosts and ancient nonsense. Now, do me a favor and stop playing detective.
Aunt Jessie grabbed my arm and I wanted to pull away, but I was too stunned. Not because of what she did, but because of what I saw. I had this vision where I saw Jessie in Mom's office, pulling money out of her locker. You stole from Mom's locker?
What locker? I didn't steal anything.
But I just saw... I grabbed Jessie's arm again, and just like before, I saw her in Mom's office stealing money. I was trying to make sense of what was happening, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the necklace in my hand. I kept it down and touched Jessie again, and nothing. No visions this time. Could this necklace actually be showing me something?
Oh no, you've got that look. The same one your mom got whenever she went on about ghosts or spirits or whatever nonsense she wasted her life chasing.
Jessie kept groaning about something, but my brain was stuck on the fact that the necklace actually had powers. Every time I held it, these weird flashes would hit me. I didn't totally get what they were. Maybe they were some blurry sneak peeks into the future. Honestly, with Jessie's track record, seeing her steal from Mom felt pretty believable. But I needed proof that this thing was legit. So the next day, I wore the necklace to school, and like I suspected, every time I bumped into someone, I saw a glimpse of their future. Like, I accidentally brushed up against Madison, our cheer captain, and saw her flipping out in front of everyone. Sure enough, later that day, she dumped her boyfriend and destroyed his locker. I also saw Kyle, the class clown, going home alone to his cats, which was kinda sad. But then, I saw the rude school janitor having a terrible lunch that would keep him in the bathroom all afternoon. That instantly lifted my spirits. Oh wow, this is the best day ever! Whee!
Talking to yourself, Kara? Is that your secret strategy to beat me on the test? Hate to break it to you, but it's not gonna work.
Ugh, Ethan. Of course he had to walk in and ruin my perfect day. Ethan is in my class, and he's probably the most perfect guy ever. Rich, popular, a face that looks like it was carved by angels, and of course, perfect grades. He's got it all. But here's the kicker. Ethan's insanely clumsy. It's almost a talent how bad he is at holding on to things. Lunch trays, expensive vases, kittens, you name it, he's probably dropped it. And yet, somehow, his clumsiness just makes him even more charming to everyone. Well, everyone but me. I just thought it was hilarious how someone so perfect can be such an uncoordinated mess.
Oh my god. Ethan, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just slipped a little, no big deal.
Quick, someone get ice. Call the nurse. Ethan, how many fingers am I holding up?
2?
What's so funny?
Oh, nothing. It's just, isn't this a little dramatic? He just tripped. He's not dying.
Just for the record, I could have seriously hurt myself. What if I hit my head and broke my neck? Would that be serious enough for you?
Oh my god, you're fine. You may have a concussion, but that's about it. And you literally fall every day, Ethan, multiple times a day. And you're walking just fine, aren't you? Ethan gave me the stink eye, and since then, he's been in this weird, unspoken competition with me. He tries to beat me at everything. Grades, gym class, who gets to the front of the cafeteria line first. And even though I have no idea why he's doing that, one thing's for sure. There's no way I'm letting him win. I'm here. I'm not late.
Ew, what's that smell? Did you run here? Just ask Kara and I'll lend you a couple bucks for the bus next time you're late.
At least I can run without tripping over a rock and rolling down the street.
I don't need to run. I have a car with a private driver.
And thank God for that. Or God knows how many people you would have run over by now, you clumsy fool.
How dare you!
Ethan lunged at me, but his foot caught on the desk, and he crashed right into me. As soon as we touched, I had this crazy vision of Ethan wandering through a forest, moving deeper like he was searching for something. And then suddenly, he reached the edge of the cliff and fell.
If you keep staring at me like that, you'll fall in love.
Ugh, as if. Get off me. And yeah, maybe stay away from cliffs for a while, okay?
What? Did you not get enough oxygen to your brain while running over here?
Just then the teacher walked in and we rushed back to our seats. That entire day, I couldn't help keeping an eye on Ethan. Even though he was a jerk, I didn't want him falling off a cliff because of some mysterious entity. That would break too many hearts at school. So later, when I saw him walking toward the woods behind the school, I decided to follow him, but he'd already walked in deeper. I kept walking straight, trying to stay optimistic, when I finally saw Ethan moving towards the cliff in a trance-like state. Ethan, stop! No response. I screamed for him again, but when he didn't stop, I ran towards him and pulled his arm, snapping him back to reality.
Kara? What? Where am I?
You walked into the jungle. You don't remember?
No, I remember being at football practice, and now I'm just here? How did I even get here? And wait, how'd you know where to find me? Were you following me? You were, weren't you? Why? Did one of my dad's enemies send you to keep an eye on me? Tell me!
For a second, I panicked. Ethan's dad was a senator, and me showing up out of nowhere was definitely weird, especially because we didn't get along. I could understand why he'd be paranoid, so I had no choice but to tell him the whole truth.
So you're telling me this necklace gives you the power to look into the future?
Yeah. And I know it sounds super made up, but I swear to God, it's true. And if you don't believe me...
No, I actually believe you. With all the weird stuff going on in my life right now, a magic necklace honestly feels pretty normal.
That's when Ethan told me that for the past few months, he was being haunted by a ghost. It showed up out of nowhere, and ever since then, His life had been a mess.
I was always clumsy, but lately it's been getting worse. I wake up doing the weirdest stuff, like wrecking my mom's rose garden or doodling all over some portrait of my great-grandfather. And I don't even remember doing it.
But how are you so sure a ghost has something to do with this?
Because I've seen it. Sometimes late at night, I'll catch a shadowy figure in the mirror, or feel like someone's standing right behind me. Plus, we moved into this house only 6 months ago, and my parents were warned it might be haunted. But the house belonged to my great-grandfather, and Dad was obsessed with renovating it and moving in as soon as possible. And now I'm haunted by this stupid ghost who probably wants me dead.
I stared at him, trying to process what he just said. A ghost was making Ethan clumsy and dangerous? It sounded ridiculous. But then again, I was wearing a necklace that could show me the future. So maybe this wasn't totally ridiculous.
You think I'm an idiot?
Yes, but that's beside the point. Seems like this ghost has some serious beef with you, and we need to make sure it doesn't totally wreck your life. Follow me. Ethan watched me suspiciously, but followed me anyway, and I took him home. I led him to Mom's office, dug through some of her stuff, and pulled out a protective talisman. This should keep you safe for a while. Although the ghost might still mess with your mind, it won't be able to harm you fatally.
Gee, thanks. That's reassuring. But how do you even know this stuff works?
My mom was a researcher of the supernatural. I picked up a thing or two growing up in this chaos. That is, until she got sick. But I'm sure she'll be fine in no time. And this time when she's back, I'm not letting her out of my sight for even 1 second.
At least you have that hope. I live in the same house as my parents, and I barely see them. Last month, when I kept waking up in random places around the house, my dad just hired a sleep specialist, then a psychiatrist, then a guard to lock my door at night. Not once did he ask me what was actually wrong. Just threw money at it until it looked fixed and I didn't cause any drama.
That sounds rough, but I guess we all have our battles.
I guess we do.
Since then, Ethan and I were practically inseparable. Honestly, it wasn't by choice. Ethan was convinced he couldn't survive without me. And to be fair, he wasn't entirely wrong. At first, the things I saw ahead of time were small, like stopping him from burning his tongue on hot cocoa or mixing up sugar and salt. But as the week went on, things got way more intense. First, I saved him from falling into the fountain in the school courtyard. Then it was dodging a soccer ball that almost slammed into his face. But things got really serious during science class when he nearly mixed 2 dangerous chemicals together, and I had to jump out of my seat to stop him. It looks like every time I stop you from a disaster, the ghost just gets angrier and pushes you into an even bigger one. We need to stop this. Did you sprinkle salt along the floor right up against the walls of your room like I asked you to? That's the only way to keep the ghost out of your room.
Of course I did. But the cleaning staff always sweeps it up and complains to my parents about the mess. They think I've lost my mind.
Then ask one of your bodyguards to watch over you at night. You've got plenty of those, don't you?
What am I, 5? My parents would think it's weird. You have to come up with a better solution.
Like what? I can't watch you 24/7, Ethan. There's got to be another way.
I have an idea.
Ethan's brilliant idea was to sneak me into his massive walk-in closet overnight without anyone noticing. But why can't I just come in through the front door like a normal person? I mean, you're kind of popular. Don't you have friends coming over all the time?
You mean those kids I hang with at school? They're only around because my dad's loaded. None of them are real friends. And even if they were, my dad's way too paranoid to let anyone in without running them through 100 security checks. Seriously, sneaking in is just easier.
And way more claustrophobic.
You'll survive.
But it was tougher than it looked. Ethan's place was like a fortress. Big, sprawling gardens, guards crawling everywhere with dogs that would rip you apart. Even his closet was bigger than my room. So I slipped in and waited for Ethan while his guards patrolled the house. But with the blackout, the air felt heavy, and I started to feel dizzy. Before I knew it, everything went dark, and I passed out. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the closet anymore. Instead, I was standing in a dimly lit hallway with creaky wooden floors and walls lined with old paintings.
Finally awake, Sleeping Beauty?
I spun around to see a girl my age, dressed like she had just walked out of a 19th century drama. What is this? Where am I? Who are you?
Slow down, woman. One question at a time. You're having a dream, and I'm the ghost of this gorgeous house.
You're the one haunting Ethan?
Haunting is such a dramatic word. Let's just say I'm invested in his miserable little life.
Why?
Because I enjoy tormenting pretty boys. In life, I scarcely had the time for such amusements, but now, as a ghost, I can slip in and out of their lives as I please. It's one of the few pleasures I have left. Now, if you're done pestering me with questions, there's something important I need to show you.
She led me down a narrow staircase and finally stopped in a weird cave that looked like it was centuries old. The walls were all stone, and on them were strange looping symbols repeated over and over in neat rows. I was trying to make sense of what they meant when the ghost gestured towards the end of the cave, to a red door.
If you want answers, just walk through that door.
What's behind it?
The truth.
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Oh, immensely. Now do as I say. You don't have much time.
I took a deep breath and walked over to the door. But just as I was about to turn the knob, I heard a scream coming from the end of the cave. I got so spooked, I immediately recoiled and fell. My head hit the ground, and I don't remember what happened next, except I woke up staring at the ceiling in Ethan's living room. I slowly got up, trying to make sense of what happened, when I saw Ethan holding a lighter, standing inches away from the curtains. Without thinking, I lunged forward and snatched the lighter out of his hand, when suddenly Ethan's parents walked in.
Who are you and what are you doing in my house?
Dad, she's...
I'm not asking you, Ethan. You go to your room.
But Dad...
I said leave!
Ethan's mom took his hand and took him to his room, while I just stood in the living room, motionless.
As for you, girl, you broke into my house, and judging by that lighter in your hand, I'd say your intention was to set something on fire. Some rival sent you to sabotage me, so I stepped down from my mayor campaign?
What? No, I wasn't trying to burn anything. I was helping Ethan. Ask him.
I don't have to ask him anything. My son would never be friends with someone like you.
Excuse me, sir, but you're crossing a line here. I agree this whole thing looks suspicious, but I'm telling you the truth. You can call my aunt. She can vouch for me.
Oh, I'm sure you have some accomplice ready to cover for you. Enough of this nonsense. You're not fooling me.
Before I could argue any further, his dad pulled out his phone and called the police. And an hour later, I was sitting in the police station, feeling like the unluckiest person in the world. I was just about to lose my mind when Jesse burst through the doors and dragged me home.
Of all the stupid, reckless, irresponsible things you could have done, Kara, you broke into someone's house?
I didn't! Ethan called me there. He's my friend.
So you're telling me you have rich friends like that guy Ethan, and you never told me? How could you do that? The least you should have done was to introduce me to his father.
For the love of God, Jesse, his dad's married. Where are your morals?
Who needs morals when you can be rich? And his dad's a politician, right? Everyone knows politicians are always looking for trophy wives. I'm sure I'd fit right in. Now do me a favor and arrange a meeting.
I will do no such thing, you freak.
What?
I'll talk to him after break. Tomorrow at school. I didn't, because Ethan didn't turn up at school the next day, which kind of had me worried. I even called him, but he didn't answer. So I thought he was just ignoring me after what happened with his dad last night. But then, something in my heart told me things weren't right, so I decided to pay him a visit. I was outside his mansion when suddenly I started hearing voices. I walked in and froze. Ethan was standing on the edge of the roof, swaying like a leaf in the wind. His parents were shouting up at him. Guards were barking into their walkie-talkies. But no one was making a move to save him.
Ethan, sweetie, please wake up.
But Ethan didn't move. It was clear he wasn't himself, and if someone startled him or rushed up there, it might only push him to jump. I had to get to him somehow, so with everyone distracted, I slipped into the mansion and dashed upstairs to the rooftop. Ethan? Ethan, it's me, Kara. I know you can hear me. You're not alone. I'm here, okay? Just focus on my voice. Ethan tilted his head slightly, like he was trying to place the sound. You're stronger than this. Whatever's got a hold on you, it doesn't control you. You're Ethan, the guy who trips over air and somehow still looks cool doing it. You're not a puppet. Fight it! For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, he turned his head to look at me.
Kara?
It's me. I've got you. I won't let go, I promise. Finally, he reached out, and the moment our hands touched, I yanked him away from the edge with all my strength. But I fell, hit my head, and blacked out. And when I woke up, I was in Ethan's room. What happened?
You hit your head. Kara, I don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't come, I don't think I'd still be here.
Good thing I showed up then.
There's also something else you should know.
Ethan reached into his pocket and pulled out my necklace. The chain was snapped, and the strange pendant was cracked right down the middle.
I found it next to you after you fell.
Oh no! It was the one thing that still connected me to my mom.
I'm so sorry, Kara. I'm sorry that I dragged you into this mess. It wasn't your battle to fight. In fact, there's something you should know.
And Ethan told me that he wasn't actually possessed, but had a rare psychological disorder that caused blackouts and hallucinations.
It started when he was a kid, but it went away. We thought it was fine until these past few months. He started having these episodes. His dad's political campaign, the pressure, moving into this old place with all its creepy stories. It must have triggered it again. And we tried to keep him safe, secured the entire place, but we failed.
My parents didn't tell me this because they thought I might freak out and maybe the condition will worsen. But what's worse than jumping off a roof? Sorry, bad time to joke. But the bottom line is that I'm truly sorry for everything I've put you through. And I'd really love it if we could be friends.
Ethan was still talking when my phone buzzed. It was Aunt Jessie, and she told me that Mom was finally awake. I told Ethan, and he immediately offered to take me to the hospital. As soon as we reached the hospital, I rushed into Mom's room and held her tight. Oh, thank God. I was so scared I'd never get to see you again.
Oh, my sweet girl, I missed you too. And I've got to say this, you've been so brave.
But Mom, I messed up. I broke the necklace.
Well, you kind of did me a favor there.
Mom's eyes drifted to the broken necklace, and she told me that it wasn't just some souvenir, but an ancient relic designed to imprison souls.
I studied it thinking it would confirm our family's history with witchcraft. I thought if I could connect my spirit to it, I'd gain the wisdom I'd been seeking. Instead, the necklace trapped me. My body stayed here in a coma, but my spirit was locked inside. But when it broke, it lost its hold. My soul was released and returned to my body.
So, you were in this necklace all this time?
In a way, yes. I've been watching you, and you've been so brave, Kara. Although I got a bit freaked out when I saw you walking towards that red door.
Wait, you know about the red door? How? I never told anyone about that vision.
I know because I was there. That scream you heard was mine. And it wasn't a vision, Kara. The necklace was messing with your head. It feeds off your fears and uncertainties. And when it sensed your confusion about Ethan's haunting, it created the image of a ghost to prey on your emotions. It was all a trick to get you to walk through that red door willingly. And if you had, you'd be trapped just like I was.
So, you mean everything I saw in my visions was my imagination? But what about the stuff that came true?
The necklace has this strange power of showing you bits and pieces of the future, but never the full picture. It keeps you curious, making you rely on it to guide you. That's how it earns your trust and manipulates you.
I think I'm gonna lose my mind.
No, you won't, because I will never let this happen again. I'm done with these studies, Kara. I lost sight of what matters and nearly lost everything. I think I want to focus on my family again.
I'd love that too, Mom.
Great! Now that you're both reunited, maybe we can talk about my Bora Bora trip? No? Fine, I'll just sit here quietly.
We all laughed, and it felt like a new chapter had begun. The necklace was gone, Mom was awake and back with me. And as for Ethan, well, he's still clumsy as ever. But at least he's taking therapy, so he won't roll off another building and blame it on a ghost. Hi, I'm Janet. When I was 16, I fell in love, and it was magical. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. His name was Carter, and he was a dream come true. Every day I saw him, it was like the sun shined brighter.
I miss you, darling. My heart aches when you're not around.
I saw you 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity.
Babe, you're my world, my inspiration, the air I breathe. Without you, I'm nothing. But with you, I feel like I could do anything. I love you so much.
You're so sweet, you make my teeth hurt. You're like cotton candy dipped in chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Every time Carter held me in his arms, I melted like a popsicle on a hot day. He made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. With him at my side, I was unstoppable. I was at the top of my class in school, I was captain of the debate team and class president, and Carter was my biggest cheerleader. Every time I reached a new goal, he bought me balloons and flowers and we'd waltz down the hallway.
Ouch, my foot.
Sure, we stepped on a few toes and a few grumpy people couldn't handle our public displays of affection.
Jeez, gotta roam for goodness sake.
But we didn't care. Our love was amazing. At home, it was just me and my dad, who was the head accountant at a huge company. He made a ton of money and worked really long hours, but he always made time for me. We played chess, watched movies, and I even cooked his favorite meals. Though one time his face turned green and he spent the rest of the night in the bathroom. Life was perfect, but a year later, everything changed. Dad started having problems with his boss, Mr. Saint. Mr. Saint owned my dad's company, and everyone in town loved him. He was filthy rich and donated a bunch of money to charities, but Dad hated him.
I can't stand that man. He's a crook and a thief. If they only knew what he does behind closed doors. He's a rotten criminal and he's bribed the police to look the other way.
No way, not Mr. Saint.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Carter is Mr. Saint's son. And of course, Dad has no idea that he's my boyfriend. Dad had to be mistaken. Carter was an angel. No way his father could be a criminal. Sure, Mr. Saint was a little stuck up. Pissed me off that he always tried to set Carter up with his rich friend's daughters. One time, Carter was on a date, and I jumped out of the bushes dressed like a zombie. I pretended to bite Carter, and then we chased his date down the block. Another time, I gave Carter a smelly shirt to wear. It stank so much that his date almost threw up at the table. Carter and I kept our relationship a secret. As far as our dads knew, Carter and I were just friends. Carter once even climbed through my bedroom window.
What's that noise? I swear I heard voices.
Oh, it was just me. Hey Janet, how you doing this evening? I'm fine, thanks for asking. I think I'll go to bed now. Jolly good idea. Good night, Janet. Good night. One day in the 10th grade, I competed for an internship at this huge tech company. We took a bunch of tests and had to give a big speech. My scores were the highest, and my speech got a standing ovation. But they gave it to some rich kid because his dad was friends with the CEO. The whole thing is rigged. That kid flunked the tests, and he slept through his own speech. It isn't fair. It doesn't make any sense.
Janet?
This is all wrong. The animals are running the zoos. The world has gone mad. All hope is lost. We're doomed. No one can save us. I had a bit of a breakdown. It wasn't my best moment. Carter felt really bad. He tried to cheer me up, but nothing helped. A week later, Carter ran up to me at school with an acceptance letter from the tech company with my name on it.
Your internship starts next week. I told my dad what happened, so he pulled some strings.
I was over the moon. Carter was the best boyfriend ever. But when I got home from school, my dad was furious and I felt horrible. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Maybe not a real one. I'm terrified of spiders. But the next day, my world turned upside down. When Dad went back to work to resign from the company, he was arrested and charged with fraud, theft, and embezzlement. The newspaper said he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Mr. Saint's company. At the trial, the lawyer had a ton of evidence against him.
Guilty.
The judge sentenced my dad to 20 years in jail.
I didn't do it, honey. Mr. Saint framed me.
We have to do something. We can tell the judge or go to the press.
It'll only make things worse. Mr. Saint has too many connections. Promise me you won't tell anyone. He'll ruin your life just like he ruined mine.
My blood boiled at the thought of Mr. Saint getting away with it, but I promised my dad I wouldn't say anything. Soon, we lost our house, and I had to go live with my grandmother in a tiny apartment across town. After the trial, Carter came over to visit.
I'm so sorry about your dad. He seemed like such a nice guy. I can't believe he was a crook.
I was stunned. I wanted to slap Carter across the face for saying that about my dad. My dad's not a crook. It's your dad that's...
I want you to know that I don't care about your dad's crimes. Even if he did try to steal from my dad's company, I forgive him. But most of all, I still love you and I want us to be together.
I was about to explode, but before I could say a word, Carter put his finger to my lips.
Don't speak. I know this is all a lot, but we'll get through this together. I promise. Our love will triumph over it all.
Then he kissed me on my forehead and left. That night, Carter and his dad took their new yacht to some tropical island and he sent me a photo. Seeing Mr. Saint and Carter's stupid smiling faces on that dumb yacht made me so angry I could scream. I called Carter to dump him, but my calls wouldn't go through. Money was tight at my grandma's house, so I decided to get a summer job so I could stay at the private school for my senior year. I applied everywhere, but no one would hire me. They'd say they didn't have openings, but I'd hear them whispering about me behind my back. You can't hire her. Her father's a criminal.
He's a thief and a liar. She's probably just like him.
I wanted to punch them in the face, but I kept walking. Everywhere I went, people gossiped about my dad. After a while, I learned to ignore them. Eventually, I found a job at an old electronics store near the edge of town. My first day there, I met a boy named Vincent. Vincent was kind of weird at first. I'd catch him staring at me across the aisles. Every time I'd say hi, he'd walk away. And one time, I was walking home from work and I caught Vincent taking pictures of me with his phone. What's your problem?
I had a feeling it was you. Your dad's that crook that worked for Mr. Saint.
Vincent showed me a news article on his phone with a horrible picture of me and my dad from the trial.
What's the name of the jail he's in?
The jail is called Janet Punches Weirdos.
Never heard of it. Weird. Janet punches...
I'd had enough. I punched Vincent and shoved him to the ground. My dad is not a crook. He's innocent. That jerk, Mr. Saint, framed him. It was the first time I said it out loud. Vincent was shocked. Then he said something totally unexpected.
Join the club.
Vincent told me that Mr. Saint framed his dad for a crime a few years ago.
My dad was a reporter. He was investigating Mr. Saint. He spent months working undercover as Mr. Saint's butler. He almost had enough evidence to take him down, but before he could finish his story, Mr. Saint found out and planted stolen money in my dad's office. My dad tried to fight it, but Mr. Saint paid off the judge.
Vincent's dad made Vincent promise not to say anything too. I can't keep quiet any longer.
Neither can I, but what can we do? We both promised our dads we wouldn't say anything.
We can finish your dad's story and publish it anonymously. No one would ever know it was us.
Yes, I just got an idea. We can finish my dad's story and publish it anonymously.
Yes, I just said that. It was my idea.
Nuh-uh, it was my idea. I literally just said it 3 seconds ago.
No, it's my idea.
You're making me angry, Janet.
Fine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like I'm angry.
God, such a weirdo. That night, Vincent invited me to his house. Vincent found his dad's old laptop in the attic, but when he tried to pull up his dad's story, we learned that the computer had been wiped clean.
Oh no, it's not here. All the evidence is gone. It's all over. There's nothing we can do.
I can go undercover as Carter's girlfriend. I could snoop around his house and find the evidence.
You do that?
Yeah. Vincent stood tall like a soldier and saluted me. What are you doing?
It's just, you're my hero. You're so brave and selfless. I heard that Carter is the worst. He's a spoiled jerk. His voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and his brain's the size of a peanut. It's gonna be torture to pretend to be his girlfriend.
I didn't tell Vincent about me and Carter. Carter returned to town a week later, and I invited myself to his house. Every time I looked at Carter's face, I thought about Mr. Saint and what he did to my dad. Carter tried to kiss me, and I almost gagged.
Are you okay?
I must be coming down with something. Do you mind getting me some tea and maybe some soup? When Carter left the room, I snuck into his dad's study and snooped around. I took pictures of a bunch of secret papers and files and planted a recording device. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into Carter and Mr. Saint.
What is she doing here?
Oh, Mr. Saint, I'm so glad I found you. You saved my life. You're such a good man for exposing my dad and all the horrible things he did. How can I ever repay you? I know, I'll clean your study. I snatched a napkin from Carter and started cleaning. I knocked over an expensive vase, spilled water on the floor, and tossed a bunch of important papers in the trash.
She's so grateful, Dad. Isn't she the best?
I spent weeks at Carter's house, sending him on crazy errands so I could snoop around. Then, I'd rush over to Vincent's to show him what I'd found. We spent hours combing through the evidence. It was strange spending so much time with Vincent. He and Carter were so different. Vincent wasn't rich, but he was really smart, and his determination was contagious. Vincent and I wrote a bunch of articles that we posted online under a fake name, and before we knew it, the stories went viral, and the police showed up at Mr. Saint's door.
We did it! I can't believe it! He's finally going down!
Vincent pulled me into his arms, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
Then Vincent kissed me, and it was magical, but I was so confused. Vincent wasn't even my type. Suddenly, my cell phone rang and I pulled away. It was Carter, and he wanted to see me. I should go to get more evidence.
Good idea.
I raced out of there to Carter's house. I found him sitting on the porch, looking really sad.
I'm scared, Janet. They just arrested my dad. He might go to jail and we'll lose everything. All our money, our houses, and our maids. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to be poor. I don't even know how to use the toaster. What if I need toast, Janet? How can I eat a sandwich without any toast?
Carter cried in my arms, and suddenly I felt really guilty. Memories of our love came rushing back to me. I hated seeing him like this. We went to his room to watch MSA videos to cheer him up. Carter drifted off to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Saint in his study paying off the judge.
Drop the charges, and there's more where that came from.
I raced over to Vincent's, but when I got there, a bunch of strange men were searching his house. Then out of nowhere, someone pulled me into the bushes.
They're after me. Mr. Saint found out I posted the articles from my computer. They're destroying all our evidence. Tell me you found something.
I told Vincent about Mr. Saint and the judge.
I know that prune-faced man. He's the judge that put my father away.
Mine too.
We have to publish another article. This is the proof we need to get our dads out of prison.
It's too dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Your middle name is Simon.
Yes, that's my second middle name. But the third one is Danger, and the fourth one is Triangle. And forget it. Just text me the video and I'll finish this. I have to protect you. You're a delicate flower.
I'm stronger than you are.
You know what I mean.
I texted Vincent the video, then he kissed me and ran off. My heart raced as he disappeared into the darkness. But when I got home, something unexpected happened. I walked into my room and saw Carter standing there with a huge smile on his face.
It's over.
What's over?
My dad caught the guy that's been writing all those lies about him. He'll go to jail just like his lying father.
Carter turned on the TV. Vincent's face popped up on the screen. He'd been arrested. My heart sank. Then Carter got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Janet? You're my rock and my sunshine. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. Our love saved me.
I didn't know what to say. At one time, I dreamed of marrying Carter, but the thought of Vincent rotting in jail made me sick to my stomach. I ran out of there and straight to the police station. I showed them my secret recordings and all the other evidence I'd saved on my phone. The police released Vincent, but when they went to go arrest Mr. Saint, he was gone. He'd left town without a trace. A couple weeks later, my dad and Vincent's dad were finally back home. It broke Carter's heart to learn the truth about his dad. I tried to reach out to him, but he refused to take my calls. I heard he and his mother moved away to a farm where Carter learned to make bread. As for Vincent and I, we fell in love. We studied journalism in college, and after we graduated, we became investigative journalists.
We make a great team. You're an excellent sidekick.
I'm not a sidekick, you're the sidekick.
You're standing by my side, and when we first met, you kicked me.
Actually, I shoved you and punched you in the face.
Details.
Hi, my name is Callista, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember my dad because soon after I was born, my parents got divorced. Mom got full custody of me since I was only a baby. She moved to Seattle for a fresh start and started working at a big law firm. But I never knew what happened to my dad. Growing up, Mom worked really hard to look after me and never really had any time for herself. And since she had no other family, I made sure I loved her enough for everyone. Surprise! Happy birthday, Mom! Oh, sweetie, you're the best daughter in the world. I love you so much. Once when I was 8, Mom took me to a picnic at a nearby park. As I was playing hide and seek with her, a girl came and sat right next to me. Hey, what are you doing? Go away. There's only room for one person to hide here.
Yeah, that's why you leave, because this is my spot.
Saying that, she elbowed me and I fell to the ground flat on my butt. Ugh! I grabbed her hair and she screamed. Minutes later, the adults came running. But instead of separating us, Mom freaked out seeing the man.
You? What are you doing here? Oh, Amber, it's been so long. Where have you been? I tried to reach you, but oh my God. Is this Callista?
He suddenly lifted me up in his arms.
Oh, honey, this is your stepsister, Lisa. And I'm your dad.
My what? No, you're not. Get away from my daughter. Mom snatched me from his arms and took me back home.
Mom, what's happening?
That man was my dad? Why are we running away from Dad?
Don't call him your dad. He's a terrible father and he was a terrible husband. Just forget about him, okay?
She looked super mad and shut herself up in her room. The next apologized to me.
I'm sorry, Callie. I shouldn't have hit you the other day. Dad told me you're my elder sister. Do you want to be friends?
I shook her hand and we both smiled. Later, Dad took both of us for some ice cream and we all had a blast. But when he dropped me back home and I went inside, Mom went bonkers on me. Oh my God, do you have any idea how worried I was, Callie? I went to pick you up at school, but you weren't there. And now you're coming home with that jerk? And what's all this?
I'm sorry, Mom, but Dad came to pick me up at school and he got me all this.
Suddenly, she snatched everything from my hand and shoved it into the fireplace.
Mom, no!
He's trying to buy your love with all these gifts. He's not a good person, Callie, and he doesn't care about you.
Why do you say that, Mom? What did he do?
I can't tell you. It was awful. Just trust me, okay? He and his family are evil.
But Mom, Lisa is...
You think she's any good? No. Lisa and her mom are horrible people, just like him. And now he's back thinking he can just take you away from me? Mom burst into tears and fell to the ground. I went ahead and hugged her tight.
I'm sorry, Mom. I had no idea they were so bad and that you'd be so hurt. Please don't cry. No one's taking me. I love you the most.
That night, I snuggled into Mom's bed and slept with her, and she looked happy. But I couldn't stop thinking, what weren't my parents telling me? The next day, I was sitting in my classroom working on my project when Lisa came running to me.
Hey sis, Dad asked me to give you these cupcakes and we can hang out at lunch.
Go away, Lisa, and take your stupid stuff with you. I don't want anything to do with you ever again. I got up from my seat in anger, and somehow my chair hit Lisa, and she fell to the ground with all the cupcakes all over her. Everyone gasped, and Lisa looked so embarrassed.
You're so mean, Callista. I'm gonna kill you.
She leapt forward and pushed my project model to the ground, smashing it to bits. I grabbed her hair and we broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart, and then our parents were called in. Dad was the first one to arrive, and he instantly hugged Lisa. What happened, sweetie? Are you okay? Mom was right. He didn't even look at me. He didn't care about me. And then Lisa told him I pushed her on purpose. That lying witch. Callista, how can you hit your own
She's not my sister and you're not my dad. Do you understand me? Just stay away from me.
I ran out of there in angry tears, and after that, even though Dad tried to talk to me, I completely refused to. But he still sent me gifts on Christmas and my birthdays that I always hid from Mom. For some reason, I just couldn't throw them away. Time went by, but Lisa was still there at school with me, and no matter how much I tried to avoid her, she'd somehow managed to always be in my face. In the 8th grade, we both joined the dance club, but when it was time to select the lead dancer for an upcoming event, the teachers chose me, and Lisa looked super pissed. A day before the competition, I was in the changing room when someone locked the door from outside and turned off the lights. What in the world? I tried to make my way around in the dark, but then I tripped over something and landed on the floor. Minutes later, Lisa and her nasty friends opened the door and they were all laughing at me.
Seems like you won't be able to dance now, loser.
You witch. I'll make you pay for this. Oh, ouch! I sprained my ankle pretty bad, and just like that, Lisa grabbed the role of the lead dancer, but I wasn't gonna let her get away with it. While Lisa was performing on stage, I cut the cable wires and the music stopped, and so did Lisa. Her performance was spoiled, and I'd even paid some kids to throw rotten tomatoes and eggs at her. Seeing her screaming and running off the stage was awesome. A few weeks later, our school had organized an adventure camping trip that I immediately signed up for. And I was so annoyed to see Lisa had too. But the worst was when the teacher announced the teammates' names. And mine was frickin' Lisa. We both ran to the teacher and begged her to change that. But she just wouldn't. It's either this or you go back home because nobody else wants to switch. Ugh, this was a nightmare. When we went to our tent, I dropped my luggage on the right bed, but Lisa picked it up and threw it on the left. What are you doing? If a wild animal comes in at night, the left bed is closer to the door, so he'll eat you first while I run away. Huh? Why should I get eaten? You get eaten. Saying that, I picked up my luggage and put it back, and she kicked me. I kicked her right back, and we got into a fight. And just like that, our tent broke down. The teacher glared at us and made us sleep under the sky. The next day, we had to perform a few tasks as a team. The first one was rope climbing, but as I was climbing, Lisa pulled me down by my foot and I fell to the ground. She giggled and started going up, but I grabbed a handful of mud and threw it at her face. She lost balance and fell right next to me. Of course, we were disqualified. With nothing to do, I decided to take a nap while Lisa sat by the lake. But all of a sudden, I woke up to screams. I went running and saw Lisa was in the lake struggling to swim, and everyone else was just watching. As I ran forward, someone tried to stop me. There may be alligators in that lake. Wait for the teachers. I just pushed her aside and jumped into the water, pulling Lisa out. The teachers came running and took us to the nurse, but thankfully, Lisa was completely unhurt, just really shaken. Later that night, Lisa came to the tent and just hugged me.
Thank you, Callista. If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd be here. Nobody tried to help me, not even my friends. But you did.
I couldn't let you torture the alligators in the water. And then we both burst out laughing. By the time we were back from the trip, Lisa and I had become good friends. Dad was there to pick her up after the trip, and Lisa told him everything. And then he walked towards me.
Oh, Callista, how can I ever thank you? You saved your little sister. Do you think you could give me another chance too?
Are you still not gonna tell me why you never got in touch? Mom won't tell me.
Then I can't either, sweetheart. But we can still get to know each other?
Ugh, what was the big secret? I'm not sure, but maybe. I'll try. The next week, Lisa and I spent time together in school, almost like besties. She even brought me cookies that her mom made especially for me, and I loved them. A few days later, she invited me for Christmas dinner at her place. At first, I was hesitant, but since Mom always worked extra shifts on Christmas, and I mostly spent them alone, I decided to go. When I reached there, everything looked so amazing. Dad and Lisa were putting the decorations on the Christmas tree, and they looked so happy. I went in, and Lisa's mom opened the door, and to my surprise, she was very warm and welcoming to me.
Come in, darling. We've been waiting for you.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Oh, just call me Mom, Aunt, whatever you feel comfortable with. Dad came running to me and hugged me too.
I'm so glad you came, Callie. You have no idea how long I've waited for us to get together as a family.
I was really touched by their lovely welcome, and when it was time for gifts, I saw they'd gotten me the best presents ever. Later, when we sat down for dinner and everyone was laughing and talking, I couldn't help thinking that this is what a perfect family felt like, something I'd always craved for deep in my heart. But just then, the door flew open and Mom barged in.
How dare you people try to take my daughter away from me? Callie, I know these people tricked you into coming here. Let's leave, now.
Mom took my hand and started pulling me out, but I pulled my arm away and stepped back.
Callie, what are you doing?
No one tricked me into coming here, Mom. I came because I wanted to. And these people aren't strangers. They're my family.
What are you talking about? Your dad never cared about you, and now these people have brainwashed you. Amber, that's not fair. You have your family. What do you want with mine?
Mom, stop. You brainwashed me. You always told me they were evil. But the last few weeks, I've received nothing but love from them. Today, I realized how happy it felt to be among family. And as much as I love you, I want this too, Mom. Why can't I have both?
Well, you can't. You have to choose. It's me or him. Are you coming or not?
But when I didn't move, she stormed off angrily. I felt unhappy, but I wasn't going to let her emotionally blackmail me. Mom refused to talk to me for the next few weeks, and I did the same. She threw herself even more into her work, and I'd hardly see her around. But then one day, I got a call from her office. She'd fainted and been taken to the hospital. I called Dad, and immediately he took me there. The doctors said she'd overworked herself and had a breakdown.
Just make sure she rests for the next few weeks and has nothing to worry about.
Before I went to see Mom, I turned to Dad. I need to know. Just tell me what happened between you and Mom, please. Dad looked at me and sighed.
I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, Callie, but your mom became a bit crazy. She would throw tantrums over the smallest things, and she didn't trust me at all. We were miserable and fighting all the time, and once we got divorced, she was so possessive about you. She just changed her address and numbers and wouldn't let me see you. But I'm still sorry because I should have tried harder for you.
So finally, I knew. I felt sad to hear Mom had been that way and how she had ended things with my dad. The next few weeks, I made sure Mom stayed put in that bed. Lisa helped me with all my schoolwork, while Dad made sure we had everything we needed. His wife even came over often to cook and clean for us, and I was so grateful that I didn't have to deal with all this alone. A couple of weeks later, I was reading by Mom's bedside when I'm Evelyn from Florida. Please like and subscribe. 12 years into their marriage, my parents had given up hope of having a kid when suddenly I came along. I was their picture-perfect miracle baby with Mom's auburn hair and Dad's green eyes. People fawned over my looks, and my parents marveled over my brains as I crossed milestones faster than other kids my age. Except as I was growing older, my parents started noticing that I wasn't really like other kids. I didn't want to play with them and preferred to be alone. I was obsessed with taking apart machines and building Legos and puzzles. I couldn't move until I was done with something I'd started. Well, you could try to move me, and then live to regret it. Once when I was 5, my parents and I flew over to Paris for a holiday. On our first night, as Mom unpacked my clothes, I noticed something was missing. Where are my purple socks? The ones with the dinosaurs? At home, I guess, but I packed other socks, sweetie. But they're not the purple ones. I want the purple socks with the dinosaurs. I drove my parents bonkers the whole night and the next day. I want my purple socks. I want my purple socks. Why are you looking at this ugly lady? I want my purple socks with the dinosaurs. I threw myself on the floor and screamed as everyone in the museum stared at us, and my parents carried me out. And that evening, we took a flight back to Florida, and I slept like a baby with my purple socks on. My parents thought I'd get better in school, but things just got worse. I didn't like sharing my things or having anyone touch them, and when other kids realized that, they only teased me more. But once in 2nd grade, the teacher announced we were going to the zoo, and I lost it. It's not on the timetable. See? Where does it say trip to the zoo? We're supposed to have a math lesson. I'm not going. Everyone will stay here and we'll study math. I refused to move from my seat as everyone laughed. Why are you such a big baby? Go back to kindergarten. Grow up, weirdo. But my teacher said I didn't have to go to the zoo and called my parents in. Later that day, they took me to the doctor, and after a series of tests, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome.
What does that mean? It means that Evelyn processes information differently than other people, and changes are especially hard for her. But I can teach her ways to manage her emotions better.
I wasn't entirely sure what the doctor meant, but I knew one thing. I wasn't like everybody else, and I just didn't fit in. Once in 6th grade, I was having lunch at my usual spot outside when I noticed an older boy bugging this new girl in my class, Alyssa. It looked like he was stealing her lunch money, and I couldn't just sit and watch. Hello, can you stop bothering Alyssa, please? Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the principal, and you'll get detention.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you that much. Wait, is that a mole on your hand?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I recently read about moles in a medical journal, and you should get that checked out by a doctor. Let me take a closer look.
No, back off, loser.
Please, I need to look at it. You could be really sick or dying. I'm just trying to help. Let me see it. I'm trying to save your life.
Oh my God, you're mental.
The boy ran off looking freaked out, and Alyssa was laughing like crazy. That was hilarious. You're funny. What's your name? Evelyn? And I wasn't trying to be funny. Well, I think you're a hoot, Evelyn. And thanks for scaring my idiot brother off. Actually, I stole his lunch money, and he was just trying to get it back. Let's go get some donuts, shall we? And that's how I made my first friend ever. And Alyssa was soon one of the popular kids. She was pretty and outgoing, and for some reason, she'd taken a liking to me. And when she invited me over to her birthday slumber party, I was over the moon. I picked out a model train set for her, and I couldn't wait to assemble it. Sweetie, maybe Alyssa will want to eat cake and play games first, so you'll have to be patient. Take a few deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Okay, fine. I'm just really excited.
And that's okay, but it's Alyssa's party, so you have to let things go her way.
I was able to keep my excitement in check and focus on having fun with Alyssa and the other kids, and it felt nice. Alyssa was my entry into any kind of social circle. And even though I knew other people still found me weird, she always had my back. In 9th grade, I got selected for a spot at a science summer camp for young geniuses. I was away learning all sorts of cool new things and came back home a week after school had started. I'd missed Alyssa and I was so excited to see her. Except the next day, I couldn't find her anywhere. I stopped a girl from class to ask where she was, when suddenly I heard Alyssa laugh. You dummy, you've walked right past me, twice. I just hadn't recognized her. She'd dyed her hair and was wearing bright red lipstick, and her clothes were weird. What happened to you? You don't look good. You know how we've talked about you being too blunt at times? You still need to work on that. But I have to be honest, you don't look like yourself. I know you don't like change, but it's good sometimes. Come on, I want you to meet some new friends. It turned out that 2 famous boy band singers, Jamie and Lyle, had joined our school, and Alyssa was suddenly BFFs with them. And now I had to hang out with these pop stars, and all the girls were dying to get close to them. Lyle joined the football team and got busy with practice, but Alyssa started inviting Jamie everywhere with us, and I didn't like it. He was always bragging about his tours and his fans and his bestseller albums. It was so annoying. Wow, that's so cool. Don't you think so, Evelyn? Not really. I think their music kind of sucks.
Well, I think your mom's cooking kind of sucks.
What? You've tasted my mom's cooking? When?
It was a joke?
Oh, Evelyn doesn't get jokes. I get jokes. That just wasn't a joke. The definition of a joke is a funny statement, like this joke I made up. Why is it bad to trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I giggled so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and Jamie looked amused.
Funny girl. Back to me now. No one's ever told me they don't like my music, especially teenage girls. Why don't you like it?
You have a good voice, but you don't really talk about real deep stuff. It's all about parties and dancing and silly nonsense. If I had the power to reach as many people as you do, I'd say something more meaningful. Jamie looked a bit taken aback, but then he smiled.
Thanks for being honest, Evelyn.
It took me some time getting used to Jamie, but weirdly enough, I did. He wasn't as dumb as he sounded in his songs. He was even curious about the project I was working on for the National Science Fair, which Alyssa hadn't asked about once. My dad's a smoker, and I hate it. So I decided to make this machine which converts the hydrogen cyanide in cigarette smoke to hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like really bad farts. The smell immediately disappears once the cigarette is put out. I'll make smaller versions of the machine which you can hide in every room, and the smoker can't find them. They'll just have to put out their cigarettes to stop the smell.
I never thought I'd find a girl talking about farts so fascinating. That's a clever invention. And you're pretty cool, Evelyn.
I couldn't help feeling pleased. No one ever called me cool before. But Lyle was a pain in the butt. Whenever he hung out with us, he made robot impressions while talking to me, which he found hilarious. And he was so bossy with Jamie and dismissed all his ideas about their songs or videos. Once when the 4 of us were getting smoothies, Jamie gave Lyle a song he wrote that was different from their usual style. Lyle read it, crumpled the paper, and threw it away.
Save this lame saving the world poetry for your philosophy class, Jamie. We sell pop music and no one will listen to this trash.
I hated seeing Jamie look so hurt. Jamie, I think you should release a solo album. You're a much more talented songwriter than Lyle, and even your voice is 100 times better. He's just holding you back.
Excuse me? You have no idea what you're talking about, so butt out.
Evelyn, I'm sure Jamie doesn't need career advice from you, and you were super rude to Lyle. Jamie wouldn't look up from the ground, and I felt angry. Alyssa grabbed my hand and we left. When we were far enough, she turned to me. You don't always have to say exactly what you're thinking. What are you trying to do, break up their band? Jamie and Lyle are famous. Their music is popular, and being friends with them makes us popular. Also, I'm kinda dating Lyle, so can't you just be normal for once? You always made me feel like I was normal, but you've changed now, Alyssa. Well, I've always been different, and that's okay with me, especially if it means I don't have to like stupid pop music just because everyone else does. I was so angry I wanted to scream, but I took deep breaths and counted to 10. By the time I got home, I felt a bit better, but when Mom asked me how my day was, I told her everything.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but you guys will make it up, I'm sure of it.
Except that we didn't. It stung that neither Jamie and Alyssa tried talking to me, and I didn't either. I kept myself busy with my project, and a month later, Jamie and Lyle released their new single. It hurt my ears listening to it, but all the girls at school went crazy for them, and they'd even perform the song in the cafeteria at lunch. One afternoon, I was putting the finishing touches to my machine in the science lab when I felt tired and took a short nap. Suddenly, I heard something next to my ear and woke up startled, knocking my head straight into someone's face. Ow! Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just you. It's all right then. I think you broke my nose. Why was your nose so close to my head? I was just checking if you were alive. Well, I'm alive. Thank you very much. You can leave now. My nose is bleeding. Can you help me here? I gave Jamie some tissues and held an ice pack on his nose. So, what do you think of the new song? I already told you. Your music stinks. You sound like an auto-tuned robot, and your words are still shallow. Well, the whole world disagrees with you. We're #1 on the charts, and we're going on tour in a few months. Then why do you care what I think? I don't know. I just care. Look, I'm really sorry that I've been ignoring you because of Lyle, but the truth is, I've missed you, and the things you say matter to me, and your eyes are really green up close. I had no idea why, but my stomach was doing something really weird. Then why don't you just take my advice and become a solo artist? It's not that easy. I know I'm more talented, but recording songs takes money, which Lyle has. That's why he makes all the decisions. But I have been thinking about quitting the band. Just then Lyle barged in with Alyssa behind him. I knew I'd find you here. And I am so sick of you putting stupid ideas in his head, Evelyn. You don't know anything about the music industry or the real world. And suddenly, he took a swipe at my model and sent it crashing to the floor. No! What the heck, man? Are you crazy? Why don't you just worry about fixing your dumb machine and leave the music to us, Wally? I felt rage bubbling inside, and I just leapt forward and punched Lyle's face. Then I ran off as fast as I could. I cried for hours over my project. The science fair was next week. My parents were fuming at Lyle and trying to console me when the doorbell rang. It was Alyssa and Jamie with my broken machine. Evelyn, I am so sorry. I knew Lyle wasn't nice to you, and I should have stood up for you earlier. I got so caught up with being popular, and I've been a horrible friend. Please, forgive me. I was just so glad to have her back that I hugged her tight. She and Jamie promised to work day and night by my side to help me fix my machine, and I felt together we could really do it. The next morning, my parents and I were called into the principal's office. Lyle's parents kicked up a huge fuss and wanted me to apologize, which made my parents even madder. He broke our daughter's project. Do you have any idea how important that is? She broke our son's face. That's the source of his livelihood. We want this girl expelled. You know who we are, right? Why don't both parties apologize and we end this? I can't apologize to Lyle because I'm not sorry at all. My entire life, people have mocked me one way or the other. They think I don't understand their jokes or the looks and whispers they exchange, and I always act like I don't. But punching Lyle was the first time I really stood up for myself, and I'm never gonna take that back. The principal checked the CCTV footage in the science lab, and it was clear that Lyle had wrecked my project first for no reason, and he was expelled. And a week later, Jamie and Alyssa were cheering for me the loudest when I won first prize at the science fair. I'm so proud of you, Evelyn, and you were not kidding about how bad that fart smell is. It definitely got my dad to quit smoking. That's amazing. Also, I quit the band, obviously. I can't work with that jerk anymore. Time to go solo. But you'll help me with my songs, right? Of course. What are you gonna write about first? A girl who's gonna save the world, one crazy idea at a time. You're talking about me, right?
Hi, my name is Laurel, and my dad's a famous Hollywood star and a crazy one. Even though he gave me everything a little girl could dream of, there was something I wanted more than anything else in the world. But be careful what you wish for, because I got what I wanted, and things got really crazy. But before all that, I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. On my 5th birthday, when Dad asked me what I wanted for a present, I said I wanted a mommy.
What? Who taught you the M word?
Dad, I'm 5, not stupid. Everyone has a mommy. All I have is this stupid necklace.
But I'm your mom. I've looked after you ever since you were a baby. Why do you want a mom when I'm your dad? How about I take you to Disneyland instead?
I want a mommy.
You're being ridiculous. Besides, I don't even know who your mommy is.
What do you mean, Daddy?
I dated a bunch of women at the same time. I really don't know who the mother is. I just found you at my door one day. But I had the DNA test, and you are for sure my own daughter.
I didn't really understand what he was saying, but after that day, he started distracting me with the craziest trips and presents so that I'd forget all about the M word. As if. On Mother's Day, the kindergarten teacher told everyone to make cards for their moms. Well, hello? How rude. I don't have one. But I didn't let it bother me and decided to make a poster instead. Mom wanted for cute daughter a famous actor. My teacher thought it was really funny, so when I went home, I told my social media manager to post a picture of it on my Insta account. The next day, I woke up to Dad yelling,
Laurel! Why are there women outside with CVs to be my wife?
I ran to the window, and sure enough, there was a whole crowd of women outside the house. Dad had to call in security to get rid of them. He was really mad about my little stunt. But the next day, when I came home from school, Dad was sitting with a very pretty woman. As soon as she saw me, she threw her arms around me and started to cry. Who are you? I'm your mom, of course. I'm so sorry I left you. You don't even recognize your own mother now. I suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotions and hugged her back. Are you really my mommy? Where were you? I missed you so much. Even wear your necklace every day. Oh, darling. I saw your ad and I just couldn't stay away from you anymore. Dad told me Mom was his girlfriend when he started acting right after college. She'd been too poor to keep me, so she left me with him. But now she was back. Over the next few months, I was busy making up for all the time I'd lost with Mom. Since Mom was a struggling actress, we spent a lot of time watching movies and playing dress-up. But then things started to change. Dad helped Mom get a movie, and then another, and soon enough, she was too busy for me. But then one day when I was in the 4th grade, she forgot to pick me up. Again. And I felt really mad. I was about to walk back home in the rain when someone stopped me. Where's your mom, sweetie? I looked up. It was Miss Maisel. She had started teaching here just recently and was the prettiest teacher in the world. I don't know. She forgot to pick me up. Again. When we called Mom, her secretary said,
We're on our way to the Bahamas for an important shoot. Ask your teacher to drop you.
When Miss Maisel dropped me at my door, I told her to wait and meet my dad. He'll give you his autograph. And if you're lucky, maybe a kiss too. But when I came back with Dad, she was gone. That night, I stayed up making a thank you card for her. But when I went to school the next day, the other teacher said she had moved. I was bummed the whole day at school. But when I got home, I had the craziest surprise waiting for me. I could hear yelling and screaming from inside the house. No, you witch! You're a liar! Takes one to know one. I rushed in to find Mom and Dad fighting while a woman sat in the corner crying. The minute she saw me, she jumped up and hugged me. My baby! Look at her, all grown up now! I tried to push her away, but she just clung to me and started bawling. I'm your mama. Believe me, she's lying. You remember me, don't you? Both my moms started fighting, and I ran up to Dad. What's going on? Who's that? And why is she calling herself my mom? Dad said this was his college girlfriend and first true love, but they broken up just before he started dating my actress mom. Darling, tell her to get out. You know I'm Laurel's mom. Oh, please, it's me. Remember the love we had? Dad turned red and looked dazed and threw up his hands.
I don't care. You both stay. Let Laurel pick her mom. I already have a girlfriend.
With that, he barged out of the room and both the women turned to me with blazing eyes. I gulped and stepped back. Uh-oh. For the next few days, I was super confused. I had not one, but 2 mothers, and they were both determined to show me who loved me more. I suggested to take the DNA test, but Dad refused and said,
Well, your mom is the one who loves you more.
I started to feel that my dad was crazy and he was enjoying this, and things got really crazier. Every morning, I'd wake up to not 1, but 2 amazing breakfasts. My new mom owned a salon and whisked me off to manicures and makeovers, which made my old mom feel really insecure. So she was now taking me out to fancy cafes and shopping sprees. I was loving all this mom-daughter time. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, my old mom came to me and asked if I wanted to play dress-up with her. Mom, I'm not 4 anymore. I'm 13.
Yeah, you're right. How about we go to one of my parties? Are you for real? Yes. Abso-freaking-lutely not. My daughter is not going to go to some adult party. What? No, I'm going with my mom. I am your mom. No, you're not. I am. Before I knew it, they were at each other's throats again. Gosh, will you two just stop? I'm getting really tired of this. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door. But on my very first day of high school, I saw someone I thought I'd never see again. Miss Maisel. I ran up to her, almost afraid she'd have forgotten me. But the minute she saw me, she hugged me tight. You just left. I thought I'd never see you again. Well, I'm back. And now you'll see me every day because I'm your principal. I don't know who says high school sucks, but mine had just started out pretty great. I was friends with the principal already. Everybody in class seemed to be really friendly too, especially the boys. By the end of the day, I'd been asked out by the captain of the swim team, Brad, and I wasn't complaining. I started spending a lot of my free time with Miss Maisel in her office, and she would sometimes help me with schoolwork. She was rather appalled when she saw just how bad my grades were. Don't your mom and dad say anything? No, my mom's and dad says I don't need to study a word. We'll see about that, Missy. You need to work harder and spend less time with that Brad. What was she, my mom? On the day of the prom, Dad asked me why I looked so excited. I'm going to prom with the captain of the swim team, Dad. What? No, you can't date any boy. No daughter of mine is dating a jock and coming home pregnant. But Dad, it's just a dance. I said no. I'll be watching you. And he wasn't kidding. He practically set up camp at the front door. As I was thinking about how to escape that evening, suddenly both my moms came into my room. Your dad's being stupid. Every girl deserves to go to her prom. We're going to help you, sweetie. Mom 2 gave me the cutest dress and great makeover. And then Mom 1 put her acting skills to good use. She went to the kitchen, let out a shrill scream, and pretended to faint. While Dad went running to her, I slipped out the door and ran off grinning. My moms were the best. When I walked into the hall, I instantly had boys swarming over and asking me to dance. Thanks, but I'm here with Brad, guys. You sure? I think he's here with someone else. Just then, I caught sight of Brad with his arms around the cheerleading captain, and he was kissing her. I pulled them apart and demanded to know what was going on. What do you mean? You're my boyfriend. Why is your face stuck to her face? I don't know. I mean, I don't like you. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I mean, you're cute and rich and an actor's daughter, but I don't know. I like her better. I was furious. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed a glass of punch and dumped the whole thing over his head. You horrible, horrible jerk! As I was busy pulling his hair, I heard Miss Maisel say, What is the meaning of this, Laurel? Immediately, I let him go and turned to her, angry tears streaming down my face. What's wrong? Just back off! What are you, huh? My mom? I rushed past her to the bathroom. I felt like such a fool. A minute later, Miss Maisel joined me. I looked at her and burst into tears as I told her everything. She told me I could do so much better than a dumb jock like Brad. Pretty boys can be a pain, really. Look for people who are kind. After a while, I stopped crying. She had a point. Suddenly, she reached into her bag and offered me a chocolate. That's my favorite. Thanks, Mom. I gasped. Had I just called the principal Mom? Could I be any lamer? But to my surprise, Miss Maisel suddenly hugged me. Think of me like your mom, always. Miss M, I have 2 mom. Oops! As I pulled away, my necklace got caught in hers, and then everything came crashing down. The necklace she was wearing was the other half of mine. What the? Why do you have that? Oh, Laurel. Wait, let me explain. Oh no, don't freaking touch me! You! It's you! You're my mom, aren't you? You lying, horrible woman! I hate you! And with that, I ran home in complete shock. I'd seen her, my mother, and the 2 women who fought over me every single day had both been lying? As soon as I got home, I barged into Dad's room. They are lying! They're both liars and gold diggers, Dad! I saw her, my mother! She has the other half of my necklace! I told him everything, and both moms looked like they'd passed out. Dad looked furious. I knew one of you was lying. That's why I let you stay in my house. But you were both lying? They both burst into tears, telling me they loved me. I told them to save it and turned to Dad. It doesn't matter anymore. You were right all those years ago. Mothers freaking suck. You're my only family, Dad. Just then, the maid announced Miss Maisel was here to see Dad. As she came in, I looked at Dad to see his reaction. And to my shock, he jumped up and hugged her. What? He said she was the sister of his dead college best friend. Dad, it's her! She has a necklace! She's my mom!
Impossible! We never dated!
Of course we never dated, but you were with my sister for a while, and then you decided you guys were better off as friends, remember? Then she had Laurel, and after she passed away, our mom left Laurel at your door. Miss Maisel said after a while she'd come looking for me because she promised my real mom she'd look after me. But I thought telling Laurel would upset her, so I just kept a look from afar. That necklace was something I gifted your mom. That's why I had the second half. For a minute, Dad and I were stunned, unable to believe what we were hearing. My real mom was gone! I burst into tears. Suddenly, Dad, my two moms, and Miss Maisel hugged me, promising to be there for me forever. What was her name? Your mom's name was Sandra. I asked for her picture. When I saw her face, I could see how much we looked alike, and it made me miss her even more. Years passed. I moved forward from the loss of never knowing my birth mother, and forgave all the people who had lied to me. And today is my wedding. And even though my own mom won't be here to give me away, I have one crazy dad and 3 wonderful women who love me very much to do just that.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret. That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls. Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. so I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention. Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive! Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention, and by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Here you go, as fresh as a daisy. I was working, I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted, while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace! We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, because I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling? Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard, and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service, and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited.
When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know, but I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course, I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side. But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration. But people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her changing fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this. Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one. Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering!
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing!
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money and you're never gonna give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up. How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes?
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, you know, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, oof, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside. Hi, my name is Ariel, and I'm from the Philippines. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I lived with my mom in a small town in the country. Mom worked as a cook in small households and made sure I had everything growing up. But I always missed some company while she'd be away working. Mommy, I want to go with you. I get so bored here all by myself. I don't even have a sibling to play with. Oh, honey, you should try and make friends with the other kids. But that was next to impossible. As a kid, I was very shy, but that wasn't the only issue. I was taller than the other kids my age, so whenever I tried to play with them, they'd freak out and run away. But I'm really 6 years old.
Yeah, and I'm Jennifer Lopez. Go away, kid. You're too big for this ride.
I couldn't go on rides or enjoy the other things with kids my age. And as I was growing up, my height was sprouting with the speed of light. By the time I was in the 8th grade, I was already outgrowing the shower heads, bathtubs, and even the doors. And the kids at school were the meanest.
Why are you eating in the cafeteria, giraffe? Go eat the trees outside in the garden.
I can see the inside of your nostrils. Why don't you cut the forest inside there, giant? Ugh, they just wouldn't stop. One time when I was in the washroom, some girls came and threw the cleaning water all over me. My mom says you're a devil child. This is gonna wash off all your evilness. This was it. I could no longer contain my anger and push them away, but they fell to the floor, acting all hurt and weak. She hit me. She hit me. The giant went all Hulk and hit me. She ran crying to the principal, and my mom was called in no time. And I was put in detention for a week. Later, when I reached home, I was furious. I don't want to go to school anymore, Mom. Those kids are just mean. It was all their fault, but no one cares because the way I look, it's always my fault.
Honey, it's fine. It's just a week and we can spend it together.
No, Mom, you don't understand. I feel so lonely sometimes. If only I had a sibling, it would have been so much better, and no one would dare to touch me. Suddenly, Mom's expression changed and she burst out crying. You do have a sibling. You have an elder sister. She looked like she instantly regretted saying that, and I was stunned. What the freaking peacocks? Mom, what are you talking about? I have an elder sister? I didn't want to tell you this. But yes, when your father and I separated, we decided to take custody of one child each. I chose you, and your dad took your elder sister, Pearl. Oh my God! Why did you never tell me about this before, Mom? All this time while I was wishing and crying I'd have a sibling, you hid the whole truth from me? Why? Suddenly, Mom burst into tears. I was too young when I married your dad, and he was a difficult man. I had no choice but to leave him. I'm so sorry, honey. Please understand me. I knew she must have her reasons, but I was so mad at her for keeping this secret for so long. I went inside the only room we had in the house and shut the door tight. But minutes later, I could hear people shouting. What was going on? I ran downstairs and Mom was freaking out too. Ariel, honey, we have to get out of here. There's a flood coming. We need to leave this place right now. A flood? Were we gonna die? We didn't have enough time to vacate the place, so Mom grabbed the important stuff and money, and we left our home before the flood reached us. After hours of traveling and rescue team operations, we were finally provided with a shelter. But when I saw Mom all sad and tired, I couldn't help but hug her. I'm so sorry I was mad at you, Mom. But now, please tell me everything about my dad and my sister. Maybe we can go find them. But Mom looked at me with confused looks. Oh, honey, I don't know where he is. All the papers and documents and his address, everything was in the house, and now it's probably floating around somewhere in the floods. What? This was insane. Now my only hope of finding my sister was gone. But things took a more drastic turn when we had to leave the country and go to Europe. And surprisingly, this place was super awesome. Almost everyone was as tall as me, and I decided I wasn't going to be a crybaby anymore. I'd become strong and independent to help Mom. Soon after, I started browsing for jobs all through the newspapers and found a perfect one for Mom and me. She got appointed as the head chef in an Asian restaurant, and I took the job there as a waitress. A few days later, when I was serving the customers, a lady held my hand and screamed her lungs out, "Oh God, Jesus, you're perfect!" The lady told me her name was Sheila, and she was a huge fashion person. She wanted a new face for her upcoming fashion magazine, and according to her, I was just perfect as a model. I couldn't believe my ears. This was really happening. I ran to Mom, all excited to tell her the good news, and she had the best reaction. "Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. This is like a miracle." But I had to shift to the trainee headquarters in another city and live there with the other trainees. I moved out of Mom's place, and Sheila took me to a place where everyone looked like Barbies and Kens. And Veronica was the prettiest of them all. She was literally a queen. Get the heck out of my face. What are you staring at? And a witch, too. Just then, another girl came to me. Ignore her. She's just too proud of her looks and her father's money. By the way, I'm Amy. Amy was my roommate, and she was the sweetest girl I knew. We got along just like sisters. Then the day before our first big shoot, when everyone was prepping, Veronica came and handed me a box. "Sheila asked me to give this to you. It's the latest cosmetics. You can put them on for your show tomorrow." For some reason, she seemed unreasonably sweet, and I could tell something was off. So I put the box aside, but later when I went out of the room, I saw Amy screaming. "My face, it's burning. What was in that cream? Oh God, Veronica, she gave the cream to me." I went to her room and kicked the door open. I wasn't just tall, I was frickin' strong too. "Are you crazy? Why would you do that?" "'Cause I've been here for months and I deserve to be the face of the cover magazine. I won't let you take my place." "So you'd try to ruin my face?" "Oh, not just ruin it, but burn it to ashes." This was it. She was done for. I ran to her and pulled her by her hair, but instead of fighting back, she just went and smashed herself into the side drawer and started screaming, "Help! Help! She's gonna kill me! Someone help me!" Suddenly, Sheila came in and she saw what looked like me strangling Veronica, and she looked at me, raging mad. "What in the name of Gucci?
No, Sheila, it's not what it looks like. I swear, I can explain. I tried to explain the whole situation, but now she wouldn't listen to me, and she cut both of us out of the main magazine cover. And after that, Veronica made it her life's goal to destroy me. A week later, we had a ramp show, and since it was my first, I invited Mom to see it as well. On the day of the show, while I was getting ready for the event, I saw Veronica tampering with the straps of my dress, and I just wanted to kick her butt when Amy held me back. No, stop, what are you doing? I'm gonna teach that witch a lesson. No, wait, I have a better idea. She tried to ruin your face and humiliate you on stage in front of everyone. Kicking her butt won't be enough. Amy came up with a plan, and we sneaked into Veronica's room and sprinkled allergy powder all over her dress. Minutes later, when Veronica put on the dress and walked onto the ramp, I noticed something really weird. She had this birthmark on her back that looked like a heart, just like Mom told me my missing sister had. Did this mean Veronica was my sister? What in the fish freaking world? But before I could react, it was too late. She was already on the stage and scratching herself like crazy, bad enough to rip her dress off, but I couldn't take it anymore. If there was the slightest chance that she was my sister, I couldn't see her like that. I looked around and saw a janitor's trolley kept at a distance. I picked up the water bucket and went onto the stage and dumped all the water over Veronica's head. You witch, I'm gonna kill you. Veronica, listen to me. You splashed dirty cleaning water over me? What were you thinking? You're gonna pay for this now. She jumped onto me and we broke into a fight in the middle of the ramp, and the cameras clipped everything. Sheila looked at us raging mad, like a bull. I quickly ran inside, but Amy too went bonkers on me. Why? Why would you do that? You should have just let her embarrass herself. Have you gone nuts? No, Amy, it's not like that. I just think she's my sister. You're what? Is this some kind of joke? No matter what you say anymore, I'm just gonna kill you now. She leapt onto me, but just then someone caught her. He was a tall man, and he had eyes just like mine.
Veronica, control yourself. Is this how I taught you to behave in public?
But Dad, she did this to me. Can't you see what it—
Enough. That's enough.
No, Dad, you have to listen to me.
Veronica.
He raised his hand up in the air to hit, and I couldn't take it. Stop it! What are you, an animal? Can't you see she's already in pain and shivering? What kind of dad are you? You don't have to stand up for me, jerk. I can fight for myself. I don't need your pity. Saying that, she pushed me and I was about to fall to the ground, but Mom caught me.
I guess I wasn't wrong about leaving you. You're still a jerk. And look, you have turned my daughter into a bad person, just like you. I should have never let you take her.
Oh my God. So I was right. That man was my dad, and Veronica was my sister. What? What is she saying, Dad, and who is she? Mom explained everything to her, and Veronica went all bonkers. Why? Why did you never tell me I had a sister? And Mom, you said my mom died in a car crash.
Who cares? She's dead to me anyway. She caught me cheating on her once, and she divorced me. Filthy witch.
Gosh, she's not filthy. You are. You're such a jerk, Dad. I hate you. Veronica ran out of the venue, and I followed her. Veronica, listen to me, please. I know you're hurt, and I know how difficult it must have been for you to live with that man all this time. But now you have a family. You have Mom and me. I'm your sister, Veronica. Please, look at me once. She turned around, and I could see the tears running down her eyes. I'm so sorry, Ariel. Dad always treated me like I was never good enough, so I just wanted to prove him wrong by being the best model. But I didn't realize I was becoming a bad person, and I ended up hurting you, my own sister. Please, forgive me. Oh, Veronica, it's okay. Come here, sis.
I was born in a super rich family who owned a chain of restaurants. We pretty much had everything you could imagine, except peace. My dad was a bad-tempered man who threw tantrums over the smallest things. Mom was soft-hearted and hardly ever spoke back. But my biggest problem was my bratty sister, Ariel, who was 2 years younger than me and 10 times worse than my dad. Once when I was 8, my parents took us to a wedding, and I was playing with my cousins when I spotted Ariel being mean to a little boy whose family was poor. She snatched his lollipop, and he started crying.
You can't eat that because you're ugly.
Ariel, give it back now.
No!
go! Just then, the boy's mom came and started shouting at Ariel, who went screaming to Dad and complained to him. And of course, he defended her. How dare you yell at my daughter? She's saying the lollipop is hers, and she would never steal from anyone. But Dad, I was right here. I saw her. Ian, this is your sister, and you should be on her side, not this poor boy's. Dad and Ariel were like two peas in a pod, and it was no wonder that he loved her more than me, and she always found a way to get me into trouble. Like in the 5th grade, when Ariel joined my school, my parents asked me to look out for her on her first day, and I did exactly that. But as we were waiting for our car to pick us up, I suddenly turned around and saw she was gone. I looked for her everywhere in the school, but I couldn't find her. Feeling panicked, I had a school teacher call my parents, and soon after they arrived, Ariel came running from somewhere and flew into my dad's arms.
Mommy, Daddy, Ian locked me in the storeroom. I was so scared.
I was stunned at how wicked she was. What? No, I didn't. Stop lying, Ariel. She cried even louder, and Dad started yelling at me, but thankfully, Mom took my side.
Calm down, Steve. Maybe he's telling the truth.
Ariel is only 7 years old. I don't think she knows how to lie yet. It's him. I was grounded for a whole month because of the stunt my sister pulled. She grew up to be the same wicked witch, and I became quiet and withdrawn from my family. I focused on doing well at school, and since I loved computers, I spent a lot of time teaching myself about them. I always thought I was a nerd, so I was surprised when I started getting attention from girls in the 10th grade. Even Ariel's friends were always staring at me and giggling, which was kinda creepy. One evening when I was studying for a big test, Ariel had some friends over, and they were playing music so loudly that I could hardly focus. I decided to go for a run, but just as I was changing my shirt, a girl flung open the door and stood staring at me.
Oops, I thought this was the bathroom.
You've been to our house before, and wouldn't you still knock?
You're so funny.
She giggled for no reason, and then Ariel came up behind her grinning.
Where are you off to?
Running away, because you girls are so noisy.
We'll be quiet, only if you agree to date my friend here.
What? I'm not doing that. I'm sure she's just like you. I ran away from there as fast as I could, but when I returned, I found Ariel crying in my room. Such a drama queen. Why can't you cry in your own room?
My best friend has been so depressed since her parents got divorced, and she's always crying and sniffling, and it's so annoying. Ugh, her puffy eyes are so ugly. I can't be seen with her, so please date her and cheer her up, just once.
I reluctantly agreed, just so they both leave me alone after that. So the next day after school, I said I'd meet her friend at a nearby milkshake shop, and when I got there, Ariel was also with her. Weirdest date ever. We ordered our drinks, and then this girl who was in my history class, called Elsa, came with our milkshakes. Ariel took one sip of her drink and spat it out.
Ew, I said bubblegum milkshake, not strawberry. You must be extra stupid for getting it wrong.
And then she threw the glass on the floor and told Elsa to clean it up. Have you lost your mind? You can't treat people like this.
Dad is so right about you. Being a softie will get you nowhere, brother. And you, stupid girl, don't just stand there. Get me a new milkshake.
You're pathetic. I ran after Elsa to check if she was okay, and I found her crying in the back alley. I'm so sorry about my sister. She's a real piece of work.
Yeah, it's not the first time she's done this.
But you shouldn't allow her to bully you like this.
I have no choice. My boss says customers come first, and I can't afford to lose this job. It pays my school fees.
I didn't know much about Elsa, because she always hid her face behind her long hair and never spoke in class. And because of what my sister did, I offered to buy her lunch at school. When I sat with her in the cafeteria the next day, the entire school had their eyes on us, because this was the first time I was seen with some girl. While we talked, she kept looking down, and suddenly I lifted her chin up gently and pushed her hair behind her ears. I was amazed at how beautiful she was. Wow, you're lovely. You shouldn't hide your face like that.
Thank you. You're the first person here who's been this nice to me. But I think people are looking at you, wondering why some rich and handsome guy like you is sitting with a waitress.
I couldn't care less about what they're thinking, but they're probably all looking at you. I started hanging out with her every day and found myself falling for her fast. I like how Elsa was gentle and soft-spoken, but she also had a fun, quirky side that was adorable. But one evening when I got home, Dad was waiting for me in the living room with Ariel by his side. Your sister tells me you're dating some poor girl. Is this true? Ariel is crazy. How do you judge a person without even knowing where they're from?
Because she's a waitress, stupid.
You're stupid because you keep poking your nose in my business. Just then, Mom walked in after some errands, and Dad told her to make him tea. Mom just walked into the house and you're already giving her orders?
It's okay, Ian. I don't mind.
No, Mom, it's not okay. These two are always bullying us around. And now they're telling me who I can and can't date?
That's because this girl he likes is a gold digger.
I'm not letting you embarrass us by being with some beggar. What will people think? That sounds like your problem. Because I don't care. And guess what? She's coming over for dinner this weekend, and you will be nice to her. If you don't agree, Dad, I will drop out of school and move out. And you can find another son to help you with the business. Dad knew that I was smarter than his precious daughter, and he needed me to take over his business one day. So he had no choice but to give in. The next day when I invited Elsa over, she looked gorgeous and really nervous.
I'm so scared to meet your parents.
Don't worry, you'll be just fine. They'll love you. Mom did seem to, but Dad and Ariel glared at her. So, Ella, is it?
Elsa, sir.
What do your parents do?
I don't have parents. I live with my grandmother, and I take care of her. So basically, you're poor. Ariel, that's very rude.
I kicked my sister under the table, and she cried out angrily and stormed out of the room. Sometime later, Elsa excused herself to go to the bathroom, and Mom told her it was upstairs. She was gone for a while, so I decided to check on her, and I stopped short when I found her in my parents' room, opening Mom's jewelry box. Elsa, what are you doing here?
Ian, you startled me, and oh, this isn't what it looks like, I promise. Your sister came out of your parents' bedroom, shoved this diamond ring in my hand, and told me to leave. She ran off before I could say anything, so I just came here to put it back. I don't know what's going on. Liar!
We turned around to see Ariel in the doorway.
She's lying. I never gave her the ring. Mom! Dad! We have a thief in the house!
Shut up, Ariel! But the two had already come up running, and Elsa looked scared out of her wits.
Check her bag. I'm telling you, she's a thief.
Ariel suddenly snatched Elsa's bag, and as it fell to the ground, a lot of Mom's jewelry fell out. I didn't know what to think. Get out of our house before we call the police. Elsa ran out crying, and I was too shocked to even run after her. If she needed money so badly, she could have asked me for help. There had to be some reason she felt she had to steal. But I never saw her again. She just didn't come to school after that. And when I asked the school admin, they told me she transferred to another school. Ariel and her friend were over the moon.
My friend is still available if you want to date her.
No, thank you. And you should focus on school. Your math teacher spoke to me today and told me you're failing badly.
Oh, I'm the most beautiful girl in this school. And I don't think I'm going to use math in my modeling career.
Ariel did fail high school, and for the first time, Dad was so disappointed in her. She couldn't get a job anywhere, not even as a model. So she ended up working as a waitress in one of Dad's restaurants, where I was the manager. I had so much fun bossing her around. Ariel, the customers are waiting.
Well, do something about it.
I'm the manager. Go see to the customers now.
Daddy, Ian's being mean to me.
He's just doing his job, so please do yours. I'm already doing you a favor because you're not a very good waitress. Ariel looked ready to explode, and suddenly, she threw her tray at the wall.
Oh, so Ian's your favorite child now? Dad, how about we tell him about the time you plotted with me to get rid of his girlfriend, Elsa?
Wait, what?
Oh.
Job that very moment, and before I moved out of the house, Mom gave me a check for a huge amount of money.
Ian, I've been saving up money secretly for years, and I want you to have this. Use it wisely, son.
Mom, thank you so much. And you're coming with me.
Sweetheart, I have more money saved. And now that you kids are old enough, I'm leaving your father and moving to Bali. It's time I lived my life.
I'm so happy for you, Mom. I used the money to start my own IT company, which became very successful over the years. The only thing missing in my life was love. Then one day at the grocery store, I was standing in line at the counter when I spotted a black-haired girl ahead of me. It was Elsa. Cashier was telling her that her card wasn't working, and she looked really bothered. How much is it? I'll pay. Elsa turned around and stared at me in shock, and then she looked mad.
No need. I'll come and buy these things later.
She left her grocery cart and walked off quickly, and I followed. Elsa, please wait.
Go away, Ian. I don't need your help. I'm not poor now, by the way. Something just went wrong with my card. I know what my family did.
I know, and I'm so sorry. Look, you don't have to forgive me or have anything to do with me. I'd just like to help you out right now. Let me pay, please. She calmed down a bit, and we went back inside to clear her bill. Then she briefly thanked me and left. But I just couldn't stop thinking about her for days. A week later, I was watching TV at home when I heard the doorbell, and I was shocked to find Elsa standing there. Elsa, you're the last person I was expecting.
I felt I owed you dinner as a thank you for the other day, and I just wanted to say that I forgive you. Everyone deserves a second chance, right? So here, I'm giving you one.
Her smile made my heart skip a beat, and I gently pushed her hair away from her face. You're still the most beautiful girl I've ever met.
Hi! For a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Suddenly, I saw one of Mom's menacing security guards racing toward me. I sprinted through the airport, my suitcase wheels spinning faster than my excuses for late homework. But up ahead, another security guard blocked the exit. Luckily, a team of cheerleaders passed by, shaking pom-poms. I wrestled for one. Give it, or I'll cartwheel you out on the runway. I covered my face with the pom-pom, but I knew I was trapped. And then I saw the man of my dreams waiting for his new wife. Okay, let's back up. My name is Malika, and from an early age, I knew my mom was different from other moms. Mom, some kid is bullying me. So, which option would you choose for him? I could have him dumped in the middle of the forest and let him wander there for a few days. Or would you prefer a deserted island? Oh, no, Mom. I was just kidding. He did nothing. I just wanted to see if you'd care. Love you. You're the best. I stopped her just in time. The kid never bothered me again. Actually, I never saw him at school as he moved. But that was my mom, the undisputed queen pin of our family, and lived a life straight out of The Sopranos. And growing up, I desperately wanted her to change. We could have a normal life. Sunbathing with no guards. Okay, you're right. No more bulletproof vests. Wait, what? We can do a little travel to the old country. Just the two of us. I was excited for some real mom-daughter time. But then at the airport, everything changed. We'll do the normal life thing. But first, I need you to marry this guy. What? He's the son of my enemy. This way, he can become an empire. Do it for the family. Ugh, really? Guess Mom's never gonna change. Oh, and if you subscribe to MSA right now, you could win $10,000 and jet off somewhere just like I did. I fake smiled, excused myself for the bathroom, and while she wasn't looking and busy giving orders, I dashed off to buy a ticket for any plane leaving soon. My heart was racing, but I was done being part of her chess game. I needed to be me, to live my own story. Goodbye forever. When I landed, I thought I might just get away with it, but the next minute, I was hiding from her guards behind a pom-pom, and then suddenly, I saw this studious-looking girl who, if she removed her glasses, looked almost like me arguing over the phone. I know the priest swears they're a good family, but isn't it weird that they just called this week and you even agreed to send me over just because he's a little richer than us? And why didn't we send a photo first? Oh, right, you never liked any of my pictures enough to show them. Still, I don't like this arranged marriage thing at all. Mom's security guards were getting closer and closer. Mom, yeah, who cares if he's in the police force? What if he chews loudly when he eats or trims his toenails in the sink? And if he spells Melina wrong on the airport sign, I will freak out! Oh no, her mom was also trying to fix this poor girl up with someone. As fate would have it, a walking Pinterest board for male beauty appeared holding a Melina sign. Boy, that Melina is lucky. Wait, he hasn't met this Melina yet. I could do this, right? Pretend to be her? Just for a while? Just to escape? I took a deep breath and marched towards him, my heart racing with every step. Yeah, maybe he would catch me, but I had to take a chance. I ran towards my newly arranged marriage. Do you have sunburn? Or are you always this hot? Nice to finally meet you, Rory. I'm Melina.
Weird. I was told you were really serious.
Well, yeah,
And that you'd be taller.
Taller? Oh, yeah, that's because of the heels. Today, I thought I'd come as the real me. Shush, I'm having travel sickness, so we need to leave the airport now. Later at his place, I met the mom I never had, but always wanted. She was all sugar and no spice, the total opposite of my mom. So, dear, what are your dreams? To not end up in the family business and fleeing from my own wedding? Oh no, I blurted out. Thankfully, she laughed, probably thinking I was joking. However, Rory wasn't convinced.
What's going on? Who are you?
For a second, I thought it was all over, but nah, it wasn't that simple. I had one more trick up my sleeve. Oh, Rory, you caught me. I'm actually an international spy on a secret mission, and I thought you'd make the perfect cover husband. Before he could say anything else, his mom stopped his interrogation and he stormed off. But then he tripped on the stair step, and we couldn't help but laugh like we'd been best friends forever. Once, she caught me staring into space, secretly freaking out about Mom, and she sat down with me and held my hand. If you're worried about anything, just tell me, honey. I'll always be here for you. A part of me just wanted to tell her the truth, but I couldn't. This was exactly the life I'd always wanted. But then, a few hours later,
Rory's mom's phone went off. Oh, a big hi. Hey, Melina, it's your mom. I jumped for the phone as quickly as a cat chasing a laser and snatched it out of her hands. I tried to hang up, but I was so nervous I couldn't hit the right button.
My daughter had to come back because your son never showed up. I thought you were serious and good people. The deal is off.
Luckily, Rory's mom didn't hear that, and at least Melina won't be coming to Rory's house anytime soon. Finally, I managed to hang up and I blocked her number. Then I only had to fake smile and go on with the conversation.
Hey, Mom, what's up? Yeah, I got here just fine. The weather? 100% chances of charming conversations and cozy family vibes.
Rory's mom laughed happily. When I pretended to hang up with my mom, she gave me a big hug. Just to think, Rory didn't want to take your number in the first place. I had to force him to meet up with you. It was the best thing I ever did. Aw, I loved her. Although Rory's mom already treated me like her own daughter, Rory was still icier than a snow cone in a freezer. But that changed one afternoon. We were walking in the park when his mom, while trying to feed some ducks, fell into the lake. She didn't know how to swim, so she started screaming for help. I immediately jumped into the water to rescue her like a superhero, only to remember seconds later that I didn't know how to swim either. So I started screaming for help. Rory ran towards us and jumped into the lake too. And guess what? Yeah, he didn't know how to swim either. Still, together, the three of us were able to float to shore and get out of the lake safe and sound. I'm sorry. I panicked and didn't know what to do.
Don't apologize. You were pretty brave.
He smiled for the first time. I couldn't help but blush.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Wow, did he, care? Wait, did I care? Were those butterflies in my belly? Nah. It's probably all the water and fish I swallowed. Then I noticed that my phone was completely soaked. It was still spitting water. Oh no! I was about to give it mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but Rory took it and coolly went off to perform some tech surgery till it was as good as new. What a dream. Thanks.
You're welcome.
From that moment on, Rory was even sweeter than his mom. It was almost like that drowning incident had made him fall for me, and I was starting to feel the same. I was having the best time of my life. But then, my nightmare finally came true. Melina and her mom showed up. Apparently, Rory's mom told everyone how happy she was with me, and the word reached them. Mom, you were right about us needing to come here. There's something not right. And you're the imposter. You think you can just waltz in and take over my life? I never wanted this. I was just trying to escape my mom. I had to come clean and tell them everything, but they were still super mad. Then I turned to Rory and his mom. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Rory's mom had tears in her eyes, and he couldn't even look at me. I felt like the most dreadful person in the entire world. And at that moment, I knew I had to leave. I didn't get very far before I saw 5 of Mom's security. They must have tracked my phone. Just as they went to grab me, I threw sand in their faces and ran back to Rory's house, but the door was closed. I knocked and knocked and knocked. Please, Rory, I know I don't deserve any help, but I can't marry the guy my mom wants me to. Please, help me. Suddenly, the 5 security guards were behind me. Right at that moment, the door finally opened and Rory stepped out. My hero! He held my hands, and I felt my whole body tingle. I knew you weren't gonna leave me just like that. The truth is, I think I love... Rory turned me around to face Mom's security.
Here, take her.
Wait, what? Rory wasn't saving me. He was handing me over to Mom's security. I knew I couldn't trust you. Like I was saying, the truth is, I loathe you! Despite my kicking and screaming, Rory turned his back on me. So it was just me against them. Time to show them what I'm capable of. I channeled my inner John Wick and leapt forward with a powerful flying kick. Take this! They just caught me in midair and dragged me off. Looks like I need to keep practicing my combat moves. Soon, we arrived at Mom's private jet. You betrayed your family. Now, get ready for your wedding. I started crying, but didn't complain. Maybe it was my destiny. We were just about to take off when suddenly sirens whirred and a bunch of police showed up. I couldn't believe it. They arrested Mom and all her men. I was so confused and scared, but there, on the runway, stood Rory.
I had to make it look like I was helping them. As soon as you left, I let the authorities know. I'm actually not a cop myself, but I'm the IT guy for the police force, so I got connections.
Ugh, you shouldn't have done that!
What? I thought you wanted me to help you.
Not by involving the police! Before he could reply, a fight broke out between my mom's henchmen and the cops, and amid all the chaos, I saw Mom escape. I couldn't just let her get away like that, and ran after her. Mom, stop, please! I chased her till we reached the edge of a small cliff, and there was nowhere to run. You traitor! How could you call the police on me? I didn't, Mom! You think I don't know that you're probably on every wanted list in the country? And if the police ever got their hands on you, you'd be in prison for a long time? Then why are you chasing me? To hand me over to them? Who said that's why I came after you? I just didn't want you to leave without saying goodbye. That was clearly not the answer Mom was expecting. I accept you for who you are, Mom. You're a mafia boss, and even a decade in jail isn't going to reform you. You'd probably be leading criminal activities from inside a prison cell too. You can't change someone just by wishing they were different, so I'm not even gonna try. But I do get to choose what I want for my life, and that definitely doesn't involve following your orders or going down the same path as you. You'll have to accept that about me too. Mom stood silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged me. I know I'm not like other moms. No kidding, but I do love you in my own way. Also, I see myself in you, and I think you have the makings of a good mafia queen. Really not interested. You might change your mind one day. Don't hold your breath. You should leave now before the cops get here. You'll stay in touch, right? Of course. And you don't need to worry about money either. I'll find a way to get it to you every month. I'll see you sooner than you think, love. Stay safe, Mom. And with that, I let her run off into the forest while I went back and told the cops she'd gone in the opposite direction. I apologized to Rory about my outburst, and I think he knew I let Mom escape, but he never brought it up again. We went back to his house, and after I explained more about my whole scary and traumatic mom thing, Rory's mom forgave me and hugged me too. I moved into a tiny apartment close to Rory's house. Hi, I'm Sarah from Malaysia, but I moved to San Diego when I was a baby. Before I go on with my story, please like and subscribe. When I was a month old, I immigrated to America with my mom, my aunt, and my cousin Muna. My mom and my aunt were both single moms living in poverty. They wanted Muna and me to have a better life in the States. Muna and I were really close.
We're gonna build the biggest castle in the world, and no dragons will get in.
But when I was 6 years old, my aunt married a billionaire. She and Muna moved away, and we never heard from them again. I missed Muna so much, and Mom and I were still barely getting by. But Mom was the most optimistic lady ever, for one reason. When I was in kindergarten, the school psychologist told her I was born with a gifted brain. According to Mom, that meant I was the door to a brighter future for us. Oh, Sarah, you'll be the first daughter in our family to go to college. I'm going to buy you a kit with medical toys.
But can you play pirates with me first?
Yes, I'll play pirates with you. But first, I'm buying you a medical kit. From that day on, Mom was determined to help me develop my gifts. She signed me up for book clubs, advanced tutoring, foreign language classes. I never got to do anything fun. Your 20 minutes of TV time is up. Time for spelling flashcards. By the time I was in high school, I was exhausted. I didn't have the guts to tell Mom that, but then I discovered a new interest. Mom, can I take piano lessons? No, Sarah. Musicians end up homeless. When I was your age, I'd already dropped out of school and had to work as a cleaning girl. You have an opportunity to live a better life than I did. This is why you must study hard and use your gifts well. I saw so much fire in Mom's eyes. I just couldn't let her down because making her happy meant everything to me. One day I was at school when the teacher announced we had a new student. Class, this is Muna from Carmel Mountain. I almost fell back in my seat. It was Muna. I thought I'd never see her again. And she looked so different, wearing heavy makeup and dressed head to toe in designer clothes. By the end of class, everyone was already fawning all over Muna. Where did she get that handbag? That girl should be on a throne. I pushed past the kids gathered around her. I was just so excited she was here. Muna, it's me, Sarah. I go to school here too. Oh, Sarah. I see you're still wearing those turtlenecks your mom makes you. She knows how nerdy they make you look, right? Muna walked away before I could reply and ignored me for the rest of the day. I felt hurt. Wasn't Muna happy to see me? I told Mom about it when I got home, but she didn't seem surprised.
Goodness knows how my sister is raising that girl.
My sister is the worst. She married a billionaire and never gave me a penny.
Lucky for me, I have a brilliant daughter who will be successful and not poor like me.
Mom hugged me and I prayed I'd be just as successful as she wanted me to. I avoided Muna at school after that, even though I still wanted to be close with her again. Then one day, Mom and I were at the... Hi, I'm Freya from England. Before you hear my story, like and subscribe to For Eve. I was born to super rich parents who were extremely competitive. They wanted to be the best at everything and would include me and my sister Olivia in the race to prove the world how great our family was.
You're both learning to play the piano. Be ready by next week. The one who plays the best will go on a yacht while the other stays home. Got it?
Yacht? It's boring. I'd rather stay home and write poems and stuff.
Poems? Are you trying to give me a heart attack or something? Why can't you develop better taste like your sister? Perhaps focus a bit on playing chess? Or perhaps ballet if you want to go all artistic. Ugh, never mind. I'm sure Olivia's the one who's going to win the yacht trip anyway.
Well, in my mom's eyes, I was never good at anything. My parents barely noticed me. But Olivia, oh, she was Miss Perfect and the most annoying. And for some reason, her life's mission was to always remind me that she was better than me. Come on, Mom. It wasn't like Freya ever had a chance against me. Tell me, dear sister, why are you like this? The only one I was close to was my grandma, who always encouraged me to do whatever made me happy. Grandma always wore a beautiful bracelet that jingled that her grandma gave her when she was a kid. She always told me how it brought her good luck and promised to give it to me one day. Once when I was 12, Mom and Dad wanted Olivia to participate in a chess competition, just because Dad's business rival's son was participating too.
Olivia, I need you to win this one. There is no other option. We want to teach that guy a lesson. Our family is the champion of this town. I could have asked Freya, but
you can't count on her. I know. Don't worry, Mom. I got it. I'll make you proud. I promise. Whatever. It wasn't like I was remotely interested in pleasing Mom anyway. Although Olivia was good at chess, the pressure to win had her going crazy. She started drinking coffee and kept reading books about chess. It was insane. One night before the competition, as I was going to my room, I saw Grandma in Olivia's room hugging her.
Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. I know you'll win this one.
I don't know if I will. I am so nervous. Can I have this, please? You only love Freya and never even think about me. If you'll give it to me, maybe I'll win. Please, please, please.
Oh, all right. Here you go.
As Grandma gave the bracelet to Olivia, I felt green with jealousy. How could Olivia get the one thing that Grandma promised to give me? She can't always win. So later that night, I sneaked into Olivia's room and threw the bracelet out of the window so no one could find it. In the morning, I woke up to find Olivia running around the house trying to find the bracelet. When she couldn't, she had to go to the competition without it. Later when she returned, I learned that she had lost. Mom and Dad were furious, but Olivia was more worried about losing Grandma's bracelet. She thought she was now jinxed because of losing it, and it made me feel terrible. I had always thought I was above all of the jealousy and competitiveness, but I wasn't. I was just like Mom, Dad, and Olivia. Maybe worse for throwing away Grandma's precious bracelet. So I told my grandma the truth, and she looked so disappointed, but she eventually forgave me and told me there was nothing more precious than me. One time when I was 15, Mom and Dad took us out to a really fancy hotel, and there I heard people clapping. It was a show, and people were coming on stage and sharing their poetry. Gathering courage, I also went to the stage and took the mic. The moment I opened my eyes, I know it's time to start the fight. I don't want to, but I have to. Can they never see that I don't want to? As I went on, people loved my poetry, and I knew I wanted to become a poet when I grew up. When I told Mom and Dad about it, they totally freaked out.
But we wanted you to get into a good university and then become a doctor or something. No one is impressed by your sad poems.
I didn't want to impress anyone. It was something I was doing for myself. So I just started writing and would always participate with poetry groups and perform on the streets. One night, a boy stood in the crowd, and when I was done, he clapped the loudest. Every night I performed, I saw him. One night, he stayed when the rest left.
You write the most beautiful words I've ever heard. And I should know. Why's that? Actually, my parents are in the music business too, and alright, I'm sort of a singer myself. But I'd die before asking my parents to launch me. Usually, talentless rich kids who want to be singers write their own lyrics, and it's always about breakups or how awesome their life is. But your stuff, it's deep. It's got soul. Thanks a lot. So tell me, since you watched my free show every day, when am I gonna hear you sing? I do owe you a song, but it does look like you're making some good money off your free show. Well, I have to make my own money. I can't take anything from my parents. Oh, I get it. Here you go. The guy's name was John, and I knew he thought I was poor, but it was better than telling him I was from a family that hated what I did. Soon, John and I started meeting every night. We both loved sitting together as we read the verses from my notebook. It was something I could do with him forever. But then one day, he told me he was leaving. I got accepted into this boarding school for artists in LA. They have awesome programs for musicians and poets too. Maybe you can apply next year. I'm sure your work can get you a scholarship. And I did. I was thrilled, but when I told Mom and Dad, they just rolled their eyes. Oh, God. Poets make pennies. Just take up fashion designing or something else. Why do you always have to be so difficult? But Mom, it's my passion. Some passion that won't pay the bills. Fine. If you want to waste your time, just remember, we won't have anything to do with you. You will not get a dime from us. As if I needed you guys. I don't need anything from you. Freya, I have always supported you. But this is madness. As a hobby, it's fine. But going to another country for, of all things, poetry? What will people say? Daughter of the richest man in England is a street-performing poet? Oh, I didn't care what Mom had to say. But Grandma? I couldn't believe she'd taken their side. It was at that moment I just snapped. You too? Why am I surprised, huh? First, you gave the bracelet you promised me to Olivia. Now you want me to crush my dreams and be my parents' slave? I can't believe this. I have made my decision, and I'm not turning back. I had to leave school in a week, and no one was talking to me. But the night before my flight, Olivia came to my room and looked a little worried. I know I haven't been the best sister, but please don't go. Ever since I've been cursed, I can't seem to concentrate, and Mom and Dad are always angry at me. Cursed? Gosh, was she still hung up on that? Olivia, I can't live here. And you're not cursed or jinxed. I was the one who threw Grandma's bracelet away. What? How could you? Do you even know how much it affected me? The guilt of losing something so cherished by Grandma? I was just so jealous. I wanted you to lose. I didn't think it through. I am so sorry. I want to be better. Oh, shut up. You think you're so above us all. But the truth is, you're pathetic. Olivia, I knew what I did was terrible. She was right to hate me. So I packed my bags and quietly left for my new school. At the new school, John was 2 years my senior, and we went right back to where we left off. We even started dating. But in his last year, he had less and less time to spend with me. When his graduation came closer, we broke up. I have to move back to England. Mom and Dad need me to step up and handle the business. So, I guess it's goodbye? I guess so. I'll really miss you, but I know you'll do great. It was so painful to see him go, so I unfollowed him from all my accounts and poured myself into my poetry. When I graduated, I was determined to make it big. I released a book of my poetry while I was waitressing at a nice restaurant. I was so happy to be in LA and even brought Grandma to live with me. I had visited once on Christmas and we patched things up, and she realized how serious I was about being a poet. One day when I was at work, a blast from the past visited the restaurant. John, what are you doing here? Freya, this is crazy. You stayed here after graduating? I never knew that. Yeah, I think this city suits me. It sure does. After my shift ended, we sat and talked for hours. I even showed him my poetry book. He loved it and told me he could talk to some producers in LA and get me into the industry. There's a famous singer looking to open this weekend. You can perhaps open for her with your spoken word and poetry. Your words? Kid, they got soul. Here you go, an advance payment check. All the best. Outside the producer's office, I ran up to John and hugged him tight. I'm so sorry, I got carried away. No worries, I loved it. Saying that, he leaned in and kissed me, and I felt my heart somersault.
A few days before the show, I got the most unexpected text ever from Olivia. Mom and Dad are driving me crazy. I want to meet you, sister. I'm in LA. Let's catch up. Olivia hadn't spoken to me since our fight, and even when I went to visit my family on holidays, she ignored me. Hearing from her was great. I invited her to the restaurant the very next day. I also called John and he was on his way. I really wanted him to meet my sister. I'm so happy you're here. Me too. So tell me, how did you get that show opening gig? I saw on Instagram that you're opening for a famous singer. How the heck did you pull that off? Huh? Oh, so that's what you think of me. Duh. Mom saw the post first and was somewhat happy. And it made me so angry. I learned some time ago from a friend that you were a waitress, so I just wanted to take some pics in this tacky outfit of yours and show it to Mom. Now I'll be her favorite again. Olivia, you are pathetic. I wanted to kick Olivia out of the restaurant, but right then John walked in and seeing us both, he looked shocked.
Olivia, what are you doing here?
My heart nearly stopped. John knew Olivia? But how? Oh, so you're playing for the other side now? Dating Dad's business rival's son? That's low. He is the one who beat me in that stupid chess game.
Freya, what is this? Olivia's your sister? You're the daughter of a business tycoon and work as a waitress? And that performing on the streets thing? Were you trying to make a fool of me the entire time?
This is amazing. Sister, you are successful and very cunning. You bagged a rich boyfriend to pay your bills. And I know his parents are into the music business too. Did they pull the strings and get you that opening act? And I thought you wanted to make it big on your own. But still, I'm gonna come and see the show to laugh at how royally you'll fail. Shut up, Olivia.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. You betrayed me, Freya. Why?
John, listen to me. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you the entire truth.
That's called betrayal.
Saying that, he left. That night, I cried my heart out to Grandma. I was heartbroken. I figured John would have my opening canceled at the show, but he didn't. So I decided to quit myself and return the payment check to the producer. When I got to the venue, I went straight to the producer. I'm sorry, I can't...
She can't wait to go on, right, Freya?
John was here, with Grandma. What are you doing?
Your grandma contacted me and explained everything. Freya, I realize you never lied to me. It was just me assuming things. I've known you for quite some time, and I know how hard you work. You deserve this. You deserve to do what you love.
You really think so?
I believe so. But we're in a hurry now. I saw your sister in the audience with your parents. I believe she's here to see you fail. So go on and show everyone how good you are.
And I did. When I was done, I even got a standing ovation. I was so happy, and seeing John backstage, I rushed and brought him on stage. Let's do it like old times. You and me together. My words, your voice.
Yeah, let's do it.
It went amazingly well. When the show ended, Olivia and my parents found me. Olivia's face was red, and she couldn't even look me in the eye.
I still think this whole poetry thing is a waste of time, but you do seem to be quite good at it. Your sister is such a failure, but we are proud of you.
Thanks, but I don't need your approval. I do what I love to do. Olivia, you are not a failure. You are a beautiful, independent woman. Always remember that. Stop being Mom and Dad's puppet. Do whatever you love, whatever makes you happy. Saying that, I held John's hand and walked away, as Olivia and Grandma both smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. That was the day I felt so proud of myself for every single decision I had ever made, from cutting off people to changing my priorities.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty, like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now, but when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, "Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted." Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. "Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different." Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the 1st and 2nd grade. But it's when I got to the 3rd grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, "Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you." "Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks?" Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. "You wish," and went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half-sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. "You're just useless, Sarah!" I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just staying in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. "Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap." I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. "Your sisters are lost because of you!" "Oh, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already." "Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park." But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. "I wish I'd never given birth to you." Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, "Sarah, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy." I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, "Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired." "But you didn't even interview me." "There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something." "But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters." Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave." What a total jerk! I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, "Oh, they're prettier! Not fair!" And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them, and it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, "Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye." Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people, and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser! Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. "Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you." I just lost it and started yelling at her. "Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life." She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, "Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you." I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? "You have the opportunity to be part of My Story Animated family and help tell people's stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless?" I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. "Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated." The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her, "You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again." I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, "Don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you?" "Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying." I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me.
"I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama."
She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. "It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do." Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Portland. Please like and subscribe. I didn't know anything about my parents, except what the warden at the orphanage always told me. She said she found me on the doorstep one night with a note. This is our 12th daughter, and she's a weak little thing. Take good care of her because we don't wanna. Growing up, I felt angry that my parents had abandoned me because I was weak. And so I decided I'd be the strongest girl ever. I loved running and swimming and could easily beat the older girls. And I was scared of no one. This made me a natural leader at the orphanage. If anyone had a problem, they'd come to me, especially if it involved bullies. There was a reason everyone called me Miss President around here. Well, that's because I told them to, but I'd earned my title. Like once when I was 13, I was about to join the queue outside the bathroom for taking showers when I saw this mean girl kicking others and pushing her way through. I ran forward and jumped on her. This is your last warning, you weasel. If I see you bullying anyone again, you'll wish you'd never been born. All the girls started cheering and chanting, "Valerie, Valerie, Valerie!" I looked up and stared at them, and they immediately switched to, "Miss President, Miss President!" Just then a girl came running and told me the warden had called me, and the warden told me to pack my stuff because I'd been adopted by a really big politician. Her manager was here to take me. Wow, this girl looks so strong and confident. She's perfect. Come, baby. Your brand new mommy can't wait to meet you. Please don't call me baby. My friends and enemies call me Miss President. I was glad to finally get a family, but the girls were really sad to see me go. Then I saw the manager had come for me on a freaking helicopter. It soon landed in the grounds of a huge mansion. I was led to a dining room, and sitting there was a gray-haired old lady with a strict face. Seriously? My brand new mommy looked like an ancient tortoise. And she didn't even look happy to see me. She barely spoke a word, and anytime I slurped my soup or dropped a fork, she glared at me. When I jumped off my seat to leave, she banged her fist on the table. Enough of your bad manners. You can't just leave without asking to be excused. Okay. Excuse me, I'm going. Sit down. I'm not done eating yet, but I need to go. Why? Because I feel a fart coming. The old lady spat out her food. Were you raised by gorillas? That's such a disgusting word. So unladylike. Don't ever use it again. Next time, say the noise that comes from behind. I burst out laughing, but she was serious. Okay, a noise is about to come from behind. So if you don't want to hear it, I gotta go. And with that, I ran. This old woman was whack. As I was running down the hall, I suddenly bumped straight into someone. I looked up to see a lady with the sweetest face. You must be Valerie. Oh, I'm so happy you're here, darling. She pulled me into a hug, and it made me feel all warm inside. As she walked me to my room, she told me her name was Amelia, and the old lady was her mother. She's the one who adopted you, but I've always wanted a daughter too. You can call me Mom if you want to, whenever. I almost wanted to, but I needed to trust her a little more. My room was 5 times bigger than the shared one at the orphanage, and I squealed happily as I looked through the closets. Now this was a wardrobe fit for Miss President. Later that evening, I was asked to dress up and go downstairs to the old lady, and I was surprised to see her surrounded by reporters, and she was smiling at me. Ah, here she is, my lovely new granddaughter. God has blessed me with so much, and I wanted to pay it forward. That's why I've adopted Valerie. I hope this sets an example for everyone to open their hearts like I have. Then she started smothering my face with wet kisses. Ugh, so gross. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was a fake. I didn't like her one bit, but thank God I had Amelia. I loved spending time with her, and soon enough, she got me enrolled in a fancy school. On the first day, I walked into the classroom to a rather shocking sight. Everyone was gathered by the window as a blonde girl was throwing out laptops. They all clapped each time one hit the ground. Whoa, what are you doing? They all turned around to stare at me. Destroying my MacBooks because Daddy said he'd buy me the latest one if the old ones don't work. Who are you, an investigative journalist? I'm the new girl, Valerie, but you can call me Miss President. She stared at me like I was crazy, then started laughing. I know why you look familiar. I saw your interview with that old crow who adopted you. Daddy knows her, and let me tell you, she didn't adopt you because she wants to love you. It's only to make her look good in front of people. That wasn't a shock, but it still hurt to hear her say it in front of everyone. Ugh, I know that. I only agreed because I get to live like a princess. Who cares about love? And of course I make her look good. I mean, look at me. You're really lucky you have a family because, trust me, no one would ever choose you from an orphanage. The girl looked livid, but the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I found out the mean girl's name was Julie, and she kept giving me nasty looks all day. Julie was one of the most popular girls, but it wasn't because she had any amazing qualities. She was just a big bully, and the other kids feared her. A few days later, she walked into the cafeteria and climbed onto a table. Hey guys, great news! Your favorite gal Julie has modeled in her first campaign. Yay! So everyone come and get my autographs now. She sat down while her minions distributed her photographs, and everyone lined up to get them signed by her, except me. Valerie, I don't have all day. Why would I want your autograph? I'm not a fan. Oh, you poor orphan. I understand why you're jealous. I'm prettier, more popular, richer. You're not richer. Yeah, I googled your family. Mine's definitely richer than yours. And suddenly, Julie lost it. She took out a thick bundle of her $100 bills from her bag and started tearing them up. Want to see how rich I am? I can just tear up money and not even care. Hey, don't do that. You could give it to someone poor. Just stop it, you brat. With that, I pounced on her. We ended up in a huge fight that landed us both in detention. But it was totally worth the slaps I'd given her. A few days later, we had a field trip by a lake, and suddenly we heard someone screaming. One of the girls was in the lake, struggling to stay afloat. Without a second thought, I jumped in and got her out of there safely in minutes. Oh my God, I slipped into the water and I can't swim. You saved my life, Valerie. By the time we got back to school, the news had reached the principal and she praised me. She even called fake grandma to tell her I'd be getting a medal for bravery. And when I got home, fake grandma hugged me like I was her favorite person. Oh, Valerie, how lucky that girl fell in the lake. You and I will do a lovely photo shoot once you get your medal and some interviews. Let's hope more kids at school keep having accidents so you can keep playing the hero. She was such a selfish toad. But I stayed quiet because all I cared about was being close to Amelia. She hugged me tight and said she was so proud of me for being brave. The next day at school, I was walking down the hallway and I saw Julie showing everyone her photo shoot. But as soon as the girls spotted me, they all came running. Before I knew it, a huge crowd was gathered and some girls had lifted me on their shoulders. All hail our school hero! 3 cheers for Valerie! Hip hip hooray! Could you change that to Miss President? 3 cheers for Miss President! Hip hip hooray! And just like that, I'd replaced Julie as the most popular girl in school. I was soon selected as the school's swim team captain. And when I led our team to victory in the nationals, I received a celebrity's welcome. All this was driving Julie crazy. But the last straw was when she saw my picture was selected for the school's magazine cover. She walked over to me at lunch with a copy, threw it down, and started jumping on it. This is ridiculous. You, an orphan from nowhere, is the face of our school now? I'm a model! I didn't put my face on that magazine, Julie. The people have spoken. The people are morons. I don't know what they see in you, witch. She leapt forward to attack me, but suddenly the others held her back. You think we're morons? Thanks for clearing that up, Julie. You're a jerk, and we've never liked you. We've had enough. They picked her up and threw her in the large garbage bin outside. It was epic. But when I got home, my mood quickly turned sour when I found fake grandma shouting at Amelia. Why did you tell my cook that she could take a week off, and you gave her money without my permission? Mama, she's worked with us since forever, and she's really sick. She's probably lying. Even the servants know you're a stupid, weak fool who'll believe their fake stories. I'd heard enough. Stop shouting at Mom. Being kind isn't a weakness, and you're such a hypocrite. You pretend to be nice for the cameras, but you don't care about anyone. How dare you talk to me like this? Have you forgotten where you came from? I can send you packing this minute. But you won't, because you need me to win the elections. Yeah, I know your polls have gone up since I arrived. If you misbehave with Mom again, I'll stop doing all the shoots and interviews. You got me? Fake Grandma looked like she was about to explode, but she stormed off. Amelia sat down and I wiped her tears. I'm so sorry she treats you this way. Please don't cry. Oh, Valerie, that's not why I'm crying. I'm just so touched that you stood up for me. And you called me Mom. And I realized I finally had. I've wanted to since the first day. You are my mom, and I'm so lucky. A few weeks later, fake Grandma had planned a huge party for some important guests. I knew she just wanted to parade me around as her charity case, but I didn't care. I'd never been to a party, so I was looking forward to it. I managed to escape her for a while, and as I was eating in a corner, a boy approached me. Valerie, right? Been seeing your face all over the news lately, and I gotta say, it's a really pretty one. I was gonna tell him to buzz off when suddenly I spotted Julie and her dad among the guests, and she was glaring at me with murder in her eyes. Maybe she liked this boy. So I pulled him close and kissed him. When we broke apart, Julie had marched over to us. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Your boyfriend? He didn't mention you when he was flirting with me. And he really enjoyed that kiss. You should kick his butt, Julie. I'm gonna kill you! And she jumped on me. But I was much stronger, and I had her pinned on the ground in seconds. Daddy! Help! Her dad completely lost it when he saw us. He started screaming at fake Grandma that he was pulling out all his money and support from her campaign. He stormed off with Julie, and the old woman grabbed my arm and dragged me to the other room. What have you done? Why must you always act like a savage from some jungle? If Julie's dad doesn't support me, I'm ruined. Go beg him for forgiveness. Fix this. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I have my pride. You'll do it, or you'll leave my house immediately. Then I'll leave your house immediately. And I'm going with Valerie. I'm not living here without her. You want to run after this filthy orphan? Fine. But you won't ever get a single penny from me, you hear? And don't you ever show your face here again. Don't worry, Mama. I won't. Enjoy your house and your money. Mom and I packed our bags and left for good. I'm so happy you came, Mom, but I'm sorry you're poor now because of me. Oh, Valerie, we aren't poor. I've been saving for years. We're not as rich as Mama, but we'll be very comfortable. I stared at her in shock. I don't understand. If you had money, why didn't you leave that awful place before? Sweetheart, she's bullied me since I was a kid. I was always afraid of her and could never stand up for myself. But you, Valerie, you just amaze me. You're the bravest person I've ever met. My life changed the day you came into it, and I'm stronger now because of you. I flung my arms around her, and I'm so much happier now because of you. I love you, Mom. Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends. But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection, and I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass. You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look.
I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon. Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do.
The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me.
Oh, you're so pretty, like a fresh lily, just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks. That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please. The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school. Ew, please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress. I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know, Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato, potato. Anyway, you know, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me. You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor. Let's start. Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes. Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science. Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max. OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains. Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years. You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia? Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something. but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me, and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue. Let her go, you moron. Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up.
Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic.
With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth.
Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here, we'll soon be out and you'll be free.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster.
That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water.
Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized a million times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke.
Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India? And she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either going to be very rich or very famous.
As if.
Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said? Logically, yes, I do. How can crushed wet leaves predict your future? They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is... I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here. You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are. Why do you hate me so much? Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us. All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand. There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo. You're so unreasonable.
An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side.
What is your deal?
She hit me first.
You insulted her. She called me a weirdo.
I thought you didn't care about what people said.
I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right. That's not true.
Tell yourself that. Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out. My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP. Sounds great. Thanks, Mia. Of course, darling. What are friends for? The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation when I saw she was having a party. I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me.
I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine.
I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful. And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them. I trusted you. We were friends. And I did you a favor as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady. She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave. Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are. And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it. So you're just gonna let this go? Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them. Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me. Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help. And your macaroni necklace too. Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone-tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion. Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here. The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff? Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile. Hey, wanna go play in my room? Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup. You're a pretty girl, Nancy.
You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy.
But Auntie, we're friends and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, someone rang the doorbell and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff.
Nancy, I was really worried about you.
And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs.
Why are you wearing makeup?
Because I'm not pretty enough without it.
Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me?
Okay, but will you promise to be nice?
I promise.
When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up.
Nancy, you're so beautiful.
As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope.
This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy.
What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff?
He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday.
She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs, as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy. You won't, okay? I'll go instead. The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister? No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around. You can throw it in the trash on your way out.
I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere.
Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency.
I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
I'm hosting a party tonight and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide.
Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and...
Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?
No, just a regular high school.
Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session.
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. Jeff? His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. No, you just cut me out of your life. And now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you?
I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much.
So, why didn't you stay in touch?
I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry. I looked at his face and I knew he was being honest. Can you please just hug me now? We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now!
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me. Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that.
Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid. Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn.
Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way.
Oh yeah? Watch me. And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot.
I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again.
When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job. But just then, Jeff spoke up.
You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do.
I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside.
It's for you, babe. And here, this too.
He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful. Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors. We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever.
Imagine being on a date at the best restaurant in town, and then the waiter trips and drops his tray full of live lobster, and one of them pinches you. And this is not even the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Let's take it from the beginning. My mom was a Red Cross advocate for women's rights, and my dad was her bodyguard, so they were always off to this gala or the other, and they left us back with an army of nannies. And when I say us, I mean me and the Chaos Crew, also known as my 5 younger siblings. Food battles, mud fights, glitter bombs, they were so extra. Even Mary Poppins would snap her little umbrella and shove shuffle up a chimney to escape from them. Every time another nanny left, we got the talk.
I'm disappointed in all of you, but especially you, Martha. You're the oldest. You should lead by example.
I haven't done anything.
Exactly. How are you supposed to become a leader of the future if you can't even lead your siblings?
If you were home teaching us instead of running around, I wouldn't have to take charge.
What I do is important.
More important than your family? When Mom didn't immediately reply, my heart shattered. I rushed to my room and locked it when Mom came to talk to me later.
Martha, I'm sorry. Of course I love you.
Then don't go.
I have to. But we'll talk when we come back. I promise.
Maybe it's better if you never come back. It was like fate really had a twisted sense of humor and heard me. Mom and Dad did not return from their last trip to the Amazon. I felt like it was my fault that they didn't return. My punishment. The police sent out search parties and even used drones to look at their plane that disappeared, but they couldn't find anything. It's a lot, right? But stay with me. You've already liked and subscribed, haven't you? Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come back. Dad's a tough bodyguard and Mom's faster than a tiger. I'll take care of you in the meantime. I'll be a leader, Mom, just like you wanted. Please come back. But I was only 15 and I knew nothing about adulting. I was suddenly surrounded by lawyers asking me questions and making me sign things. Just pretend you know what you're doing and you'll be fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. One of my mom's lawyers turned out to be a total snake. He conned his way into getting guardianship over everything, and then he kicked us out and took control of all the assets. You can't do this!
Oh, what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of all the money you just signed off to me.
Wait until Mom and Dad are back. They'll send you to jail.
You mean when they come back from the jungle? Well, I've got a fortune to spend. Goodbye.
I was super angry, but I didn't have time for it. The Chaos Crew had turned into a miserable bunch, and I needed to take care of them first. Right, first step, let's find a place to live. We all put our birthday cash together, and it was enough for a couple of months' rent. Finding someone willing to rent to a group of teenagers was quite a challenge. So I had this crazy idea to dress up like an old lady, and somehow managed to get us a lease. Luckily, it was still the summer holidays, so I had time to take up all the gigs I could find, like a plant manager, where I literally had to water plants, cornfield pollinator, and even party entertainer. These children are wilder than my siblings. Let it go! Let it go! Ah!
Here, let me help you up.
At least my colleagues are all kind. My siblings pitched in as well. They baked tons of cookies and sold them, pretending to be Girl Scouts. And they muddied everyone's cars at night so they could offer a wash-up service in the morning. At a premium, of course. Who knew that being little devils would come in handy? By the time school started, I had turned 16, and we had all transferred to public school. I was so nervous on the first day. And then I got to class, and all the desks were already taken. Now I'll have to stand in the corner like a potted plant. But then a girl sitting in the last row waved at me. She was dressed in this bright orange shirt with space buns, and her desk was hidden under a pile of comics. Come here, we can share. There's a desk under all that? Where can I get a chair? We'll share mine. By the way, I'm Bree. You can call me Brilliant. Bree was a weirdo, but she was also pretty awesome. She gave me all her notes and knew all the juicy gossip. That girl there, her mom works in marketing, so she always knows the latest discount codes. And that one there, don't talk about her nose. We became best friends, and eventually I told her about my story. I want to save up enough cash so I can find my parents. You're so strong. I want to be like you. You're perfect the way you are. I'm not. I'm almost 17, and I've never had a boyfriend. Everyone I confess to just rejects me, and Darius doesn't even know I exist. Darius was Bree's crush and the captain of the school's chess team. Are you sure he's the right guy for you? He is the one. I can feel it. And this time, I'm going to get my confession right. Bree's plan was as crazy as she was. She got dressed up as a chess piece and painted the whole club room as a giant chessboard with a banner that said, "Will you be my checkmate?" But when Darius walked into the door, he freaked out.
Where is it?
What?
My chessboard! There was a game I've been playing since I was a freshman!
We just moved it, there? Darius was so furious, he wanted to call the principal. And then one of his friends intervened. I didn't see who he was because I was too busy pulling a crying Bree away. Thank you, mysterious dude. After that, Bree was done with the guys. And honestly, I had my own problems to deal with. Like the time I was getting out of the shower and this gigantic cockroach came out of the drain. I screamed and hit it with the shampoo bottle, but then even more of them started crawling out. Eek, it's an invasion!
Oh yeah, it happens. Why do you think the flat was so cheap?
We tried spraying them with gas, but the crawlers kept multiplying. We need a new flat ASAP. Martha, wise up and ask for a raise. But when I showed up for my part-time gig at the party entertainer company, the door was sealed off with bright yellow FBI tape and the entire place cleared out.
Oh man, I loved this job.
At least you get to keep the costume.
What costume? These are my normal clothes.
That is very creative. I never thought I'd meet someone more colorful than Bree. Hey, wait a second. Cute, smart, and probably colorblind. He's just perfect. Jasper, how would you like to meet a friend of mine? The moment I introduced Bree and Jasper, it was insta-love. They were like two very colorful peas in a super bright pot. And shortly after, they started dating. Martha, you are a lifesaver. I was seriously starting to think I'd be a crazy cat lady forever. It was an easy match. You have so much in common. A couple of months later, it was Jasper's birthday party, and he introduced me to his sister Trinity, who was like a Wednesday to his Enid. Wow, and they came out of the same womb. I can't believe someone like Jasper found such a cute girlfriend, and I'm still single. All the boys care about is looks, and no one cares about brains. As I watched Trinity cut marshmallows into cubes and stack them into perfect columns, I realized there was at least one boy who could appreciate her, so I texted him. Oh, I hope I won't regret this. The party was in full swing when, what's Darius doing here? Actually, I invited him. What? Trust me. Hey, Darius. Hi, this is Trinity, and she likes cube-shaped marshmallows.
Round marshmallows make no sense.
Finally, someone who gets it. And just like that, Darius the ice cube started melting. See, I told you he wasn't the right one for you. She is. OMG, you're right. You're like the matchmaking queen. I realized how happy Bree's words made me. Helping other people is so cool. But fate was once again ready to kick me down because I got a call from the hospital. What happened? They're saying my brother picked up a sandwich from the bin, but it had some glass in it and now he needs stitches. This is all my fault. If we had more money, he'd never pick food from the bin. And now how am I gonna pay for the operation? We don't have insurance. I even tried to call the snake lawyer, but...
Oh, I love that you think I should care. Bye.
Luckily, the operation was a success, and my brother was okay. When I got to the hospital and asked for the bill, the receptionist told me it had already been paid.
It was a young guy. There, he's just walking into the elevator.
I tried to catch up with him, but the elevator doors shut in my face. Gosh, I swear his back looks so familiar. Who is he? Thanks to my mysterious angel, the accident had resolved well, but it had shown me how much I needed a new job. After Darius and Trinity became a thing, the whole school was buzzing with the rumor that I was the one who set them up. People were begging me to find them their perfect match. Every time I opened my locker, I was buried in a pile of profiles and love letters. How do I fix this? I'm happy to help, but I can't keep doing this for everyone. I gotta focus on finding a new part-time job. Well, why don't you open a matchmaking agency? But I feel bad to ask people to pay for love. Then only ask for a donation from the successful ones. And who knows, maybe you'll find the right match for yourself as well. Right, like I have time for that. But Bree is right. This is something I'm good at. I should at least try. So the next day, I got Bree and Jasper to help me throw my first matchmaker party. By the end of the night, the donation box was bursting with cash, and everyone was coupled up. Almost everyone. As I stepped into the bathroom, a girl ran up to me, and she was dripping wet. How could you match me up with that dimwit? I told him, pass me the water, and he poured it on me. Him as in, I checked my notes. Kuro? Kuro was one of my top candidates. 1 year older than me, and a looker. Plus, he aced all his classes. Oh, and he loved hamsters, and gaming, and, well, to be honest, I might have stalked his online profile a bit. Can't help that he's so cute. And then he called my mom your grandma. It has to be on purpose. I'm sorry, I'll find you a new match. How about Timothy? Thankfully, Timothy was a total catch, so the girl was happy, and my reputation was saved. My agency was killing it, and my siblings and I finally moved out of Cockroachville. But to track down Mom and Dad, I needed some serious cash, and that meant tackling my biggest issue. Kuro, what's up with him? On paper, he's a catch, but every girl I set him up with comes back with a nightmare story. He took me on a boat trip, and we almost sank.
We went ice skating, but he didn't know how to stop, and we crashed.
We tried a cooking class, and he somehow managed to burn the spaghetti, set off the fire alarm, and evacuate the entire restaurant. He's ruining my perfect score. How can someone be really that clumsy? Maybe you need to find out by yourself. Bree was right. So I bought a wig and contact lenses and set up myself for a date with Kuro. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he tripped on his own feet and crashed into the waiter, and everyone was looking at us. But instead of being angry, I just smiled. So Kuro, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm kinda clumsy. I'm sorry.
It's not so easy to scare me. I mean, I survived a cockroach invasion.
A what?
So I told Kuro everything about my horrible flat and crazy summer jobs. He laughed and then got back from the toilet with a whole roll stuck under his shoe, which then led to the lobster accident, which I told you about already. And gosh, he really is a menace. You're giving up? Never. The second date was better. We only got a batch full of super salty popcorn. The third date was almost normal, and by the fourth, I realized he'd done nothing clumsy. Wow, I guess he was just nervous. I started to get so comfortable around him that I even told him about my mom and dad's disappearance.
Don't lose hope. I bet they're still out there somewhere.
I know they are. If it hadn't been for that awful lawyer.
What lawyer?
After I explained how we got conned, Kuro was super mad.
I can't believe he can get away with something like that.
He's a lawyer. Who is the police gonna believe?
There must be some evidence.
The more I listened to Kuro, the more I realized he was right. I didn't have time or money before to go after him, but now it's time for the Chaos Crew's return and get our revenge. That night, we went to our old house and stuffed some old rotted beans in all the air vents. Less than half an hour later, the people inside were opening all the windows. Stage 2, go! Dressed up as a cleaning crew, my siblings rang at the door while I sneaked through a window. It was dark, but I grew up in this house. I know it like the back of my hand. I waited until the chaos crew started to fill all the vents with flour, making everyone cough, and then I went into the study. Okay, focus. He won't leave around a folder with evil plan written on it, but as I looked into a drawer, that's exactly what I found. As I scanned through the pages, everything became clear. My parents! I can't believe they—
Drop that!
I looked around to see if there was anything I could throw at him, but he had me backed into a corner.
I thought I smelled a rat. Now be a good girl and—
Conk! The lawyer dropped, and behind him was Kuro holding a big law book.
The power of knowledge, eh?
OMG, thank you. But how did you find me?
I might have followed you? Sorry, I was worried.
While Kuro tied him up and called the police, I whipped out the phone and called the number I had found in the evil plan folder. Sugar Leader's Bakery? Yes, I have to place an order for 27 cinnamon rolls. Thank you. Please work. Please work.
Attack!
Mistaking Kuro for a bad guy, my siblings jumped in, and by the time I pried them away, the police had arrived.
Arrest them! They're trespassing!
It's not your house. My parents are missing, not dead, so by law, my signatures are invalid. But the evidence was clear, and the police dragged him away. It turns out we weren't the only family he had conned.
He's going to be in prison for a very long time.
A few days later, my siblings and I returned to our parents' home. I invited Kuro, Bree, and my friends to celebrate, but I couldn't sit still. Finally, the doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, my parents were there, alive and well.
My babies!
We're so sorry. We were working with Native communities to stop illegal activities, but we were forced to go underground to save the project.
We left our lawyer a number and a safe message so that you could reach us in case of an emergency.
That's the call you made?
Yes, that arrogant man had written everything down. He was supposed to explain everything and take care of us. Instead, he even told our parents to stay away because we had received some threats.
We should have never trusted him.
But now you're home and you're going to stay, right? Mom and Dad looked at each other, and for a moment, I was afraid that they might leave again.
Of course we're staying.
We learned our lesson.
And who are all these nice young people?
I introduced all my new friends to my parents and told them how much they had helped me. But when it was Kuro's turn, I hesitated. Is he a friend, a date, a boyfriend? He doesn't even know I'm the matchmaker. This is Kuro, and I've never been completely honest with him. I turned to him. I hope he understands. Kuro, I'm not one of your matches. I am the matchmaker. I braced myself, expecting rejection, but—
I already knew.
What?
Why do you think I was such a loser with other girls? I've had a crush on you since Bree's wild confession to Darius. But you were so wrapped up in your agency, you never even gave me a second glance. I had to do something drastic to get you to notice me.
Bree's confession? But I squinted at him. Right, he was the guy who stopped Darius from going to the principal. And OMG, you also paid for my brother's hospital bill.
Yeah, I overheard you talking about it at Jasper's party.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want you to go out with me because of money.
I couldn't believe he'd done all that just to date me. I guess this answers my question. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Kuro, my perfect match. I grabbed Kuro's hand, and as I saw the happiness on his face, I knew I had made the perfect choice.
Welcome to the family, Kuro.
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again.
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it.
Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden?
I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me. You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you? Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name. It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend. Did I hit your head when I tripped? No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out. Are you seriously blackmailing me? Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal? Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly Scott slid right next to me. Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes? Oh my God. Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly? I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend. No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it. To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered, "You better make this convincing." I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal. Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss. I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl? Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law. Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans. And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that? So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face. So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off. Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend. I can't. I have things to do. Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady. And with that, he left. Ugh! So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien. Whoa, we thought Scott was lying. About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know. I don't understand anything. Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later. Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you? I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay? I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT.
Go, Scotty!
I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room. What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us. I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me. Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it. Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating, and he was everywhere, in the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story. Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually. What? She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine. Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk. Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back. And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty? Nothing. Totally, fine. I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground. Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant. Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him. No, that's not what I meant, babe. Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside. You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you. Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me. Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there. Why was my face getting hot? Well, I'd like to see your moves. Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you. He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance. Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar. You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again? Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend. As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help. Yeah, it usually does. What do you mean? It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults. Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you. It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me. Are you trying to make me feel worse? Is it working? Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds with a note stuck to it. No place for losers. It's Jake. He did this to get back at me.
I'm going to kill him. But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing. Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise. He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back. That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again. Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now. Jake looked at me in shock, and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me. So, have you thought about how we're breaking up? What? Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together. Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted. Yes, I did. Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all? Just then one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. Don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow. But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should see each other anymore." "Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you." "Scott, this is not what I want. Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind." As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. "Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Dumping a cheerleader makes him look good." "And you didn't want to break up with him?" "No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel, he's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it." I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. "You owe me such a big apology." "I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend, if you'll let me. I love you." Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs. Yeah, even nerds work out. "So, what do you say?" "I love you too, idiot." And I pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, my name is Hannah, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, and she was my best friend. We watched movies all weekend, baked delicious cookies, and she even homeschooled me so we could spend more time together. But when we did leave the house, Mom had this weird idea that someone was following us. She was always checking over her shoulder and looking around corners. "Shut the blinds and turn off the lights." There was a man with mysterious packages right behind us on the way home. "Mom, that's just our new neighbor, look!" And his mysterious packages are just grocery bags. But Mom was always so paranoid, and I didn't understand why. Soon after I turned 13, though, everything changed. Mom got really sick. She was at the doctor every day, but she wasn't getting much better. And soon she had to move into a care center. "Sweetie, you're gonna have to live with your dad for a while." "My dad? But you've never even talked about him. He's a complete stranger to me." "I know, but we don't have a choice right now. I need someone to take care of you. I'll come and get you soon, I promise." Dad lived in another city, and a helicopter came to pick me up the next day. I felt miserable the entire way there. I already missed Mom, but when we landed at Dad's house, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a castle, and Dad was waiting for me outside. I looked just like him.
It was weird seeing him for the first time. I'm so glad to meet you, Hannah. Why didn't you try to meet me before? Your mom never told me about you till now, sweetie. But that's all in the past. We finally get to know each other, and I have my heir to take over the family business. And when I found out what that was, I couldn't believe it. Dad was a billionaire spy. The maids took me to my room, and it was ginormous. He'd even had a hot tub. Dad got me a whole new wardrobe, and even a sweet little puppy. Life was good. One day, while I was sunbathing by the pool, Dad came to sit next to me. Now that you're comfortable here, you need to start your training. Huh? My training? Yes, your spy training. I work against dangerous people, and you need to know how to protect yourself. What kind of people? Trust me, honey, you'll need to be prepared. After that, trainers woke me up at dawn every single day. Instead of going to school, I went to an arena. They taught me how to fight, how to hide from bad people, and how to sneak around. After a while, I got good at it, and it was really fun. Mom was getting better, but she still wasn't able to leave the care center. We called each other every week, but she was not happy when she found out about my training. What is your dad thinking? I'm so mad at him. Mom, you know I love you, but Dad's pretty cool too, and I like the stuff he's teaching me. Why did you keep me away from him all this time? Exactly for this reason. I don't want you involved in this nonsense. I just want to keep you safe. But I am safe, Mom. I can take care of myself now. Everything's fine. I'd come and take you away right now if I could. But I actually called to tell you that I need to go away to Europe for my treatment, and you'll have to stay with your dad a little longer. After that, Mom yelled at Dad on the phone, and it didn't make me happy to see them arguing. But I was on Dad's side. I was really thinking I could help with the family business. I distracted people when Dad snuck in and gathered information. Sometimes I even went alone on missions. No one ever suspected a kid like me, and over time, my missions grew more frequent. Dad wanted a normal life for me too, so when I was 14, he enrolled me in a school for billionaire kids. On the first day, the school bully Christy and her minions cornered me in the locker room. "You're the new girl, huh? Well, if you want to be at this school, you have to earn it." "Oh yeah? Bring it on!" To my shock, they pounced on me, but my training kicked in and I used my moves to slip out of the pile. They were left fighting each other. When they realized what was happening, they were so mad. "You're gonna pay for this, witch." "Yeah, okay. Bye now." I was suddenly popular after that. All the kids wanted to be my friend, and the coolest boy in school even came up to me at my locker. "Hey, I'm Leo. Do you want to hang out sometime?" He was so cute. Of course I did. Leo and I hung out every day, and we grew close. I wanted to tell him about my job, but Dad insisted I couldn't. "It's too dangerous, Hannah. If anyone found out what we really do, we'd have to move from here and start over." I certainly didn't want to move, so I kept my spy life a tight secret. The school dance was coming up, and I wanted Leo to ask me out so bad. But every time I thought he was about to, my cell phone would go off and I'd be pulled away for some mission. "Dad, does it really have to be me?" "The detectives on the case requested you specifically, Hannah." I had to whiz away in a private jet and fight off some bad guys. But I helped the detectives put away a big jewel thief they'd been at for years. So I guess it was worth it. When I got back to school the next week, all I wanted to do was talk to Leo, but he was talking to Christy. I knew she wasn't really interested in him. She just wanted to get back at me. "Oh, hello, Hannah Banana. Looks like I'll be going to the dance with Leo." "What? Over my dead body?" I don't know what came over me, but I attacked her. The principal had to break us up, and she called our parents. Dad was so disappointed in me. "You know you're not supposed to use your skills unless you're on a mission, or your life is in danger. You could have really hurt her." "I'm sorry, Dad, but she's trying to steal the guy I like." I knew that boy would be a distraction. Maybe I should pull you out of school and have you focus on work only. "No, I promise. I'll never fight again." Dad promised the principal I'd be good, and she didn't suspend me. But I was still fuming at Christy. She was all over Leo the next day too, but it seems like Leo wanted nothing to do with her. He even shoved her away when she tried to kiss him in the cafeteria. I couldn't help laughing as Christy ran out of there crying loudly. Later that day, Leo came up to me in the hallway and I felt butterflies in my stomach. "Hey, Hannah, I wanted to ask you to the dance, but I just didn't think you were into me." "Well, till you fought Christy." That was not my best moment. But why didn't you think I was into you? Well, every time we hang out, you always get a call and run away. I thought you might have a boyfriend or something. I don't. I swear, I only have eyes for you. Leo blushed and shyly kissed my cheek. Hannah, will you go to the dance with me? Yes! The school dance was being held in a grand hotel. When I walked into the hall on Leo's arm, Christy was shooting daggers at me. I just smiled and waved as Leo led me onto the dance floor. We danced all night. Then Leo took me up to the rooftop and we watched the stars. Just then, my phone started buzzing. I shoved it away, but it wouldn't stop ringing. Do you need to get that? No, it can wait. I'm here with you tonight. I turned off my phone, and Leo pulled me in closer and kissed me. I'd forgotten everything else by the time we pulled away. Hey look, a shooting star. Make a wish. You know, for the wish to come true, we have to find where the star fell. No way, that's not a real thing. It sure is. Come on, let's go look for it. It'll be an adventure. I knew Dad would be mad at me about not taking the job, but I really wanted to go with Leo. So we drove off to the woods and started hiking around. We were joking about what the shooting star would look like, when suddenly a bear ran out from the trees. I stood frozen in my spot. I didn't know how to fight a frickin' bear. Just then, Leo jumped in front of me, crouched on all fours, and then he howled like a hyena. I thought we'd get eaten alive the next second, but the bear ran away instead. What was that? To scare a bear, I had to act like a creature he'd be afraid of. Basic bear psychology. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but also pretty amazing, Leo. The way you jumped in to protect me? Thank you. We walked around for a while, talking and laughing, and I'd never felt closer to him. But I was starting to feel guilty about leaving the dance without telling Dad. I turned my phone on to call him, but I didn't have any service. Let's go back home. It's getting late. What about the shooting star? Come on, we can't really find out where a shooting star landed. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Leo's face, and then he threw his car keys somewhere into the woods. Hey, what'd you do that for? We can't leave now. We have to stay in the woods. I was so confused and a little scared. Look, you're being really weird. I'm leaving with or without you. Just as I turned around, a rope net fell on me, and I was trapped, and Leo started laughing like a maniac. You're not going anywhere. My dad is in jail because of you and your dad. It's time you pay. Who's your dad? What are you talking about? Stop playing innocent, Hannah. My dad's the jewel thief you sent to prison for 20 years. I couldn't believe it. And how stupid was I for walking straight into a trap? But I wasn't giving up so easily. I slid out the pocket knife I always had under my shoe, and while Leo was talking to someone on the phone, I quickly cut my way through the net. When he saw I'd broken free, he dashed off into the woods, and I was right behind him. He led me to a clearing with an abandoned bunker, but I pinned him to the ground before he could get in. We fought each other like crazy, and I finally seemed to have knocked him out. Just as I was about to tie him, he suddenly grabbed my ankle, but then someone kicked him away like a ninja. Mom? What are you doing here? Keeping you safe, just like I promised. She tied up Leo and we left him in the bunker. Mom sent the police to his location to collect him. You have a lot of explaining to do, Mom. When did you come back? How did you know where I was? And since when do you kick like that? I landed yesterday and was coming to get you. And I knew your location because those earrings you've always worn have trackers in them. Also, I'm a trained spy. Well, I used to be. What the? You're a spy? You mean like Dad? Like me? Mom told me the craziest story. She said it was love at first sight with my dad, but she knew him as a wealthy businessman when she married him, and she never told him she was a spy. And when I got pregnant with you, I decided to give it all up. But then I discovered that your dad was a spy too. It was a huge shock, and it wasn't something I wanted my child to be around. I left him a letter saying I knew his real identity, and I didn't want to live with a dangerous man. I didn't even tell him I was pregnant. And well, I was good at hiding. All I really wanted was to keep you away from all this risky spy business. But it's literally in my blood. Wait a minute, Mom, where are you going? You just took an exit out of the city. We're leaving this place. I have to keep you safe. God knows what would have happened if I hadn't found you tonight. Mom, stop. Stop right now or I'll jump out of the car. I'm trained to do that. I swear I will. Mom had no choice and she parked to one side.
I'm a spy now, whether you like it or not. You'll just have to accept that. And how could I not be safe? I've been trained by the best, and I have you and Dad as my parents. Please, I want you both in my life, and Dad doesn't deserve to be abandoned again.
I liked it better when you were a kid and just wanted to spend time with me, but you're right.
Mom turned around and drove me to Dad's place, and when he saw me, he hugged me tight.
Oh, thank God you're okay. I've been worried sick. The police told me they got Leo, but I had no idea where you'd gone.
He stopped short when he spotted Mom.
Eleanor, it's been so long since I last saw you. Yeah,
Ace led me to the living room, and I decided to open up to him. Okay, I really don't know what to do anymore. I found out recently that we are neck-deep in debt. The shady people that my mom owes money to are threatening to take our house, as well as mess with my mom's immigration status because they helped her with those papers. Ace was quiet and looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
If your mom's immigration papers are processed legally, then there's nothing to worry about. I know a few people in the immigration office, and I'll ask them to do it.
You would? Why?
Sadie, I've known you just as long as Dom has. We're neighbors. We aren't close, but I consider you a friend. Trust me, this isn't a big deal.
Ace, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events. But I was gonna take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm gonna use it to bring you down very soon.
The first time I saved a life, I was 6 years old. I was having dinner with my parents when I saw my neighbor through my window, suddenly fainting on her couch. I suddenly felt a pain in my chest, and I knew that she was feeling it too. That lady was in danger. I made my parents follow me to her house and call 911. She'd been having a heart attack, and the doctors saved her life thanks to our help. That was the day my powers were recognized. You see, I've always been a bit different from others around me. My parents didn't realize it for the longest time. They thought it was just funny that I burped every time they did. They loved me for how I always seemed to know how they were feeling. I was the dream daughter, but they never thought that I was some kind of medical marvel. After many years of testing, we discovered that I had a rare condition called mirror touch synesthesia. I could physically feel what other people feel, so long as I was looking at them. I became an instant hit among the doctors in town. Synesthesia this strong was rare to find, and they were all clawing at the chance to study me. I wanted to help people with what my dad called my superpower. So I answered doctors' questions day after day and let them run countless tests on me. And the day they published their findings, everything changed. I went to school like it was any ordinary day, and noticed that the vibe was totally different. People were saying hello to me. They wanted to talk to me and sit with me at lunch. Wait, what? I'd always been the weird, emotional loner. Why was I suddenly Miss Popular? Everyone was curious about me and wanted my attention. Even Selena, the most popular girl in school. When I was heading to class, she pulled me aside. You're the girl who can feel people's emotions, right? Yes? Great. I need you to do something for me. Apparently, Selena was in a crisis. She was sure her boyfriend was cheating on her, and she wanted me to watch him while she asked him the truth. He's too good a liar. The only person he can't lie to is you, Lucia. I don't know. I'll give you $100. Sold. She took me to the football field where her boyfriend was hanging out with the other players. Tell me the truth, Sam. Are you cheating on me? The entire team fell silent as everyone stared at the two. No way, babe. You're the only one for me. Selena turned to me. Sorry, he's lying. I can feel his guilt. Sam, you total jerk. Babe, don't tell me you believe this loony over me. You bet I do. We're over, jerkface. Come on, Lucia, let's go. Selena stormed away, pulling me along. She took me to her cheerleading gang and told them what I did for her. Before I knew it, I had become a celebrity among the girls in my school. I could tell girls who had a crush on them and who hated them. I even knew if their boyfriends had a secret crush on their sisters. The assignments got crazier by the day, and the payments got bigger. Once my list of clients began to grow, I decided to take my business a step further. I built a simple app that the girls could use to reach me with their problems. I could tell a lot just looking at a photo. The app spread through my school like wildfire. I had a new energy when I went to school now. I was the most popular girl in school, and I loved it. I now had a huge, strong troop of loyal girlfriends. I was invited to every party and sleepover, and my social schedule was always packed. And best of all, the money I made really helped my parents out. I paid off our mortgage and bought them a car. And I had money left over to buy myself an awesome gaming setup and a whole new wardrobe. Life was going great, till the day I decided to ask Nate, the new boy, out. Nate was such a total babe that I knew I had to ask him out. So I made my move at lunch. He noticed me as I came near him, and his boredom changed to fear? Before I could even process his emotions, he picked up his tray and ran away. What was happening? I tried to talk to Nate once more when we were leaving school that day, but one look at me and he ran away again. I looked around me in shock, and that's when I suddenly noticed it. I gasped. There were no boys near me. They'd all formed small groups that hovered at the edges of the parking lot, and they were always looking at me. Even at this distance, I could feel it. I walked towards them, and they literally ran away from me like scared little rabbits. What's up with the boys, Selena? They're scared of you, Luce. They know that if you see them up close, you'll know all their little secrets. So it turned out that my powers were scaring all the boys away from me. I tried to ignore it at first, but it started to get under my skin. First, they stopped partnering with me in class. Then they started wearing hoodies and sunglasses to school to hide their faces from me. Till one day, they even started disappearing from the hallways when they saw me. This was getting beyond ridiculous. As if this wasn't bad enough, this Lucy phobia meant my job was getting harder too. Now that the boys were avoiding me, I was always hiding and wearing disguises to spy on people's dates. Thankfully, the money was still rolling in. But when I didn't get asked out for the spring dance, I was devastated. I turned off my app for a day. I didn't want to hear anyone's problems today. I had enough of my own. Selena called me 5 minutes later. Hey, why is your app not working? Because I don't want to work. Why not? Luce, I want you. It's like life and death. It's Alex. Ugh. Alex was some boy from another high school that Selena had been crushing on forever. He's coming to my party tonight, and I'm gonna finally ask him out. You have to come too because I obviously, totally need you. When I tried to refuse, she offered to triple my rate. I gave in. Fine. Just this last time. I promise I won't need your help once I have Alex. I sure hoped so. Her party was a wild, crowded scene. But even here, the boys took one terrified look at me and moved away. That's it. I'm out, I thought as I stormed off away from them and crashed right into someone, spilling water all over them. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's okay, beautiful. I looked up in surprise to see the most gorgeous boy I had ever laid eyes on. But I ruined your shirt. I don't mind you ruining anything I own. I could feel that he meant it. I blushed. Now, show me where I can clean up. I led him to the bathroom. We talked while we ran through Selena's giant mansion, and it felt amazing. Finally, a boy who didn't look at me like I was a ghost. Then as we spoke, he suddenly took off his shirt to dry it over a heating vent. He looked so hot, I literally wanted to melt. Are you checking me out? No. Liar. He grinned at me. My face was pretty much entirely red now as I turned to leave. Perhaps you could continue checking me out over dinner sometime. I was too shocked to hide my surprise. You're asking me out on a date? I know, it's a bit fast. I mean, I don't even know your name. I gasped. That's why he was so chill. He didn't know who I was. But sometimes you just have a feeling, you know?
I knew exactly how he felt. Just as I was about to say yes, Selena showed up behind us. Lucia, Alex, you already met. I nearly passed out. He was Alex? The Alex? Why is he shirtless? Alex answered her while I mentally kicked myself repeatedly, hard. I wanted the one guy I couldn't have tonight, and he wanted me. But that didn't matter. Selena quickly texted me to go away and watch them from a distance because she was gonna ask him out. I made a lame excuse and started walking away when I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Alex. Hey, before you go, were you gonna say yes? I panicked and blurted out, yes to what? Going out with me? Sorry, no. I walked away hurriedly and sat with them in my vision. I watched Selena ask him out. I felt Alex's disappointment as he said yes. I was disappointed too. Selena begged me to shadow them for 2 dates, just till he asked her to be his girlfriend. With the crazy money she was offering, I just had to do it. I could retire. On their first date, I was very careful and wore my best disguise. I was watching Alex's face over the top of my book when suddenly he looked at me, like right at me. He recognized me. I could feel his confusion and amusement. He was about to come over. I panicked and slid under the table. Nice outfit, Lucia. He walked away without waiting for a reply. I had no answers to give when Selena grilled me. I can't believe he spotted you. Ugh, look, I need you there when I ask him to be my boyfriend. So I'll just do it in a public event, like a party. Unstoppable Selena put together an event faster than I could blink. I went for my last assignment, sulking the whole way there. But then I saw Alex at the party, and he made my heart hurt. Where on earth would I find a boy like him again? Are you ready? I nodded grumpily. She took Alex aside and told him how she felt. The first thing I felt was Alex's polite but firm no. I could sense Selena's anger and disappointment as she turned around and ran away. Just then, Alex turned and walked right up to me. You're not a very good spy, but you're a very good friend. Helping Selena out like this with your powers when you clearly have a crush on me. My face was red again. So what? You have a crush on me? Yeah? But you know what I do. Why aren't you running like the other boys? Because I have nothing to hide. Plus, you're just too gorgeous to ignore. Will you go out with me? Just don't ruin my shirt. I finally said yes. It was so exciting to finally go out on dates with an amazing person. I was blissfully happy till the day I walked into Alex's prom, totally unaware of what was waiting for me inside. All the girls from my school were here. Selena was here too, and she walked up to the stage, pointing at me. There she is, girls. There's the awful girl who promised to help me and then stole my boyfriend. The girls began to boo me loudly. Let this be a warning to all of you. Never, ever hire Lucia ever again. The girls began to boo even louder. I wasn't even dating Selena. She's nuts. It's okay, Alex. I could feel the hatred of literally 100 girls right now, but I really meant that. I was done helping them. My life at school went back to usual and people quickly forgot I even existed. They left me alone, but this time I wasn't lonely. I had a lot more confidence and an amazing boyfriend by my side who loved me. With Alex and my parents' support, I finished my education in psychology and began to help people as a licensed therapist. I finally started using my powers the way they were meant to be used, to save lives.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to this story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow, she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see— Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us. Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I live in a hidden village high up in the mountains. My father was from a long line of wealthy traders who built these castles themselves. They built a huge wall around the town to keep us safe, and the kids were forbidden from going outside. Obviously, that meant we tried to leave all the time. We would dare each other to get past the gates, but there were 100 guards ready to stop us. The others laughed it off, but I was mad. My father went out for trades all the time. Why couldn't I? When I was 10, I sneaked into his bags before a trip, and I jumped out once the carriage left town. Woohoo! I'm outside with you, Papa! He screamed and his guards almost jumped on me. Father made the carriage turn back, but he made a stop on the way and showed me a dark, chilly forest.
This is the outside world, Lily. It's full of horrible monsters and bad people. As the future chiefess of our town, you have to be inside to be safe.
I believed my father completely and I raced back into the carriage. When I reached home, I told everyone who would listen all about it. Father said there are monsters with giant teeth who chase you, and it's always dark and cold. I'm never going outside again. Suddenly, I heard someone laughing at me. It was Arthur, the boy who delivered milk to the town every day.
There are no such things as monsters. The chief is a liar.
How dare you? Take that back.
Nuh-uh. I live outside and I have never seen any monsters. And it's sunny all the time. You're a fool.
Everyone laughed at me and I turned red with embarrassment. People started asking Arthur what he had seen, and he said there were towns way bigger than ours. There was even something called a school where hundreds of children got together to play games and learn skills. Hundreds of children? Our entire village had 30 kids. I couldn't believe Father lied to me. I demanded that he tell me the truth and let me out, but he refused.
You are my princess. This is the only place I can keep you safe.
His control over me changed everything. Over the next few years, I stopped being the sweet Lily he used to know. I turned into a total troublemaker. I broke expensive vases he got from his travels and tore up tapestries he dearly loved. One time he had an important meeting with big traders, and I let all of our goats run free into the room. It was so funny to watch all the men screaming. Father was furious at my antics, and one night I overheard him talking to my mom about setting my engagement.
If we get her married, I can officially make her the chiefess. Then she can stay here forever.
Be here? Forever? This was my nightmare. I knew that if I wanted to see the world outside these walls, I had to do something drastic. The only person I could think of was Arthur, the milk boy. He rode into our town in a carriage every day, so I packed up some gold and clothes and sneaked inside. I held my breath as Arthur rode out of town, but when we were away from the walls, I couldn't help but scream. Yes, I made it out!
Ah! What are you doing here?
I needed to get out of there. You can take me to a new town, right?
Are you joking? Your father will end me.
Just then, loud bells started ringing through the village. Alarms.
They must know you're missing. I'm taking you back.
No, please, I'm begging you. If I go back, my father will get me married to some stranger, and I'll be locked in there forever.
Not my problem.
I'll give you all the gold I have on me. I showed him the contents of my purse, and he agreed to help me right away. Yes! Arthur's carriage raced away from my village, and I finally got to see the outside world for real. Yes, there were dark, scary forests, but they ended soon, and we reached a bright town that was bursting with people. Arthur tried to leave me in the middle of the crowded square, but I held on to him. No, you have to keep me with you.
Not a chance. There's going to be guards looking for you all over.
I gave you all the gold I had. The least you can do is give me a place to sleep one night, please? He groaned and took me to his house, complaining the whole way there. I got to meet Arthur's family, his mother and his little sister Gwen. When I told them the story of my escape, Gwen and his mother accepted me with open arms. I can't believe you've never been to school.
You're much too young to be engaged. You can stay here until your father sees sense.
Arthur protested, but the ladies shouted him down. They even had a secret basement to hide me in when the guards came to search everyone's houses. Even though they wanted to help me, living here was not easy. Even though I wore an elaborate disguise, Arthur's neighbors noticed I was new, and they were so nosy. One evening, all of them streamed into the house to ask who I was. Is she the lost girl? The one all the soldiers are searching for? No, I'm Arthur's cousin. Arthur doesn't have any cousins. We've known him our whole life. Who are you really? I thought I was done for, but Arthur stepped in and said,
"She's my fiancée."
Everyone gasped, and my jaw was on the floor.
She's from another village. She's visiting to see her future home. She's really shy, so please stop staring at her.
People walked away, whispering to each other, and I threw my arms around Arthur. Thank you. Now that everyone thought I was his fiancé, I was free to roam around town, and Gwen even took me to school. I got to play games I'd never even heard of, with more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was just getting used to being here, when one day, horses charged into town with my father's crest. I ran home and tried to get into the basement, but Arthur blocked the door.
I'm so sorry, Lily.
Sorry for what? Open the door. That was when my father marched right into the house and caught me. His men put me into his carriage and he thanked Arthur publicly.
You must be rewarded for helping me find my daughter. From now on, you work for me, son. I will take care of your education and your family. Pack up your things and follow us. Thank you, Chief.
I was in shock. Arthur had betrayed me. My father yelled at me the whole way home, but I couldn't hear a word he said. I was too busy punching Arthur in my head. Father locked me in my room and put guards to watch me. And the most annoying part? He asked Arthur to be my servant. I was so furious with him that I wasn't going to touch anything he brought me. I sat in my room hungry and thirsty for hours.
You're being childish. You have to eat.
No!
I'm sorry I betrayed you, but my family was struggling every day outside. Your father offered a huge reward. I couldn't turn it down.
The gold you took wasn't enough? Just go away. Because of him, my father was about to marry me off to some weirdo, like the richest boy in my town, who showed up with his creepy smiles.
You're the future chiefess, right? You're even more beautiful than they said. I can't wait to win your hand.
He gave me a flower and he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. Arthur pushed him away.
Who kisses a lady like that? The guy who's going to marry her.
No way was I going to marry this idiot. But my father actually agreed to his offer. He didn't even care when I said no.
He has enough castles to amuse you your whole life, Lily. You'll love it.
The day of my wedding was fixed, and I knew I had to run away somehow, but the days kept passing and I could never get around the guards. There was no way out, and suddenly my wedding day was here. An hour before the ceremony, Arthur ran into my chambers.
You look incredible.
What do you want? I'm freaking out.
You want to run away, right? I can help you.
I will never trust you.
I have a plan. No one will see us. Come on.
I had no other option. Arthur pulled a rope and we used it to climb down the walls. The town was empty. Everyone was in church for my wedding. We ran out of there at full speed. Arthur's family was waiting in his carriage too, and they hugged me tight as we rode off into the sunset. Why did you do this, Arthur? You just lost everything you got from my father.
I felt too guilty for ruining your life. I can't live with that. I'd rather go back to selling milk.
He likes you.
Shut up.
Arthur rode to a friend's place 2 towns over. I'd hidden there for just 2 days when I started hearing the weirdest news about home. People were saying that a sickness was spreading through my town. Many were ill and some were even dying. Arthur thought this was my father's trick to get me to come back, but I couldn't just ignore this. We found some horses and raced back to my town. My worst fears came true when I got there. Our only lake was covered in algae. The water was toxic, all the fish were dead, and anyone who drank the water became severely ill. Father, I'm here.
Lily, you're all right. I thought I'd never see you again.
I saw the lake. We have to leave this town. It's not safe here anymore.
No, we built this place with our own 2 hands. We can't just leave. We have to fix this.
There was no way to fix this. I had to do something. I ran out of the castle and began to rouse the whole town to get out of their houses. All the guards were sick, and there was no one to stop me. We have to leave. You all know it. This place has kept us safe for generations, but we won't last 3 days without water. I'm going to a nearby town, and anyone who wants to live can come with me.
Lily, we can't do this.
Yes, we can. You wanted me to be the chiefess, right? Don't stop me from doing my duty. One by one, the villagers packed up their things and followed me. We all marched to Arthur's old town, and the people there were ready to help our weary and sick. Even though my father resisted, seeing his villagers healing melted his heart. He agreed to merge with this town, and we shifted our gold and our possessions over the next few months. It was the start of a new beginning for our people. Everyone was happier to be out of the walls, especially me. A few months after our town shifted, my father knelt before me with apologies.
If not for you, I would have doomed all of our people.
Yes, you would have.
I was a complete fool. We are all lucky that you came for us, Lily. Can you ever forgive me?
Only if you promise to trust me. Let me make my own decisions and my own mistakes, Father. Can you do that?
I promise. I will.
It wasn't an easy promise to keep, but he tried his best. A few years after that move, Arthur and I fell madly in love with each other. I couldn't wait to be with him and his family. But when I broke the news to my father, he reacted poorly.
I can't let you marry a milkman. You're a princess.
Father, remember your promise? You have to trust me. He grumbled and gave Arthur an angry hug.
Hurt my princess and I will end you.
Yes, sir. Aw, you guys are adorable. Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited! I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day,
a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot, so I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row, the influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Skies' massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how?
I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood. Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Ugh, start it again. Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes. Fine. Everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby.
Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life.
A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun.
That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out. Hey, who did this? Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What? You thought I wouldn't get back at you? I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice. I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more. As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live. It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison? Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all. Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band. Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea. Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't gonna end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot.
But we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow, chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction. I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away.
Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry. I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you, shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go.
How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry?
I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough?
Wow, fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences, remember, I love you, son.
I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider
going out with you? I thought you'd never ask.
Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello?
Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us?
I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me. I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God!
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time, he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间.
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera, and these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Haytham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electro-element to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electro-element. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Haytham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Haytham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Zinchao Tentoila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Zinloi Bang Kote Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Kote.
Xin lỗi, nô ngàn cùng đích chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lồng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia. Sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Haytham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, Why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated.
You deserve to know the truth. My friend Kavi and I were trying to open a domain, but something went with the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense. And no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Elira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm
gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Boy, bam, bam, eat that monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, for a minute, he was completely silent. But suddenly, he burst into tears and kissed my hands. This is food from the heavens, fit for kings. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life. I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft. It wasn't just any ordinary morning. The birds were chirping, the sun was shining. I had turned 16 yesterday, and last night, my first love, Ryan, had finally kissed me. Life was perfect. Well, at least for 5 minutes. Because as soon as I stepped out of my room, Mom rushed to me, crying like a baby. What's wrong, Mom? She told me that Aunt Melissa, her best friend, was moving away because her husband got a job transfer. What? Just when we had saved up enough to start our own cafe. As sorry as I was for Mom, I had bigger problems. You see, Aunt Mel was Ryan's mom. I rushed out of the house. I had to see Ryan. He was playing video games when I entered his room, looking completely unbothered. What's wrong, babe? Why are you crying? Because you're going. Please don't. Ryan put down the game and took my hands in his. I don't really have a choice, babe. But you and I are soulmates. We'll make long distance work. After a few days, Ryan stopped calling or replying to my messages. He said too much screen time wasn't good for either of us. But there he was, uploading pictures on Facebook with a new girl every day. And that's how I had my first heartbreak. Hi, I'm Carrie, and this is the story of how I transformed my life and had boys drooling over me at the same time after my childhood crush left me high and dry. Please click on subscribe and I'll continue my story. Thanks. I'd been moping around long enough over Ryan. I decided I needed a change, and Mom agreed to send me to visit my grandmother in Provence, France. I was glad I was going there. Maybe I'd meet some nice guy. I deserved to meet someone great and move on from that jerk Ryan. Wow, Ryan had nothing on the cute French boys here. My heart was about to be healed very soon. The moment I arrived, I could see this group of boys looking at me. One of them walked up to me and said, "Hey, gorgeous, what's it like looking at the man of your dreams?" Okay, this is going to be easier than I thought. It was Grandma's 60th birthday, and I decided to bake her a cake. How hard could it be? I'd seen Mom do it a million times. The whole neighborhood had gathered on her birthday. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. Was it that bad? Finally, she managed to say, "What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life." She hugged me so hard I could hardly breathe, and the whole neighborhood went gaga over the cake. A fight nearly broke out with people trying to get another piece. I spent the rest of the summer baking like my life depended on it, because there was always a crowd of people outside Grandma's house waiting to try my stuff. Grandma's crazy old neighbor would come over every day to have my desserts, while she'd glare at me and grumble, "I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft." The minute I landed back home, I knew what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I convinced Mom to take a loan to make up for Aunt Mel's share and start her dream cafe with me. When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, both of us held our breath as our very first customer took a bite of the chocolate eclair. For a minute, he was completely silent. Oh no. He hated it, but suddenly he burst into tears and kissed my hands. This is food from the heavens, fit for kings. Turns out he was a famous food critic. After his review, word of our quaint French cafe spread like wildfire. People were lining up to the end of the street to try my desserts. But soon enough, I realized they kept coming back for me, too. Boys would hang out around the cafe for hours just to catch a glimpse of me. How are you so perfect? You've got the face of an angel and the hands of one, too. By the end of the month, Time magazine had me and my creations on the front cover with the title Beauty and Her Feast. And Cosmopolitan said that at Sweet 16, I was all the sweetness people needed in their lives. My Instagram followers shot up, and my mailbox was getting flooded with love letters. One day, as I was unloading flour sacks out of the van, I saw a group of school kids come around the corner. Among them was the school heartthrob, Sean. As our eyes met, he smiled at me. I turned away when I saw one of the girls with him glaring at me with crazy jealous eyes. I knew she was his ex. Didn't need any of that drama. 5 seconds later, as they came closer, she accidentally pushed me. Watch out! Sean jumped forward to catch the sack, and before we knew it, we were both on the ground, covered in flour from head to toe and looking like ghosts. We glanced at each other and burst out laughing. I told him he could come inside to clean up, and he asked his friends to go on without him. His ex looked like her head was gonna explode. Once he'd cleaned up, I made him some creme brulee. He nearly fell off the chair after the first mouthful. Wow, I could eat this every day for the rest of my life. This is even better than I thought it would be. You're thinking about my food? Well, not just about the food. Suddenly he leaned forward, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but he said I'd missed a spot and brushed some flour off my nose. My heartbeat went wild. Just then, Mom came into the kitchen and glared at us as I introduced Sean. Of course she wasn't happy. She'd always wanted me to be with Ryan. By the end of the month, Sean and I started dating, after he showed up at the cafe to serenade me. Ryan was just an old heartbreak now, and so yesterday. Meanwhile, Sean was fun and caring and very much in love with me. Life was pretty much perfect. Little did I know, I had spoken too soon. As soon as I entered school the next day, there was quite a commotion. Apparently a new guy was on the basketball court giving Sean a run for his money. It really was a tough match that ended in a draw. But just then, I caught a glimpse of the new boy, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Ryan! It had been over a year since I'd last heard from him. Why had he come back? Sean saw me and came running over. He's really good, isn't he? We'll be a much stronger team with him around. Before I could say anything, Ryan jumped to hug me. Carrie, I missed you! And instantly, I pulled away from him. I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person. I walked away as fast as I could. I needed time to process this. I took a sick leave and went home early. I went running to Mom's room and stopped in my tracks when I saw Aunt Mel sitting with her. She pulled me in for a hug. Did you see Ryan in school? He wanted to surprise you. Surprise me he did. I was just telling Aunt Mel how much you missed Ryan. I did not. Aunt Mel acted like she hadn't even heard me. It's a good thing we're back then. Then she said that she and Mom would finally be able to run their dream cafe together. Wait, what? Thanks for helping out when I wasn't around, kiddo. But it's my cafe. It's famous because of me. But I'm sure you have your hands full with school, sweetheart. Don't worry, Aunt Mel is here now. I was so annoyed. Later that day, Sean dropped by to see me. We were sitting on the porch when a car came into my driveway. I didn't need to look twice to see who it was. Ryan walked up to us, completely ignoring Sean. Babe, I've been looking for you everywhere. I felt Sean get tense as he put his arm around me. How do you know each other again? Oh, we go way back. We have a shared past. Yeah, and that's where I'd like to leave you too, in the past. I told Sean I'd call him later and went inside. Ryan immediately followed, the little leech. The minute he saw Mom, though, he practically pushed me aside and went screaming to hug her tight. Oh, you're even handsomer than before, and have you grown taller? Stupid vain boy. He started making crepes along with Mom, and watching him in our kitchen just made me feel angrier. Thinking about me? You wish. I'm not going to forgive you just because you're making me crepes once. Then I'll keep making them till you do. But don't eat too many. We don't want you getting fat. And he finally left. My mom couldn't stop talking about how wonderful it would be if the two of us got together. Mom, I'm with Sean now. Well, yes, but you can break up with him. Both Mel and I would be thrilled. I stormed off to my room. Why did Mom keep forgetting Ryan was a jerk who broke my heart? Come to think of it, Aunt Mel was a bit of a jerk too. And a bossy one at that. She wanted to change everything about the cafe. One day I came home from school to find her painting the beautiful lavender walls an ugly shade of pink. She kept picking faults with the menu, but she still always wanted to know more about my recipes. One afternoon, I came to the cafe and was horrified to see that she had changed the signboard outside. Now her name was on it too. She had even managed to convince Mom to open another bank account. without me. Another day, I walked into the kitchen to hear her saying to Mom, I saw that you recently had a couple of bad reviews online. That's what happens when you let a child do everything. I hated her poking her nose in my business, but that's not all I had to worry about. One Saturday, when I went to open up the cafe with Mom, we stopped short in horror. All across the window, someone had painted, "Take your stupid desserts and leave our town." Just then, Aunt Mel turned up behind us, staring at the view in shock, and then she burst into tears. Who would do such a horrible thing to me? I bet it's that old witch down the street who keeps complaining our customers are too noisy. While Mom consoled her, I tried not to imagine what it would be like to punch her, and I couldn't help wondering who would do such a thing to my cafe. As if all this wasn't annoying enough, Ryan had begun to constantly hover around me. He started following me around in school, not leaving me alone with Sean for a second. I was sitting with Sean one day and having French fries when he popped up out of nowhere and took away my plate. You shouldn't be eating fried food. Sean, how could you let her? I'm not her dad, and neither are you. Before I could even say anything, he threw the fries in the garbage and put a salad in front of me. And why aren't you wearing sunscreen? Your skin looks spotty. After school, he was always over at the cafe, telling everyone he worked there as a waiter. And later, he'd turn up at my place in the evening, sticking to me like glue while Mom and I were watching TV. One evening when Mom was out, I called Sean over to a romantic dinner for two. Just as he was leaning over the table to kiss me, and I closed my eyes, I felt a hand pushing my face away. My eyes flew open, and I nearly fell back to see it was Ryan. Isn't it kind of gross to kiss without having some breath mints first? Man, are you crazy? Yes, crazy in love. Ryan, I've just had it. Get out. Okay, just let me take my phone from under the table. Sean literally had to stop me from throwing a plate at Ryan as he ran out. I was trying to keep my cool, but he was really crossing a line and then some. One night, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the room. I sat up in bed and let out a loud scream. Who's there? And then I saw a shadow move and a voice called in the darkness. Hello, Carrie. I nearly had a heart attack. Ryan! He was sitting in a chair staring at me like a creep. He had a box in his hands. What are you doing in my room? I came to give you this. I know it's that time of the month for you and you need some extra love. What the? How do you know? Oh, I just installed the same period app that you use and asked your mom about your last date. Now, use the heating pad and herbal tea and don't eat all the chocolates. Mom! She came rushing in and I told her what Ryan was doing, but she didn't see any problem with it. He just really cares about you, honey. A few days later, Ryan was being his nosy self and helping me serve at the cafe. This old woman smiled and turned to me. He will make an excellent husband. Oh, no. We aren't together. Of course we are. She's just shy and slightly angry with me at the moment. To be young and in love. Seems like it was all the encouragement Ryan needed. He put his arm around my shoulder, and before I knew it, he pulled me in for a kiss. Get your paws off me! Sean came in just then, looking furious. He punched Ryan and knocked him to the floor. Everyone stared in shocked silence. Ryan glared at us, brushed himself off, and walked out of the cafe without a word. Ryan wasn't talking to me anymore, and I wasn't complaining. Mom and Aunt Mel were both really cold to me, though, but we all had more troubling stuff to deal with right now. Someone had complained that our kitchens were filthy and had rats running around. The Food Inspection Authority came to check, to find our kitchens spotless, of course. I was furious. Even though these rumors were false, they weren't good for business. A few days later, Sean came to me, literally jumping with excitement. Babe, I've got brilliant news for you. My dad's cousin is a huge rock singer and he's getting married and he wants you to cater. There will be so many famous people there. I was thrilled. This was the biggest order I'd ever gotten and it could really make or break me. The three of us spent weeks preparing everything. I was almost glad for Aunt Mel right now. We needed all the help we could get. The entire neighborhood was excited about their local bakery catering for a celebrity wedding. On the day of the wedding, we got to the venue and unloaded the tiered cake onto the trolley. Suddenly, a wheel slipped out, the trolley tilted, and the cake went sliding away. Sean flew towards it and somehow managed to save it just before it hit the ground. Aunt Mel shrieked, "Oh dear God, I feel faint. Someone give me my smelling salts." It's okay, we're okay. I have extra frosting, we can fix it. We carried off the cake to the kitchen and I fixed up the smudged parts in no time. I let out a sigh of relief as Sean and Ryan carried out the cake to the garden. Just then, I noticed some frosting on my hand and I licked it. What? Why did it taste so disgusting and salty? I stared at the scene in front of me in horror. The bride and groom were cutting the cake. OMG, I couldn't let anyone eat this. No! I ran towards the table like a maniac, and just when I was close, I tripped over my own shoelaces. I practically flew and landed straight into the cake, and half of it went flying onto the bride's dress. She screamed in fury while the groom hopped around because some had landed in his eye. He stepped over the bride's dress, and we all heard a loud rip. I looked up from the cake, wishing I could just disappear magically. The bride was wailing loudly while everyone stared at me in horror. I don't remember how we made it back to the cafe. We all sat around in stunned silence. I finally spoke up. Only one way to find out who tampered with the cake. I had a secret camera installed here last month, just to keep a check on things. We waited breathlessly around the TV, looking at the footage, and sure enough, we saw 2 people sneak into the kitchen 2 nights ago with a bag of salt. And those 2 people were Ryan and Mel. We looked around to see the 2 sprinting away, but the 3 of us were right behind them and tackled them to the ground. Mom stared at Mel in shock. I can't believe you would do something like this to your own friend. Were you behind everything else that's been happening too? Aunt Mel looked like a crazy person. The cafe was my idea. All this praise and money should be mine, and this idiot child took away everything. Now that your reputation is down the gutter, you'll both get what you deserve. I looked at Ryan, and he just shrugged. If you'd shown me the appreciation I deserved, I might have stopped her. I was absolutely furious now. You! But before I could continue, Sean was already holding him by the collar of his shirt. If you love your face, leave and don't come back. As the 2 scurried away, we just stood there silently for a moment. Then Mom pulled me in and hugged me tight. I'm so sorry for trusting her blindly. We will fix this, just you and me. Suddenly, she pulled in Sean as well. And you too. Turns out the crazy wedding video went viral. And while I thought that would be a really bad thing, it just ended up making our cafe more popular. We had more people coming around than ever. Last I heard of Mel and Ryan, they left town before word of what they'd done spread around. I still always check
mall when suddenly, someone in a black mask came up behind Mom and snatched her purse. I ran after the thief, catching and tackling him to the floor. I ripped off his mask, but to my shock, the thief was Muna. Sarah, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your mom from behind. Please, don't call the cops. I don't want my mom finding out. What is your deal? Why are you going around robbing people? You don't understand. I have no choice, so don't judge me, okay? I have every right to judge my rich cousin who is going around stealing money. Tell me what's going on, or I will tell on you. Fine. Look, I'm having a party Friday night. If you want to come, I'll explain everything to you there. Muna pulled out her phone and handed it to me. Type in your address and I'll pick you up. I was still furious at Muna for stealing my mom's purse and for how she treated me at school. But I was dying of curiosity to know why she was stealing. I left Muna with my address just as Mom walked towards me. I lied and said the cops had caught the thief, and I didn't tell Mom about Muna. I knew at that moment I'd have to go to the party in secret. So on Friday evening, I told Mom I was sick and I wanted to go to sleep early. I had to be super careful. Soon enough, I got a text from Muna. She was outside my house. I took a deep breath and went with Muna. And when we got to the party, I couldn't believe my eyes. We were inside an underground auditorium, crowded with celebrities and people wearing red carpet clothes. And in the corner was a giant marble piano. I walked over to look at it. It was beautiful. Muna, what's this piano doing here? But Muna didn't answer. Instead, I turned around to see her hugging some random guy. Babe, your concert is gonna be amazing. My boyfriend is so talented. I went up to her and pulled her aside. Wait, so this whole party is just a concert for your boyfriend? Yes, my boyfriend who my mom hates. But he is a super talented pianist and I want to support him. Muna, did you steal money for this? Not all of it. It's mostly my savings, but yeah, I ran a bit short. What kind of witch had my cousin become? I can't believe you'd do something so sick. My mom was right about you. You've become a horrible person. I stormed out of the auditorium before Muna could answer. And standing there on the sidewalk was Mom. I felt like I was going to throw up. Mom, I was just here to see a friend. It was nothing. Before I could finish my sentence, Muna came up behind me, and Mom's jaw dropped. It was you. You dragged your cousin to an underground party, even though you knew she was ill. Knowing your mother, it makes perfect sense you'd be a terrible influence. Mom went ballistic at Muna, and I was glad. She deserved it. But when Mom drove me home that night, I learned everything in my life was about to change. Sarah, I'm going to start homeschooling you for a while. You need to refocus on your future. I've scheduled tutoring sessions for college preparation and advanced classes for... Mom went on and on. She was creating a whole new schedule for my life. I was feeling tingly and fiery all over. And suddenly, I started itching like crazy. Soon enough, I had red bumps and rashes all over my body. I asked Mom to take me to the doctor. Oh, Sarah, you have hives. I think I know what's going on. You're stressed, aren't you? I guess I'm a little stressed with... Muna probably traumatized you. I'll call my grandmother and see what herb she recommends. I wanted to tell Mom that it was her who was stressing me out. The next day, I went into the front yard, and standing right there was Muna. I know you don't want to see me, but I want to talk to you. I came to apologize for everything. I don't get it. Why would you steal money just to throw a concert for your boyfriend? Sarah, you probably don't remember because we were really little, but my mom's always been controlling and telling me how to live my life. I just wanted to rebel. Was it my imagination, or did my aunt sound similar to Mom? Also, I'm sorry I was mean to you at school. I was trying to be loyal to my mom because I guess our moms don't like each other that much. But I don't want to fight with you. Why don't we just start over then? And leave our moms out of it. Muna agreed, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest. I told Mom I was going for a run and went with Muna to her house. And when I went into Muna's living room, my jaw dropped. She had the same marble piano from the concert. At that moment, I decided to tell Muna my dream to play piano. You can practice here at my house. Are you kidding me? That would be amazing! So from that day on, I went to Muna's house secretly to teach myself piano, only when my aunt wasn't home. Soon enough, I was good enough to perform a recital. Muna and I combined our savings and booked it. But 2 days before the show, Mom dropped a bombshell on me. We're going to Malaysia to see your great-grandma. After I told her about your hives, we got to talking and she wants to see us. I was gonna miss my recital for a stupid family trip that Mom had planned without even asking me? I felt my blood boiling, but I couldn't make myself speak. I went to Muna's house in a panic and told her what happened. I don't get it. Just tell your mom the truth and don't go to Malaysia. It's that simple. But this is a family trip and it's important to her that I go. Can't you understand that? What I do understand is that your mom is just like my mom. She's a control freak who doesn't care about anyone but herself. My mom's given up her whole life for me. Her needs mean more to me than anything. I left before Muna could answer as I tried to bury my anger. And I went to the airport with Mom the night of my recital, and I didn't say a word to her. But suddenly, in the airport line, my skin started tingling again, and I started itching all over. Oh no, your hives are back. Let me get the medicine. At that moment, I knew the hive medicine wouldn't be enough. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed the medicine from Mom's hand and dashed towards the parking lot. Mom yelled and ran after me, but I got into a taxi before she could catch me. I was heading to my recital, and I wasn't letting her stop me. I arrived just in time for my performance, and when I played my piece, the audience was blown away. But then in the front row, I saw Mom. She just stood there, completely silent. I went over to her after the show. I don't even know who you are anymore. You, young lady, are coming to the airport with me this instant. Mom took both my arms and tried to drag me away, but something inside me burst. I'm not going to Malaysia with you, Mom. I'm sick of you trying to control my life. I'm not a baby anymore. Sarah, you're behaving like an ungrateful brat after everything I've done for you. Mom yanked my arms harder, but I pulled back, and to my horror, we tumbled, hitting the ground. Everyone around us gasped and started gathering around Mom. I hadn't meant to push Mom, but now she was being rushed to the hospital. What had I done? At that moment, Muna came up to me. Sarah, I just saw what happened. I have to go to the hospital now to check on her. Muna, I can't believe I did that. I was just so mad, but it was an accident. I'll go with you to the hospital, but you did the right thing by standing up to your mom. Remember that, okay? When we got there, I found out Mom had broken her ankle, but it was nothing serious. As soon as Mom saw me, I ran to hug her. Mom, I'm so sorry. You know I didn't hurt you on purpose, right?
I know that, sweetheart. I know I can be overbearing at times. That's how your aunt and I were raised. It's all we've known.
But I have to make my own decisions. I love playing piano. Also, I know you and Aunt have your differences, but I like Muna, and I'm gonna keep hanging out with her.
Sweetie, I'm not going to lie and say I agree with all of your choices. But in the end, your happiness is the most important to me. Your performance was beautiful, darling. I love you, Sarah.
I love you too. Hi, I'm Kayla from Ireland. Please like and subscribe. I was born to parents with very different personalities. While Mom was a nature lover who preferred simple things in life, Dad was a successful hotel chain owner, and he loved money more than anything else. When I was 8, Dad left Mom for another woman, and Mom and I shifted to a small village in the countryside. I was so mad at Dad for abandoning us, but slowly I fell in love with village life. Mom opened a small farm and I joined the local school. On my first day, I was walking to school when I saw a skinny boy struggling with his bicycle stuck in the mud. Hey, let me help you. I pulled the bicycle with all my strength and got it out in seconds. Wow, you're so strong, like Hulk. Captain Marvel is more like it. When I reached school, I found out that boy was in my class and his name was Matthew. He was so thin that the other kids were making fun of him. Hey, be careful. If you bump into Matthew, you'll break his bones. Hold on to something, Matthew, or the wind's gonna blow you away. I felt really bad, but before I could say something, he saw me and his eyes lit up. See that girl? She pulled my bicycle stuck in the mud with just a finger. If you mess with me, she's gonna kick your butt. Right, Captain Marvel? Right! Since that day, Matthew and I started hanging out, and anyone who tried bullying him had to face me first. We became inseparable. One day in 8th grade, Mom told me she got a call from Dad, and he wanted to talk to me. He'd never visited once in all these years. All he'd done was send me some expensive present every birthday. I don't want to talk to him. His second wife left him, so he seemed upset. You should call him. I reluctantly did, and he seemed happy to hear from me.
My angel, I thought you'd forgotten your daddy.
I tried to, but Mom wouldn't let me. And then I just hung up. I did the same every time Dad called, so he stopped after a while. And I wasn't complaining. Eventually, Matthew went to the city for college while I stayed back to learn farm management, but we stayed in touch. Then one day, I got a text from Dad that left me worried. Kayla, I need you. I know I've been a terrible father, but I'm in a crisis right now and need you. Please don't abandon me. I tried calling him, but his number was switched off. When I told Mom, she insisted I leave immediately to see what was wrong. So I packed my bag and caught the first train to the city. I'd just settled into my seat when I heard some noise from behind. I turned around to see a very handsome guy who seemed to have misplaced his ticket.
Give me a new one. Here's my credit card.
Sorry, sir. We only take cash.
But
I can pay for your ticket if you don't mind.
That'd be great. Thanks. I'll pay you back.
He gave me a big dimpled smile and it made my heart flutter. When we reached the city, I found the stranger asleep, so I left quietly. I had to walk to Dad's mansion now since I didn't have enough money left to take the bus. As I was walking down the street, a fancy car pulled up beside me.
Hey, why didn't you wake me up?
I didn't want to disturb you.
Well, looking this handsome can be exhausting, so I was kind of tired. Anyway, here's the train fare, and as a thank you, I can drop you wherever you're headed to.
When I gave him Dad's address, he looked really surprised.
You were gonna walk to this place? That's like 3 miles away.
I know, but I'm sort of short on cash right now, so...
And you still bought me a ticket? You sure you're not Mother Teresa's daughter or something?
On our way to Dad's mansion, the guy introduced himself as Trevor and talked non-stop about everything under the sun. It was quite an entertaining ride. But when I reached the mansion, I was shocked to see Dad in bed, looking sick. Dad, are you okay?
Kayla, my love, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me.
Dad told me he'd had a heart attack and the doctors had advised him to rest completely. He'd called me to take care of his business until he was healthy again. But I don't know a thing about your business.
I'm here to help you, honey. It's not rocket science. And here's my credit card. You'll need some, decent clothes to attend the meetings.
I wasn't too thrilled about staying back, but Dad's poor health left me no choice. I called Matthew to tell him I was in the city and went shopping with him. When I told him about Dad, his jaw dropped.
Why didn't you tell me your dad's so rich? He's pretty famous. That makes you famous too. Wow, my friend's a celebrity.
Stop it. I'm only here until he gets better. I'd almost forgotten I had a dad.
If I had a dad like him, I'd make sure he never forgot me.
That evening, Dad told me to attend a dinner with a business associate. I reached the restaurant on time, but when no one turned up for an hour, I was about to leave when I bumped into something rock solid.
Kayla, I'm here. What are your other 2 wishes?
So Trevor was the business associate I was meeting? I want to use the restroom.
That's your second wish? Try something more creative, like, I want Trevor to pluck the stars for me, or I want Trevor to buy me a mansion on Mars.
The entire evening, Trevor kept flirting with me.
Feel my shirt. Know what it's made of? Boyfriend material. I think there's something wrong with my phone. Your number's not in it.
This is supposed to be a business meeting, not a flirtathon.
I know, but it's just so hard to concentrate when you're sitting there looking so gorgeous.
That night when I got back home, Dad called me to his room. He was excited to know how the meeting went, and I lied to him that it went fine. I had to attend business meetings with Trevor almost every other day after that, and not a word of business was discussed. Trevor bombarded me with flowers, chocolates, and gifts, and I had to accept them for Dad's sake. And then one day, Dad dropped a bomb on me.
Kayla, I want you and Trevor to get engaged. He's rich, handsome, and I've even talked to his dad.
What? Engaged? I think you're expecting too much from me now.
Honey, I'm just thinking about your future. Trevor can give you everything.
I don't care about money. Don't you know me at all?
How would I when you shut me out of your life? Kayla, I'm just an old man who wants the best for his daughter. I know I won't live long, and I want to see you well settled before I...
Dad, please. You'll be fine. Okay, I'll date Trevor, and we'll see how things go from there. Although I had agreed to date Trevor, I had no intention of getting engaged to him. In fact, I was gonna make him reject me. So the next day, when Trevor came to pick me up in a frickin' helicopter and took me to a restaurant in London, I ate like a pig and burped right in his face.
Your burp smells like sunflowers.
What the fudge? As we were walking out, I purposely stepped on his expensive white shoes.
This beautiful stain shall always remind me of you.
Then he took me shopping, and I purposely bought the most expensive clothes I could find, but he didn't even flinch.
You only spent 0.001% of my wealth. That's insulting.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see that I'm not interested in dating you?
Give me one solid reason why, and I'll back off.
I don't like you. You look like poop.
I'm used to girls falling all over me since I hit puberty, so try something else.
Okay, don't tell Dad, but I'm into girls. Suddenly, Trevor pulled me in and kissed me. When his lips touched mine, I felt my heart explode.
No, you're not.
What?
You're not gay.
Actually, the truth is, I like someone else.
Who?
And I said the first name that came to my mind. Matthew, my childhood best friend. He's studying here in the city and we meet often.
If that's the case, I'll tell your dad things didn't work out between us. But I want to meet this Matthew first.
That day I called Matthew and told him everything. He assured me he'd act so convincingly as my boyfriend that Trevor wouldn't suspect a thing. So the 3 of us decided to meet for a movie. Matthew kept holding my hand and calling me his sweet dumpling every 2 minutes.
Your ears are so perfect, my sweet dumpling. My sweet dumpling. Do you want some more popcorn?
God, he was the king of overacting. If you call me sweet dumpling one more time, I'm gonna kick your butt.
But I'm just trying to be convincing.
Just do as I say. When I nudge your arm, you lean over and kiss me on the cheek, okay? A few seconds later, I nudged Matthew's arm, but that made his popcorn bucket fall. As I bent to pick it up, Matthew ended up kissing Trevor instead of me. Ultimately, Trevor figured out Matthew wasn't my boyfriend. With no other excuses, I had to date Trevor. But it wasn't bad at all. The more time we spent together, the more I started to enjoy his company. One day, we went on a hike to a lake and swam for hours and and had a picnic, and it was kind of amazing. A few days later, I was in my car at a traffic light when I spotted Trevor, and I called him. Hey, you free to meet up for coffee?
Not right now. I'm just on my way to meet my other girlfriend.
Don't you get tired of being sleazy?
I love how jealous you sound right now.
Okay, bye.
Wait, I was kidding. But yeah, I can't meet tonight. I'm at Dad's office right now and I have lots to do.
Right. See you later. The jerk was lying. What if he actually was seeing someone else? I asked the driver to follow his car, and to my surprise, Trevor led us to an orphanage. When I crept in behind him, I saw a bunch of kids running towards him as he handed them all toys. One girl leapt into his lap, and he was so sweet to her, it melted my heart. And suddenly, he looked straight at me.
So, you caught me with my girlfriend. Meet Lizzie.
After spending some more time with the kids, we both left, and I asked him why he'd lied.
It's always been my little secret. Even Dad doesn't know. I just really like spending time with these kids. Maybe I thought you'd think I'm some sort of softie.
And why is that a bad thing? Do you really know anything about girls? Suddenly, I leaned in and kissed him. He looked surprised and then kissed me back. Things were great, but 2 days later, I got a shocking call from Matthew.
Kayla, I saw your dad at a restaurant today with someone, and he looked perfectly fine. They were laughing, smoking cigars.
What? But Dad can hardly get out of bed. But Matthew was pretty sure he'd seen Dad, so I fished out his doctor's number to ask him about his health.
Mr. Smith is great. He came in for his annual checkup last week, and he's completely fine.
Dad was lying to me all this time? When I went to confront him, I found him in his bed as usual.
Honey, can you please take me for a walk outside?
Drop the act, Dad. I know you're perfectly fine. I just had a word with your doctor.
Smart girl. You're my daughter after all.
How I wish I wasn't. I'm packing my bags and leaving right away.
Don't make that mistake, or your mom might lose her farm.
Dad then told me that Mom's farm had been running in losses for months.
Apparently, she's been giving out stuff to the poor folk for free. Your mom's an emotional fool, but I'm not. I need you to get engaged with Trevor to get his dad to invest in my business. We have a deal.
So, I'm nothing more than a business deal to you?
Don't take it personally, honey. I'm just a practical man. Now, your mom's taken some loans, and I can pay them off if you agree. Otherwise, the bank will be going after her very soon, and she'll lose everything.
That came as a punch to my gut. I stormed out of Dad's room and ran straight into Trevor. You knew about this deal my dad made with yours?
I can't lie to you, Kayla. My dad's been after me to settle down, and he threatened to cut off my inheritance if I didn't get engaged to you.
Stop. That's all I needed to hear. That day, I packed my bags and left. I knew Dad could ruin our lives, but I was too heartbroken to care. When I reached the village and asked Mom about the farm's finances, she revealed something shocking.
Our finance boy.
She didn't know what a big fat liar he was. Why are you here? What's your plan?
The plan is to make you forgive me so we can date again.
After the way you've treated me? No chance.
Listen to me, please. It's true, my dad asked me to date Mr. Smith's daughter, but I had no idea that girl would turn out to be you. I fell for you the moment you rushed into the train that day. Trust me, Kayla, you're unlike any other girl I know.
Why should I trust you, Trevor? It could still be your dad's sick plan.
I've parted ways with Dad. After you left, he wanted me to date another girl, and when I refused, he cut off my inheritance. And just so you know, your dad's gone bankrupt. He desperately needed my dad's money to revive his business, but when things didn't work out, the bank sold his hotels.
Well, my dad totally deserved it. Trevor kept working hard at our farm for weeks, but I still felt too scared to trust him again. One day, I found him sneaking out of the farm and followed him. He'd gone to the bank, and when I later inquired why he was there, I found out he was the person who deposited money in Mom's account. When I asked Trevor about it, he told me the truth.
I overheard Mr. Smith threatening you that day. I had some savings and decided to help you out, just as you did that day on the train.
I couldn't help hugging Trevor, and when he hugged me back, my life seemed perfect.
I was screaming when the enormous black dog started running after me. I should keep on running. I have to think about my mother. I opened my eyes and tried to speak, but instead of words, a bark came out of my mouth, and that's how I became the dog woman. Hi there. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment while reading this weird story from the internet. I'm Erica, a certified bookworm. I have a huge collection of books in my room, from textbooks, encyclopedias, to all kinds of fiction. There's just something addicting about learning new stuff and stories. But one day, my world crashed when my mom lost her job and she could no longer afford to buy me books. And online books hurt my eyes. I couldn't stop whining about it. My mom should find another job as soon as possible, or else I might go crazy. I have been rereading my favorite novels for the past 2 days, but I can't be satisfied. I badly need new books to read. One night, my heart broke when I saw my mom crying inside her room. The first and last time when I saw her crying was when Anna, her partner and my other mom, died 10 years ago when I was just 8. And now she's crying again. So it means that she's miserable. Mom, I called her. She turned away to wipe her tears as I entered her room. Are you crying? No, I'm not, silly girl. She chuckled a little. I just chopped some onions. In your bedroom? I sarcastically replied as I lovingly hugged her. Go get back to sleep, she said. I promise I'll find another job as soon as possible so I can buy you a new book already. I should be looking forward to what she said, but I felt terrible instead. I realized that I had been insensitive about the situation. I kept asking for the books when her savings were just enough for our food and bills. She didn't even get her last paycheck. I just realized how stressful it was on her part. I'm worried about our unpaid loans and bills. I've applied for 10 jobs and was unsuccessful, and I'm just really tired, Erica. Tired of what, Mom? I felt some warmth building up in my chest when I looked at her face. The lines and wrinkles have become more prominent, making her look older than she really is. I'm tired of being alone in this. I just wanted you to always be happy. She sighed and blinked the tears away again. Forget about the books, Mom. I can go to the library and read for free. How can I help you? I offered. I couldn't stand seeing her like this. She's the only treasure I have.
Something. I can't just sit here and watch my mom in misery. I have to help her. I have to be strong. I have to find a way to make her smile again. But first I have to read a real book again. I needed to recharge, so I went to the local library the next day. So many books, so many stories, I gasped as I looked around. My moment of wonder was broken by the noise of the people around, followed by the old librarian enforcing the rule of silence. In all the commotion, my gaze was drawn to one woman sitting among the piles of books. She was just typing on her laptop, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around her. I spent my whole day reading and marveling around the library, and I couldn't help but worry about my mom. Even the stories couldn't help me with the peace of mind. If only I could do something to help. An idea came to my mind. I wanted to ask her if there were any vacant jobs here so I could apply, but I didn't know how to approach the librarian. She looked very strict and scary, like she was always ready to hit me with a stick. She reminded me of Edna Mode from The Incredibles. What if she'll turn me down or shut me up even before I could say something? I needed more time to gather up some courage for this. I came back to the library for the next 3 days and experienced the same scenario, but with a different set of people, except for that beautiful lady who was nonstop typing on her laptop. Every time I looked at her, she was always typing with her eyes seemingly glued on her laptop screen. I was reading my 5th book of the day, which was written by Rainbow Girl, my favorite author of teen fiction. Reading 5 novels in 1 day is quite impressive. It was Mrs. Anderson, the librarian. I didn't notice her presence approaching me. How did you get such passion? I rarely meet people like you nowadays. Most people now are all over the internet and prefer ebooks. There was a smile on her face as she spoke, so I felt at ease. It was my first time seeing her smile. I immediately stood up to answer her questions. It was my chance to inquire about the job. My other mom used to collect books, and I kept on reading them. It has become an addiction ever since. A bookworm, I see. She eyed me closely. I didn't know what to say next, so I awkwardly struck her up with some random trivia about books. Did you know that the longest title of a book has 3,777 words? She dropped her jaw in astonishment. You must be joking, my dear. No, I'm not. Then what is it? I bet you can memorize it. Yes, I do, but do you really want me to recite it here? It would take us years before I finish it. I could have read about 1,000 books by that time. You can check it in the Guinness World Records by yourself. To my surprise, she started chuckling. I think I like you. Why don't you help me manage this library as a part-time job? I suddenly saw some imaginary fireworks blasting right before my eyes. I couldn't be more relieved and thankful at her offer. They say don't judge the book by its cover, and I say yes, indeed, Mrs. Anderson is one perfect example of it. She may be strict at times, but if you think about it, she was just doing her job. She actually seems nice. I think you're my fairy godmother. I was about to ask you if there was any vacancy here. My mom's lost her job and I really wanted to help her. Well, you can help her now and actually do what you like at the same time. Just help me around here. I think that's the best offer that I have ever heard in my life. I wanted to surprise my mom with my first salary at the end of the month, so I decided to keep this as a secret first. It was like heaven for me. This is actually what I wanted, to become a librarian or a book editor. Mrs. Anderson just made my dream come true. I have another dream that I wish to happen, and that is for my mom to be genuinely happy again. She hasn't been in the dating game for a long while now. The world is not all about money anyway. It's about following your passion and finding your happiness. Mrs. Anderson then started orienting me about my job responsibilities as her assistant. All I have to do is help her with some paperwork, assist the readers here, and make sure that they are following the rules of the library. On my first day of work, a guy came in with a blender and started doing his banana smoothie. Excuse me. I cleared my throat as I approached him. This is a library, not a kitchen? Yeah, I could tell by the books, he casually replied while he continued doing it. The loud whirring sound of the machine was scraping in our eardrums. Do you mind stopping it? Some people are studying, while others want to read in peace and solitude. Thank you. Do you want some? To my surprise, he offered me a glass of smoothie and a cheeseburger. I suppressed the urge to give in as they looked delectable. My mom cut down my school allowance and the budget for our food, so we'd been eating less for a week now. Please read the rules about food consumption inside the library. I pointed to the board with a list of rules with a serious face, but my stomach betrayed me. It growled so loudly in anticipation, and everyone must have heard it. The guy just started munching the cheeseburger in front of me, obviously teasing me. I was about to give in when Mrs. Anderson suddenly interrupted us. What is this all about? She asked sharply. The guy stood up and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. We were just doing a prank video for our YouTube channel. He turned to me again. Do you mind if you're in it? There was another guy at one corner secretly taking a video of us the whole time. So it means that everyone will get to see my face on YouTube? No. I don't want anyone to see me online, especially my mom. My job here will remain a secret until my first salary. I politely declined the vlogger's offer. As soon as they left, Mrs. Anderson then pulled me to her office and gave me her breakfast. I'll handle the library for the next hour. Just have a rest and eat. You need it. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. You're the best. I couldn't resist her offer now after what had happened a while ago. She just smiled at me before closing the door. While I was eating, I thought about how wonderful it would be to have her as my grandmother. Both of mine were dead already. Days rolled so fast, and it was Friday already. It was the day before the weekend, so I expected to see less people in the library today. Mrs. Anderson didn't come, so she left all the responsibility to me. The library was totally empty when I arrived, except for the laptop of that beautiful woman on the table, where she always sits. Did she forget this here? I walked up to the table and started cleaning it. A part of me wanted to open her laptop and check what was making her busy all the time, but it's not good to touch other people's things without their permission and spying on them. While I was wiping the table, my elbow accidentally touched her mouse, and her screen suddenly lit up. It was just in sleeping mode earlier. Out of curiosity, I leaned down to see what was on the screen. It was like a manuscript. So she was a writer after all? I have been dying to meet one. I read a few paragraphs and just then found myself digging into the story. It was very fascinating, and her writing style is quite familiar. Do you like the story? I fell on the floor and hurt my butt when the beautiful lady suddenly appeared in front of me with a couple of books pressed against her chest. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for frightening you. Are you all right? She offered her hand and helped me get back to my feet. Sorry for sneaking into your laptop. I was cleaning the tables when your manuscript caught my attention. That's one nice story right there. I'm Denise, by the way. Denise and I became the best of friends in an instant. She was a 35-year-old aspiring author living in the city alone and was working at a publishing company. Over the next few days, I would help her out by giving her some books that could help her improve her story, and then review every chapter. I was enjoying this at the same time. Oh, and your mom died? I thought she just lost her job, she asked when I told her about my mom, Anna. Oh, I mean my other mom, I clarified. So you have two moms? She seemed confused by the setup. Yes, they were partners. I cleared it out for her. Oh. She looked down and I noticed the blush that crept across her face. Her reaction made me wonder for a moment, but I just brushed it off. I'm sorry about what happened to your mom. She must have noticed the sadness on my face and hurried to change the topic. So how was it, your early childhood? Well, whenever I had to ask something to one of them, she'd always be like, go ask your mom. And when I'd ask the other mom, she'd say again, go ask your mom. They'd keep at it until I gave up. It was hilarious, but it was a long time ago. But now I think we are okay. Life's not fiction where you can manipulate things according to your desires and create your world, like awakening the dead or changing your mom's life in an instant, I bitterly said. We can always turn fiction into reality, Erica. Only if we believe that we can do it. Always remember that. Denise's words stunned me. A month had passed and I finally got my first ever salary. Mom got a job as a babysitter next door last week, but what she was getting was really low. I surprised her with a very delicious dinner that night. Surprise! I handed her an envelope with money inside. What's this? What are you up to lately, sweetie? My mom asked me with surprise and curiosity all over her face. I've been helping Mrs. Anderson in the library. I have been working as her assistant for the past month, and that's my first salary. Erica, this is huge! Her eyes widened when she finally opened the envelope. It's just enough for our bills and food. I'll look for more jobs. I'm also helping out my new best friend, Denise, an aspiring author who I met at the library. Why don't you invite them here for dinner so I can thank them? That's a great idea! The thought of Mom meeting those equally wonderful women made me excited. It's time for her to meet new friends and have a social life again. The next day at the library, Denise finally submitted her first manuscript to her editor, and it got approved right away. But what caught my attention was her pen name written in her final manuscript. Rainbow Girl? Your pen name is Rainbow Girl? That famous teen fiction author? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was it just a coincidence? Since you're so special to me now, I wanted you to know it. But just keep it a secret, okay? She winked at me, and I almost fainted at the revelation. She really wanted to keep her identity anonymous so people could judge her stories without any bias. Oh my God, I can't believe it. You're actually her. I can't thank you enough for this, Erica. My work on this novel got easier because of you. What can I do to make it up to you? I acted like I was thinking for a moment before finally inviting her. Just have dinner with my mom and Mrs. Anderson later at our house. She looked like a snake had bitten her neck for a moment. With your mom? She's blushing again, and it gave me the impression that she's a generally shy person. I went home early to prepare for our dinner date. Mom had already prepared all the delicious food on the table, and she was currently doing her makeup. Wow, I barely recognize you. You look so beautiful, Mom. She stood up and twirled around to show off her pretty dress. The look of excitement on her face was overwhelming. They will be here any minute now. Minutes later, the doorbell finally rang, and both women were now waiting at our front porch. Denise was wearing a beautiful black dress and makeup tonight, and her beauty made me speechless. She looked even more stunning now. I hugged them both and happily introduced them to my mom. I elbowed my mom when I noticed that she was not speaking. She was just staring at them, specifically at Denise, and so was Denise at her. I smirked when I realized something. How could I be this slow? Sorry, I was just... My mom stuttered, but I was able to get a grip right away. I'm just thrilled to finally meet you two. Erica has been talking endlessly about you. My heart leapt with joy when I saw the sparkle in her eyes as we chit-chatted with both women over dinner. I was so happy to see that Denise and Mom were like best friends right away. Mrs. Anderson was also cheerful all night, and I was delighted that I got to know her even more. Things got more interesting when Mrs. Anderson revealed that she'd actually brought some wine. It was one of the best nights of our lives. My mom looked happier ever since she'd met them. Denise offered her an essential position at her publishing company, which was actually the biggest one in the country, while I continued to work as Mrs. Anderson's assistant at the library after school. When I arrived home one night, I heard some voices from the kitchen. I discreetly headed there to check who was Mom's visitor. It was Denise. Why was I not surprised? My mom was cooking food for dinner while Denise kept on tickling her. As revenge, my mom smeared mayonnaise on her nose, and they ended up in fits and giggles. It eventually faded when they stared at each other with some sort of tension. They took about 10 steps apart, as if they were allergic to each other upon seeing me. "Sweetie, what are you doing here?" I laughed upon seeing how my mom's face became red as the ripest tomato in town. Denise just turned to her laptop on the table and pretended to be busy typing. "Don't mind me. Pretend that I'm invisible," I said with a wide grin before leaving them. The smile never left my face until I reached my room. The look of happiness on my mother's face felt so satisfying. Well, I guess fiction and reality aren't that different after all.
Hey, beautiful people. I'm Taylor from Beverly Hills. Please like and subscribe. In a world obsessed with looks, I've always reveled in the glamorous world of beauty pageants. Mom got me started the moment I could walk, and with beauty, grace, and a bit of humor, I won every time. Even as a toddler, Mom gave me facials and painted my nails. She'd even squeeze my nose to keep its cute button shape. Ow, Mom! You're leaning too far forward, honey. Shoulders back and head held high. See these perfect dimples? Honey, suck in your cheeks like a vacuum cleaner so you'll have perfect dimples. She'd do anything to ensure I kept my sweet features that won all the pageants. It was all about being perfect. Walk perfect, smile perfect, sleep perfect, 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 perfect. And those fancy gowns I'd don on stage, 2 sizes too small. I'd have to wear shapewear to keep a perfect waist when I was only a teenager. Even in school, everyone looked up to me thinking I was perfect. I took pride in making people feel seen and appreciated. And I also tried to be a good friend and mentor. Once, I even fished a phone out of the school toilet for my best friend, Renee. Did you just? Let's not mention this to anyone, okay? I don't want people to know I stick my hands in public toilets. You're so perfect, Taylor. I wish I could be like you. Yeah, but she didn't know that along with perfection comes stress. I couldn't chew gum, gossip, laugh like a hyena, or dress funky. And I felt the stress growing every day. When I turned 17, I had had enough. So I finally told my mom how unhappy I was with beauty pageants. You don't want to do this anymore? I need a break, Mom. And let's be honest, the pageant world needs a break from me after my last epic faceplant on stage. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, we can always find a new outlet for you. How about synchronized swimming with inflatable flamingos? Or maybe ballroom dancing? Singing? All this hardly leaves me time for normal teenage things. I want to live a happy life. She didn't understand, and for the next few days, she hardly talked to me. But I still tried. Mom, what do you think of this Eras Tour outfit? You think it's Tay-Swift approved? Huh? Whatever you like. We'd always been close, but I think I broke her dreams with my pageant withdrawal. School wasn't any better. Whispers about my huge loss at the pageant ran through the halls. I had to pick my head up and put on my it girl facade. As if that wasn't enough, a few days later, rumors echoed through the hall that Liam Bennett returned. They expelled Liam from school when we were kids for being a bully. And guess who he liked to pick on the most? Me. He was relentless, making me the butt of his jokes and playing horrible pranks on me until I'd cry. And now he was here, older and hotter, staring at me from across the hall. Ew, did I just say hotter? Anyway, I did what I could to avoid him until 5th period, when he sat next to me in class with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh great, it's the prodigal bully, Liam Bennett. What'd you do? Pay the school to bring you back?
Aw, come on, Taylor. You've got to admit, my pranks were legendary, but I'm a changed man now. No more pranks.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Whatever, beauty queen. Don't be surprised, but I just want to see a smile on that pretty face of yours.
Did he just call me pretty? Ew. Really, the day you make me smile, I'll personally crown you King of Comedy. I just wanted him to buzz off and stay out of my life. And with all the hostility built up from his endless pranks as a kid, there was no way the guy was gonna get me to crack. With pageant life behind me, I had time for dating. One weekend, I checked my online dating profile. Hey, don't judge. None of the guys in school fit the bill for Prince Charming. As I was browsing, I saw a message pop up.
Hey, beautiful. I came across your dating profile and thought we'd make a good match.
My heart swelled when I clicked on his profile, and he looked like a real-life Harry Styles, only more obtainable. I messaged him back, and we spent nights texting one another. My heart was full of hope that I'd finally found a guy who met all my requirements. You know, perfectly imperfect. He was the kind of guy who loved tacos, but didn't worry if his jeans didn't fit. Who was brave, but never afraid to admit that lizards made him quiver. Who loved sports, but never had the knack to catch the ball. And the more I got to know him, the more I fell for him. He knew how it felt to feel pressure from a parent and want to be your own person. It felt great to be understood. And a few weeks later, when I woke up, I finally got the message I was waiting for.
Hey, beautiful. I think we'd be a match made in heaven. How about I take you out for a day you'll never forget?
I wasn't gonna let this opportunity pass me by. A weekend away from Mom's melodrama was what I needed, and a date with a hot stranger sounded like the cure. Yeah, I chose this dress. Not perfect at all, but considering skipping makeup, no way. My dark circles would make Draven run for the hills, so I gotta keep it light. Draven showed up on a motorcycle, and I swear I saw Mom's eyes bug out of her head. He was so sweet to hand me a bouquet of... Are those flowers from our front yard?
Yeah, sorry. I had a nicer bouquet, but it got ruined on the back of my bike. It's a few neighborhoods back now.
He was even cuter in real life, and he smelled amazing.
You ready to be swept off your feet, beautiful?
I hopped onto his vintage ride, which was so old, I had my doubts about it even working. But the way he grabbed my arm and pulled me to him sent waves of warmth through my body. Oh no.
Hold on tight, Taylor.
Draven parked at the local fairgrounds and held my hand as he guided me through the crowds. He was so gentle. We ate all the greasy junk food and even played carnival games. Just as Draven turned to face me, the clouds rolled in with a huge storm. Everyone went running for cover, but he kept me there in the rain. Without warning, I kicked up a puddle, splashing him.
What was that for?
Are you afraid of a little rain? Care for a little dance party, Draven? I don't know what came over me, but I started dancing.
You've got some skills, Taylor. Where'd you learn to dance like that?
I've got years of dance skills under my belt, thanks to pageants. I felt so free, and Draven even joined in. He couldn't dance to save his soul, but he tried, and I had a blast showing him all the moves. I don't think I've ever laughed so much. After the rain cleared, he took me to a gazebo adorned with twinkling lights. There was a basket of fries waiting for us at the table. It was honestly adorable, and I was starving. He really opened up, talking about all the pressure he felt from his dad, and I related to everything he said, and he sounded sincere. But that wasn't all. He was hilarious.
You've got a little something on your face.
Oh my god, where?
Nope, still there. And maybe a little worse, but have no fear.
As my cheeks turned redder than the ketchup smeared all over my face, Draven took a glob from his plate and spread it under his nose like a ketchup mustache.
We'll really turn heads now.
I let out a belly laugh as we both helped each other clean the mess off our faces. After dinner, Draven was about to take me somewhere, and I was looking forward to it, but my mom called.
Taylor, I'm so sick. Can you come home and make me some soup, honey?
My mom. I didn't listen to her, so now she comes up with this.
As far as I understand, she's worked hard doing 2 jobs and still took the time to make sure you looked your best for pageants. That's because she loved you a lot and wanted to give you the best future. I think you have to understand her too.
Draven was right, and he was so sweet about the whole thing and took me right home. When he dropped me off, he seemed hesitant to leave.
So, I guess this is the end of our date.
Thank you for a fun day, Draven.
I hate to say goodnight, but it's getting late. How about we end the night with a movie-worthy
Just then, Mom came to the door in her robe and a box of tissues.
What took you so long? I swear I'm dying, Taylor.
Mom, seriously? With the theatrics? I'll be right in. With Mom back inside, I grabbed Draven by his jacket. He leaned closer to me, but as I gazed into his deep eyes, I felt my breath catching my throat. Is that
Taylor?
Gotta go.
He sprinted off, and I stood there, confused at all the emotions rolling through me. Liam Bennett, you little jerk! He'd even disguised his voice. If he thinks he can prank me and make a fool out of me after all these years, he's got another thing coming. Knowing that Liam went out of his way to do this, I was fuming. But then I decided I'd go along with his plan and call him out when the time felt right. 2 can play at this game. I went back to school Monday. I was livid, but somehow I had fallen for him. And then I was thinking of my plan to knock him out.
If it isn't my favorite beauty queen.
Oh, please. Beauty pageants are so yesterday. I've moved on to dating hot guys.
Is that so?
He looked so proud of himself, pulling off his little stunt this weekend, but I had my own plans. I wish more guys were like Draven. He was perfect. It's like we were a match made in heaven.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Honestly, I've fallen in love with him. He's all I thought about all weekend.
In love?
Absolutely. Draven is a total dreamboat. He's picking me up after school today. Do you have a jacket I could borrow?
No.
Before Liam could stop me, I opened his locker where he had Draven's jacket and wig all ready to go. Time to use my acting skills. Is that Draven's jacket and wig? Liam's eyes bugged out as he tried to shove his locker door closed. I don't know what came over me, but I grabbed Liam by his shirt and shoved him into the locker. Tell me why you disguised yourself as Draven. Was this all some huge prank to embarrass me in front of the whole school? I knew the whole time, you moron. Liam didn't answer as a slow smirk crept up on his lips. And then he did the unthinkable. He kissed me in front of the entire school. And just when it ended,
Ow, what was that for?
as if that wasn't enough, school security came over and started pulling me away, threatening to expel me for abusing a classmate. Let me go! You've got the wrong troublemaker! I was angry and deceived and headed for the principal's office. I could picture Mom pulling me out of school and making me endure countless hours of beauty treatments as if I were preparing for a never-ending beauty pageant. My whole life would be one big show.
Hey, hold on a second. Let her go. This is all a big misunderstanding. Well, kind of.
Liam, what's going on here? I need you both to resolve whatever issue this is, or you'll both get detention.
I can explain everything.
Leave me alone long enough with this creep, and I'll have his face rearranged.
Miss Anderson, you are way out of line. It's okay, I deserve that. Come on, Taylor.
Liam took me by the arm, leading me out of the office and into an empty classroom to talk.
I know you're upset. Please, let me explain without rearranging my face or any other parts.
Oh, I'm sure this'll be good.
After they kicked me out of school a few years ago, my parents got me a mentor to help me turn my life around, and I really changed. The school gave me another chance on the condition that I don't pull any more pranks.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you're still making my life miserable.
It's not a prank, I swear.
Then explain, Draven.
I wanted to apologize to you, but you've been so hostile toward me, which you have every right to be. So, when I found out how sad you were feeling those days, and then I saw your dating profile online, I made up Draven.
You're sick, Liam, and you're not very good at disguising yourself. I knew the moment I looked deep into your eyes.
Really?
You're such a... I can't even say the words out loud.
I deserve that, but I wanted to make up for all the times I made you cry. I wanted to help you see the beautiful person you are on the inside, and I wanted to see you laugh, and Draven made you crack. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I wanted to be honest with you from the beginning, but the way you brushed me off made it impossible to get through to you. But Draven got through. He is me. We're one and the same.
I felt confused, upset, and heartbroken that I fell for my enemy, and it took me a whole month to cool down and let Liam's explanation absorb me. But maybe Liam isn't my enemy. When he came up with ridiculous ideas to try and win back my forgiveness, I just had to roll my eyes. One day, when I entered the classroom, he came in with a guitar and started singing like a dying cat. And then the strings were snapping one by one. It was all I could do not to burst out laughing. And gosh darn it, those sweet eyes were doing me in. But that doesn't excuse the fact that you lied to me.
You're right, I messed up. Seeing you sad broke my heart, and that's too much for me. Please.
I could kick myself for caving, but all I could think about was how happy and carefree he made me feel. I liked being myself and not living up to anyone's expectations. We'd have a long way to go, but I guess I could forgive him.
Do you think I could steal another kiss?
You have a lot of making up to do first.
What was that? A lot of making out?
A lot of making up!
Hi, I'm Kelly. Since Dad left soon after I was born, it's just always been me and my mom. And I realized quite early on that she wasn't quite normal. On my 3rd birthday, Mom suddenly started running around like crazy and pulling the curtains shut. Then she blew out the candles on my cake and pulled me under the table. They're coming, Kelly.
Who's coming, Mommy?
Aliens, of course. We giggled quietly as we ate cake in our hiding spot. I thought she was pretty cool to make up funny games for me. Once when I was 5, we were at the park when suddenly she pointed excitedly at a man on a bench. Oh my god! See that guy, Kelly? He's your dad! Go hug him! I was so happy that I ran and threw myself at him, but he freaked out when I called him Daddy and quickly left. Just then, Mom came running after me, screaming, "How many times have I told you not to talk to strangers? And you're hugging one? Are you stupid?"
But, Mom, you just told me to.
She dragged me home and I was so confused. What kind of a game was this? Well, things just got worse. Mom was getting crazier. When I was 14, I had a high fever once and she took me to the hospital. The doctor was about to give me an injection when suddenly, Mom went bonkers. Oh my god, are you trying to drug my daughter? I'm calling the cops right now, you kidnapper! And then she attacked him. He had to call for help and it took 3 people to calm her down. The doctor told me Mom might have a condition called schizophrenia, and I'd have to keep an eye on her as much as possible. I knew I couldn't look after her while I was at school. Since Mom had a teaching degree, I asked her to apply as a teacher at my school, and thankfully she was hired. But to be honest, I didn't want anyone to find out we were related. The next day at school, I was running off for a big baseball match when I bumped into Mom. "You're gonna be great, honey. I love you." "Thanks, Mom." And I ran off before anyone saw us. But 5 minutes later on the field, I heard someone on the megaphone, and I turned around in horror.
"I said I love you, and you said thanks? That's all I get? I was in labor for 20 hours with you, you ungrateful jerk!"
Who's that crazy lady talking to? No idea. Come on, let's start the game.
"I need to hear those words, Kelly!"
Everyone stared at me, and I wanted to disappear. "Fine! I love you too, Mom!" As everyone laughed, I felt really flustered, and I played my worst game ever. Later at home, I was so mad at Mom. How could you embarrass me like that in front of the whole school? And now everyone hates me for losing the game. Kelly, I don't know what you're saying. What did I even do? Are you embarrassed of me? Do you want me to quit? Fine, I'll quit! And she burst into tears. I sighed. "No, Mom, I don't want you to quit. I'm sorry, okay? Sometimes I felt like my mom's mom, and it was exhausting." The next day, as I was having lunch alone, the meanest girl in class, Linda, came over. "Wow, your mom's quite the freak show. My uncle runs a circus. Want me to ask him if he's got a spot for her?" "Shut up, Linda. Don't test me." "Jeez, can't you take a joke? Looks like crazy runs in the family." I pushed aside my tray and attacked her. But suddenly, someone literally picked me up and took me outside. It was a boy from my class, Jake. "You should have let me break her teeth." "Kelly, she's the principal's niece. She'd just get you and your mom in trouble." I just need a break from everything. "Well, how about we get out of here and do something fun?" I looked at his kind eyes and my heart raced a little. How had I not noticed he was so cute before? After that, we were hanging out together all the time, and soon enough, we started dating. One day, Jake and I were making out in the science lab when suddenly, Mom walked in on us. I was so sure she'd kill me, but instead, she smiled broadly. "Oh, my baby girl has found such a cutie. I'm so happy for you. But anyone can walk in here, guys. The janitor's closet is a much better place." "Wow, your mom's so cool. Let's go to the closet then." We'd only been there 5 minutes when Mom barged in with the principal. "See, I told you they were up to something. Didn't your parents teach you any morals?" "Mom, what are you doing?" Thanks to her, Jake and I were scolded by the principal in front of everyone and given a week-long suspension. But Jake had a party planned at his place the next night, and nothing was stopping me from going there. I sneaked out, and my jaw dropped at the size of his mansion. It also looked like he'd invited the whole school. But as I walked through the crowd looking for him, I saw something even more shocking. Jake was dancing with Linda, and they were looking deep into each other's eyes. "What's going on here, Jake?" He suddenly pushed Linda away. "Kelly, you're here, babe. I didn't know if you'd be able to come." "So what? You thought you'd just have some fun behind my back? What a jerk move. Keep it down, Kelly. You're embarrassing me. And we were just dancing. Why are you acting crazy like your mom? I can't believe you said that. We're done, Jake." "Kelly, I didn't mean..." But I didn't let him finish his sentence. As I walked out the gate, suddenly my shoe's heel broke. As I flung it aside angrily, I heard someone behind me. "Whoa, are you okay? Can I help you?" I turned to see a boy who was my senior at school. "I'm Ron, Jake's older brother. I've seen you two around. You're his girlfriend, right?" "Not anymore!" Ron listened quietly as I told him everything and offered to drop me home. On the way, we stopped for ice cream and sat on the car's bonnet, talking and laughing. He was really easy to be around. When he walked me to my door, he suddenly took my hand. "I had a good time, Kelly. And this may seem fast, but I've been really wanting to do this all evening." And he suddenly pulled me close and kissed me. It felt amazing, and I kissed him back. Later that night, I suddenly sat up in bed when I heard someone tap on my window, and I was shocked to see Jake outside. "What are you doing here? Go away!" "I'm not leaving till you listen to me." I was afraid he might wake Mom, so I let him in. "Listen, I'm really sorry. You're my girlfriend, and if Linda bothers you, I promise I won't go near her again. And I really shouldn't have said that about your mom. Please, give me another chance." He looked so sincere, and I just couldn't refuse. As we hugged and kissed, all I could think was, "Oh my God, I just kissed my boyfriend's brother an hour ago. The next day when I went to school, I saw Ron walking towards me and my heart skipped a beat. Hey, Kelly, I was just thinking about... Just then, Jake turned up and slipped an arm around my waist. Oh, hey, bro. I see you finally met my girlfriend. I can't wait for you two to be buddies. Ron looked taken aback, but he quickly managed to smile and walk away. But one other person looked really unhappy to see me and Jake together. Linda. After that, Jake and I would hang out at his place often, and Ron always seemed to be around, which was driving me crazy. This one time, we were all playing video games, and Ron was sitting so close to me. He smelled so good. I could barely focus. Another afternoon, Jake and I went to their pool, and Ron had just stepped out of the water. I was so distracted when I saw him shirtless that I slipped. But Ron leapt forward and caught me just before I hit the ground, and I could swear there was electricity between us. If he felt the same, he didn't let it show. A week later, Jake and I had tickets to watch a big baseball game, but he felt really sick. I said I'd miss it too, but he insisted I go with Ron instead. And secretly, I didn't mind that at all. We were having a great time at the game. During the interval, we suddenly noticed people looking our way, and we realized that the kiss cam was on us. Guys, we're not together. But as the crowd chanted louder for us to kiss, Ron turned to me and smiled. This is for the crowd, right? I don't know about you, but it wouldn't mean anything to me. Yeah, me neither, duh. I'm not into you, like at all. Let's do this. I pulled him towards me and kissed him. The crowd's noise was drowned out for me because I was totally lost in this magical moment. All night, I kept feeling guilty about these feelings for Ron, but it was about to get a lot worse. As I walked to my locker the next day, I saw posters of me and Ron kissing stuck all over the walls with cheater written over my face. I saw Ron across the hall, and just then, Jake walked in. Oh, Jake, I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. It's not like it's even a secret. They were kissing publicly. Seriously, your girlfriend has no shame. Jake turned to Linda. Why would you do this? I know it happened at the game. Ron told me. It's just a baseball game thing. Take down these posters. I thought a major disaster had been avoided. But suddenly, Mom turned up. Well, that's not the only time she's kissed that boy. Mom, you're confused. No, I'm not. This boy dropped you home one night and you two kissed. Wait, I have it in my notebook. Ah, yes. 21st August. The night of my party? You kissed my brother? And then you kissed me? And said we were all good again? Jake, let me explain. But before I knew it, he charged straight at Ron, and the two were wrestling on the floor. As two teachers rushed forward and pulled them apart, Jake shouted at Ron, You backstabber! I'm never, ever gonna forgive you! As the two were taken off to detention, I ran out of there crying. I felt terrible. I had broken Jake's heart, and worse, I ruined the brothers' relationship. I didn't go to school for a few days, and Mom kept asking me what had happened, but I couldn't even be mad at her. It was my fault, and I had to fix it. The next day, I went to see Jake. He looked surprised to see me, but not angry. Jake, I'm here to say that I'm really sorry. I know I've hurt you, but I never meant to, and neither did Ron. It was a stupid thing we did, but please, don't let it come between you guys. And then, Jake said he'd had time to think about everything, and he didn't even love me. He only felt competitive with his brother at first, but now he just wanted to end things himself. I know you're pretty, but you are crazy, just like your mom. And I am kinda into Linda. I gave him a hard slap on the face and left. The next day, I skipped off to school happily, looking for Ron everywhere. I finally found him, and I ran straight towards him and kissed him. Suddenly, we heard Mom speaking into the megaphone.
You didn't even invite me to your wedding? You ungrateful jerk!
Well, Ron and I are dating now, and it's the happiest I've ever been. We also took Mom to the doctor together and got her onto meds. And she's doing a little better.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no! She pooped! Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbors' kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could, until stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey, gross! I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with a baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the Queen Bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table, but Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech! And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that, when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah, get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. He helped me with setting it up. I can really hear them.
Wow, what's that?
I threw the headphones off before my eardrums burst. Some snotty kid was yelling right into the microphone. Go away from here. It's not cotton candy. I immediately realized my mistake. The kid started bawling his eyes out. Natalie and her friends whipped around at the voice, and they started walking towards us. Oh God, what should I do? They kept walking closer to us, so I pulled Nathan close and kissed him. I can't have her thinking I'm following her, can I? Ugh, get a room. I pulled away from Nathan, startled. Just then, Natalie and her friends turned around and walked away.
Wow, that was great.
Not another word. I was bewildered as I was still with Justin. So when I got home, I texted and called Justin, but he didn't respond or return any of my calls. But it's not like I wanted it. I just did it to show Natalie that we have better things to do than stalk her. I hesitantly shoved the feelings away and moved on to the next plan. Harrison was taking Natalie on a date to a street festival. Nathan had an interview with some of the staff there and scored us a mascot costume. Unfortunately, they only had one spare, a Chinese dragon made for 2 people. I called dibs on the front because, let's be real, I didn't want to be stuck staring at his butt all the time. We followed them around for 2 hours, but the most he bought her was some cotton candy and a hot dog. What a waste of time. This is pointless. She's not gonna scam him with so many people around.
Come on, another hour. She's about to crack. Look, they're sneaking behind the fire breather stage.
We sidled up next to the stage, and I peered my giant dragon head slowly around the corner. Oh my God, no!
What? What's happening?
I think they're going to...
Well, duh. They are dating.
Ew, I won't watch.
You have to. She'll give him a big smooch, then ask him to buy her something. I'm sure.
I looked again, but Harrison and Natalie were staring at each other with stars in their eyes. I thought I might throw up. Harrison put his hands on Natalie's waist and pulled her in closer. It was too much. I jumped back suddenly, tripping over Nathan.
Watch it!
And just then, we crashed into the fire breather's tent pole, knocking down his backdrop. The whole thing came down just as he spit out a huge plume of flame.
Get up! We need to get out of here!
Ah, get it off! I threw the costume off and realized things weren't quite as crazy as I thought. There was a small stage fire, but it was quickly put out with nearby fire extinguishers. The only people panicking were us, and everyone had noticed.
Lucy, what are you doing here?
See? I told you. They've been following me around everywhere. No, we were just here enjoying the festival.
You and that gossipy writer Nathan from the paper?
I have other friends too.
I hope you're not counting me as one of them.
What?
I'm your brother, but I don't think I can be your friend anymore. You don't even trust me.
Trust? You shouldn't have trusted her. Ask her about Operation Moolah. OMG! That was about those rich kids I used to tutor. I told Harrison about this already. Harrison looked so betrayed. He stormed off, taking Natalie with him, and she dared to shoot a smug smile my way. She'd won.
Don't worry about it, Lucy. Once Harrison sees the evidence, he'll understand why.
Stop it. It's over. I felt terrible. I ran away and found myself in the corner shop at school where Harrison and I used to go as kids. His face would light up when I bought him gummy worms, like they were the most precious thing in the world. I couldn't help it. I started crying.
I've never seen you break a sweat before.
Justin was towering over me in his basketball clothes.
Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
What's going on?
Harrison hates me. He thinks I'm overprotective.
I mean, you are though?
Now see, I'm upset.
I meant it in a nice way. You'd do anything for your brother. Even sell out my secret meal plan.
You knew?
I figured it out later, and that's when I realized you haven't got room in your heart for another guy at the moment. Not while you're still looking out for Harrison.
I thought you'd be angrier. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person.
Not at all. I knew you had to have a good reason. You're a good person, but it's not possible for us to move ahead.
Justin pulled his bag over his shoulder and started to walk away.
You know, if you had more faith in Natalie too, you'd probably find something worth looking for.
And with that, he was gone. But he'd given me an idea. I headed across town to the one place I'd find out who Natalie really was. Her house. Natalie's mom opened the door and invited me in. The place was falling apart. We got to chatting about Natalie's home life. And then I realized how wrong I was about Natalie. I left calling Nathan. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I need you to do something for me. Consider it a payment for staring at my butt all day. I'll text you through the deets later. Gotta go. I rushed home and started planning the event. It took a couple of weeks to get everything together, and Harrison was giving me the cold shoulder and was dead silent at family dinners during that time. It'll all be worth it. I gathered everyone in the front yard of Natalie's house, including Natalie's mom and Nathan. And when I saw Natalie and Harrison coming around, hit the cannons! Confetti drifted through the air as hundreds of people started cheering and waving. What's all this? When I visited the other week, your mom told me everything about your dirtbag dad walking out on you and taking everything you had and then leaving you in this place. No offense, but it's held together with crazy glue. So I wanted to do something for you, and I put together a fundraiser, with your mom's permission, of course. I don't understand.
They're buying us a new house.
Natalie was speechless. The first time I had ever seen her without the smug, all-knowing smile on her face.
Who are all these people? I put the word out on my network about Natalie's situation. Everyone was more than happy to pitch in. I didn't even have to blackmail anyone this time.
I elbowed Nathan in the gut. Not the time. So, Natalie, I want to apologize. Natalie's eyes started to well up, and she ran around the back of the house. Harrison followed right after her, and I couldn't help but see if everything was okay. I found them sitting on the rusty swing set, Harrison comforting Natalie. Hey, I'm sorry if I stuck my nose where it wasn't wanted. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. It's just, I don't deserve it. The truth is, when I first started seeing Harrison, I knew you were rich, like mega rich, and I thought if I got close to you, maybe I'd get some of the things I knew Mom could never afford for me, like that phone. And the ring? No, Harrison just got that for me, and I wanted to wear it and feel rich for once, to not be looked down on because I don't have as much money as everyone else. Actually, that's something Harrison and I bonded over. He got picked on for having so much money, and me for not having enough.
I thought we had something deeper than that.
We do. Once I saw how amazing you were, I felt guilty, and I couldn't possibly think of asking for money, gifts, or anything. I just wanted you, your big, innocent eyes and your charming smile. Harrison and Natalie locked eyes, and maybe I should have seen it sooner, but they really did like each other. Harrison, I'm sorry I didn't trust you.
You just need to let me make my own mistakes sometimes and meet new people. You don't have to worry. I only have one sister, and that's special, no matter what.
Harrison gave me a big hug. I didn't want to let him go again.
Not so tight from now on, okay?
I'll try. I let go.
Room for one more?
Not now, Nathan.
Aw, come on. I got all these people here.
Oh gosh, I need to go thank everyone. Natalie and Harrison ran off, leaving Nathan and I on the swing set together.
You know, this fluff piece stuff never sells nearly as well as juicy gossip. How do you plan to make it up to me?
Well, maybe we can make some juicy gossip of our own. I put my hand on Nathan's, and he blushed. For once, his cool guy attitude had cracked, and I thought maybe I have another innocent guy to look after from now on. Hey there, I'm Christina. Hit that like button and smash subscribe to MSA for stories that'll make your head spin. But first, show your love for MSA with our awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. Life used to be all fun and games with my twin Nadia. We did everything together, watched cartoons, played games, and even wore identical clothes. We were so alike, even our parents got mixed up. But as we grew older, things changed. We started liking different things, and by the time we were in 5th grade, everyone saw that Nadia was way smarter than me. Mom was a university teacher, and she was always talking about Nadia's good grades to everyone and giving her extra lessons. She tried with me once, but when I didn't understand quickly, she just sighed. Some kids shine, others don't. It made me feel bad. Nadia's study sessions grew longer, and our playtime disappeared, like our matching outfits.
How about a cartoon break? For old time's sake. Can't. Mom thinks they're just a distraction now.
And then, Mom started giving me more and more house chores. At first, I didn't mind helping, but then I noticed she was doing it on purpose to keep me away from my sister. Leave your sister alone. She's studying. Go wash the dishes.
But I just wanted a little help with my math.
Ask your teacher for help. Nadia's busy, and those dishes aren't going to wash themselves. And after that, you can organize your closet. If you can't manage that mess, you're not going to get very far ahead in life.
You don't always have to be like that. It's all right, Christina, honey. Let's go do the dishes together.
Nadia and I were growing distant. Mom paid me no attention, and she and Dad fought a lot, mostly about the way she treated me. And I couldn't help feeling that I was the reason our family was tearing apart. Eventually, Mom and Dad split up, and I ended up moving out with Dad to a really dingy apartment.
Look on the bright side, honey. Adventures await us.
Adventures, huh? More like nightly mouse marathons and indoor rain.
This place just needs a little love, and you can choose the decor. Pink for your room?
Maybe black, just like my future. Surprisingly, I came home to find one wall in my room painted black.
Dark moments show us how the little things can shine.
He put bright flowers against the black wall.
Notice how the colors stand out now?
It's pretty, I guess.
You'll understand someday. Always look for the bright spots.
Positive thinking was tough, especially with school growing weirder by the day. Everyone at school thought of me as the other dumb sister. Even my teachers seemed to feel sorry for me. Christina, maybe put in some extra effort? You might surprise yourself.
Sure, I'll ask Mom for help. Oh wait, she's too busy with her star student.
I left the classroom upset when I heard Nadia's voice behind me in the hallway. What's wrong now? Just another day of me growing tired of being compared to you.
It's not my fault. I just keep to myself. It
must be nice not worrying about anyone else. I was walking off, but Nadia grabbed my arm.
Hey, listen, I know you're upset, but there's something I can't tell you right now. It's why I am the way I am now. Please trust me.
Or maybe you're just self-absorbed, and that's some stupid, mysterious lie you made up to make yourself sound more interesting. Well, it's not working, 'cause not interested. Later, Nadia went to a fancy school for smart kids, and things got quiet. I missed her a lot, because even though we drifted apart, she was still my twin after all. And after that, I hardly saw her anymore. Even when I visited Mom's place, Mom was always too wrapped up in her own world, and I couldn't help but notice that among the family photos on the walls, there wasn't a single one of just me. On my 15th birthday, Dad had a big grin and said he had a surprise for me.
Guess what? I've got a girlfriend! She's Italian and she owns a pet shop. Let's go see it. Vanessa's super cool. You'll see.
We walked into the pet shop, and it was like a jungle. Instead of puppies and kittens, there were snakes and big bugs. Holy moly, what is this? Vanessa had a big snake around her neck and smiled.
That's just Ziggy, my whip scorpion. He's nice once you get to know him.
Vanessa was full of energy and made the scary animals seem cool.
And this majestic creature is Mr. Bean, the python. He's quite the gentleman.
I thought I was the man in your life.
Oh, you are. But Mr. Bean here is the silent type, and he never complains about my cooking.
The way they were flirting with each other was so cringy. On the drive back, Dad wouldn't stop talking about Vanessa, and it was too much. Dad, I like Vanessa, but I'm not ready for a new mom. He looked sad, but I had to say it. Next time he invited me out with them, I said no. It felt like everyone was moving on except me. Dad had Vanessa, Nadia was busy being smart, and here I was feeling stuck and unnoticed. Vanessa, the snake lady, started hanging out at our place a lot. One afternoon, she was trying to bake a pumpkin pie, and she dumped a whole bag of flour on the floor and then tripped over the cat. I couldn't help laughing, even though I was trying to ignore her. After some time, Vanessa plopped a piece of pie in front of me, raising an eyebrow.
Truce?
She asked, and honestly, it smelled too good to ignore.
Look, I know you don't like having me in your dad's life, and honestly, I never saw myself as a stepmom. I'm more like a free spirit, you know? But hey, your dad's got my heart doing cartwheels, so let's try to be friends, huh? I'm not like your typical stepmom witch type.
Does that mean you won't give me a hard time for eating junk food?
I'm the one offering pie for lunch, aren't I?
Okay, she was quirky, and she had a point. Later on, I found myself helping her cook, and Dad got all teary seeing us getting along. Turns out, Vanessa was kinda cool to have around, but I still felt a bit like like I was on the sidelines of everyone else's game. One day in my room, I noticed the flowers next to the black wall looking sad, their petals falling. Time for new flowers. Fresh flowers had become my thing. They cheered out the room. At the flower shop, I met Mrs. Garcia for the first time. She was super cool, zipping around in her wheelchair, arranging bouquets with the biggest smile. Pick whatever makes you smile, Christina, she said, handing me the brightest bunch. I walked out of the flower shop, super happy with my new flowers. I wasn't looking where I was going and didn't see a bike coming. It knocked me over and I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital bed and Nadia was there looking super worried. She ran off to find Dad as soon as I opened my eyes. The doctor said I'd hit my head pretty badly and was out for 3 whole days, but they checked me over and said I could go home. Back in my room, something about my flowers caught my eye. They seemed cooler somehow. I grabbed a pen and paper and started drawing, really getting into all the shapes and patterns I could see. What's up with you? Did you know flowers are kind of like math? They've got these patterns that are all just cool. Nadia looked at my drawings and turned white as a ghost. No way. Here, try these math problems. Stuff that used to look like alien code suddenly just made sense. I even solved the complex equations. Did my brain just level up or what? We gotta tell Mom, like she'd care to check on me. She's not heartless, okay? She was actually worried. Don't defend her. You don't know everything. Then tell me. I told you, I can't. Ugh, then just go ahead and leave. I don't even want to know your stupid secret. Later, when Mom popped by, she barely glanced at Dad and Vanessa and came straight to me with a stack of papers. Time for a little test, Christina. After I finished, she examined the papers and just said, pack up. You're staying with me now.
What? Can we talk about this first?
No need. She's got a gift, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't go to waste. Wait, you can't just show up and decide to take her. Where were you before, and why are you suddenly loving her now? My God, I can't believe I'm even standing here listening to you, a nobody. I'm her mother. But if you must know, Christina might have acquired savant syndrome, and it's not something either of you can deal with. I can help her. She explained that sometimes a head bump can switch on a talent for things like art or math. She thought that's what had happened to me, and I couldn't help feeling excited. Could this be my shot to shine and get Mom's attention? I begged Dad, and finally, he said yes. Better watch out, Christina. My cousin in Rome got that acquired servant syndrome. He became arrogant and a real pain. Then he bumped his head again and went back to being stupid. Not that you're stupid, but you know what I mean. What kind of dumb syndrome is that, Vanessa? Did you come up with it while watching cartoons? I ignored Mom and ran to hug Vanessa before leaving. Mom enrolled me in Nadia's school, and on my first day, I felt nervous. But I noticed Nadia was popular, and people were also interested in me. When they wondered why I just started there, Nadia jumped in. She was sick and overseas for treatment. Come on, Christina. Later, I asked her why she lied. Mom's orders. Just play along, okay? That sounded weird, but I brushed it off because I had lots to do. Before long, I caught up with all the schoolwork and even started getting better grades than Nadia. That's when Mom finally said she was proud of me for the first time in my life. And late one night, I overheard Mom screaming at Nadia in the living room. You call this a report card? Pathetic. All the years I spent working so hard with you, down the drain. I'm trying my best. Your best? Your best is a joke. You're nothing like your sister. If you don't smarten up, you'll be a nobody, just like your father. Hearing this, I felt stunned. Why was Mom being so harsh with Nadia? And calling Dad a loser? That was just mean. I snuck into Nadia's room later and told her I heard the argument. Great, now what? Mom's on my case, expecting the best, and you're making it harder. You're doing all this for her? Yes, she's always pushing me, being super strict. If I don't do well, she gets really mean, and I can't deal with that. I didn't say anything before about how mean she is, because I thought I wanted to be the best too, and she was helping me. Now, it just feels like she's making me miserable. Mom was even tougher on Nadia than I thought, and hearing that shook me. And now, Mom was dragging me to these math contests too that usually Nadia competed in. I didn't want to stress out Nadia more, but I also wanted to shine. Was that so bad? And soon, I was winning the math contests with record-breaking results. People started calling me a genius. Reporters interviewed me, I got my pictures taken, and I even spoke at Mom's university. All that praise and validation should have felt good, but somehow I still felt empty inside. This isn't what I wanted. Ugh! That weekend, I needed to clear my head, so I visited Dad. On the way, I stopped by the old flower shop. Mrs. Garcia was there. Hey, Christina! What's new? How are you feeling now after the accident? And catching up with her, I spilled out my whole story. She was putting together a bouquet as she listened. Then she looked up and said, You know, Christina, a flower doesn't worry about being the
tallest or the brightest in the bunch. It just grows at its own pace. That's kind of like us too. Suddenly, it made sense. Being myself was enough, whether I was winning math contests or not. Dad, Vanessa, and my friends didn't care about any trophies. They just liked me for me. They always had. Mom was the one caught up in who was the tallest, brightest flower. But Mrs. Garcia saw something else. A garden where every flower mattered. Seeing Nadia so unhappy, just trying to please Mom, made me sad. I used to be jealous, but not anymore. And I decided that something had to change. I got Dad and Vanessa on board and we cooked up a plan. We just needed the perfect time to kick it off. That chance came during a live TV interview with me and Mom. The host asked me what it was like growing up with a ton of books.
She loved it.
Actually, that was Nadia. She always had her head in a book and never got to have any fun. The crowd was shocked and Mom got stiff. I wasn't the bookworm. My smarts came after a head bump.
You mean the illness you had?
That's just Mom's story. She didn't want to acknowledge she had a dumb kid, I guess. Be quiet. I won't. And I don't care about winning math contests. Nadia doesn't either. We're done trying to please you. With that, I walked off and went backstage to find Nadia. Why'd you do that? Mom didn't bat an eye when she separated us, ruined her marriage, and used you to become popular. She ignored me all my life, and now she's using me. Nadia, we deserve better. Aren't you tired of being Mom's puppet? Come with me. We bolted before Mom could stop us. Dad was outside, ready to whisk us away.
You can't take my kids!
They're old enough to choose. Or do you want to take this up in court?
Mom looked furious, but she stayed quiet, and we went home. Vanessa had a lovely dinner waiting, and it felt like a fresh start. And Nadia started helping Vanessa with the snakes, and it seemed to be her calling working with those slimy creatures. As for me, I'm still figuring things out, but for now, I'm just happy with the good stuff around me. I was just minding my own business in the convenience store when suddenly a hooded guy jumped at the cashier and pulled out a gun.
Give me some cash. All of it. Now.
Everyone started to panic, except me. I'd actually been waiting for this moment. Hey, idiot! Everyone gasped as the robber turned to me. I then walked up to him while slowly removing my jacket. It's so hot in here, don't you think?
Back off, sweetheart. I have a gun.
Not anymore. He tried to dive for it, but I immediately locked him in a tight grip and pinned him to the ground. It's jail time, baby. And that's how you catch a criminal. Hi, my name is Artemis, and I've always wanted to become a detective, just like my dad. Before I continue, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As the robber was being arrested, someone approached me with a proud smile on his face. My favorite police detective, Lewis. I'd met him during a Future Detective summer program for high school students last year, and we'd kept in touch.
You're really something else, kid.
Kid? He was just 5 years older than me, but he kept treating me as his little sister. And it was so annoying because I actually liked him. I learned from the best.
If you're free tonight, do you want to have dinner with me?
Would he finally confess his feelings for me? The anticipation was killing me. He took me to a romantic restaurant and my heart was racing.
I'll get to the point, Artemis. I know that you've been waiting for this moment too.
You bet I have.
We're having a big and difficult case right now, and we need your help.
Oh, I suddenly felt stupid. Tell me about it.
It's a gold smuggling case, and the suspect's name is Mr. Anderson. We need some hard evidence against him.
And how can I help exactly?
He has a son, and his name is Chase. He's a senior high school student, reckless, clumsy, and spoiled. He's looking for a female bodyguard, and she should be very attractive.
So, you want me to pose as his bodyguard while spying on Mr. Anderson, right?
Exactly. I need you to find where he's keeping all those gold bars.
Mission accepted, officer. Dad had trained me in martial arts since I was 2, and now I could finally put it to good use. Lewis prepared my fake documents for the application, and luckily, I was chosen. I was so excited about this mission, but little did I know that I was about to get involved in the biggest mess ever. I tried so hard to keep my cool when I finally met Mr. Anderson. His face literally screamed danger. I was secretly scanning my eyes around his office as we discussed the job. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was gonna be harder than I thought.
I love my son more than anything.
so do your best to protect him. I'll make sure you won't regret hiring me, sir. He gave me a very thick portfolio of Chase, and the first thing I noticed was his face. It was very attractive. Mr. Anderson told me that Chase was waiting for me in this room, and the moment I opened it, I was caught off guard when someone suddenly jumped on me. It was him, and he looked like a scared little puppy. Is everything okay? Take that disgusting little creature away from me. I looked around and noticed a cockroach crawling toward us. I immediately stepped on it and crushed it to death. Don't worry, it's gone. He finally opened his eyes, and I almost dropped my jaw when we both stared at each other. He was the most handsome man that I had ever seen, and I wasn't exaggerating. Just then, he jumped away from me and cleared his throat. I just find it really dirty, that's all. Anyway, you must be the new bodyguard. Artemis, at your service. Dad surely knows my type.
Do you want to make out? Do you want to die?
Playing hard to get. I like that. I was hired to be your bodyguard, not your girlfriend, sir. You'll still end up being one, so why waste time? He was about to touch me, but I gave him a powerful blow that sent him flying to the wall. Are you crazy? You're being paid to protect me, not kill me.
Sorry, it's just a reflex.
Fix your stupid reflex, or I'll tell Dad to fire you.
Loud and clear, sir. I'll officially start my duty tomorrow. Have a nice night.
Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, I tiptoed around the mansion and installed some spy cameras to watch Mr. Anderson's every move. I had to catch him soon and get this job over and done with. The next day at Chase's school, boys immediately flocked around me like I was a celebrity, and Chase didn't look too happy about it. Just then, he started throwing some dollar bills at them. $1,000 for each of you to back off and stop looking at my bodyguard, losers. And with that, they all closed their eyes and ran away like rats in the dark. Excuse me, sir, but why did you do that? I can take care of myself. I want you to focus on me. Those idiots will just distract you. There's no need to do that. I'm not usually distracted by stupid things. But he just ignored me and continued walking. Suddenly, he slipped on a piece of tissue paper, and before he could hit his head on the ground, I caught him in my arms. Our faces were so close, and for a moment, I felt lost in his beautiful blue eyes. Just then, a pretty girl came running and screaming.
Hubby Boo! What is the meaning of this? Are you cheating on me?
Based on his file, it must be Vanessa, his girlfriend. On reflex, I dropped Chase to the ground. This girl is my bodyguard. She was just protecting me.
Oh, what a relief. I'm your one and only, always and forever. Right, Hubby Boo?
She then jumped on him and started kissing him like a vacuum cleaner. Vanessa was clinging onto Chase all day and kept sticking her tongue out at me. What was her problem? Later that day, Chase suddenly dragged me into the janitor's closet. I actually don't like Vanessa. I just dated her because she's just so obsessed with me. I felt bad for her. And why are you telling me this, sir? Don't be jealous. Huh? I'm sorry, but I really don't get you. Forget it. I already broke up with her many times, and she's like an annoying leech. From now on, I want you to keep her away from me. Make sure she doesn't come near me.
Copy that, sir.
Later that day, I snuck into the bathroom to check the surveillance video on my phone and saw Mr. Anderson enter the mansion, and then he went straight into his room. I needed to have access there too. On my way out, I bumped into someone, Vanessa.
Listen, girlie, you may look tough and all, but I'm not scared of you. I need you to stay away from my future husband, my hubby boo.
Sorry, I can't do that. I'm being paid to be by his side 24/7. And besides, you have nothing to worry about. I'm not attracted to him. She burst out laughing.
Chase is the most beautiful guy in the entire universe. There's no way you're not attracted to him. Unless you're a lesbian. OMG, are you? Do you like me instead?
Maybe. I can't blame you. I'm perfect, but I'm sorry. You're not my type. That's too bad because I think I'm obsessed with you. I leaned in closer and pouted my lips for a kiss.
Ew! Get away from me!
My little stunt was effective because anytime Vanessa came close to Chase, I made pouty lips at her and she ran off. But I wasn't exactly celebrating. It had only been a week, but I wanted to give up already.
Chase was a total pain in the butt and such a big baby. He would complain over the smallest things. One time, he was making a huge fuss about a mosquito bite. How could you not stop it from sucking my precious blood? I thought you had great reflexes. See? It's swollen. You're not gonna die from it, sir. Relax. One time, he decided to skip school just to go shopping for a new yacht. As we were walking towards the port, we bumped into some guys who looked like gangsters, and he actually knew them. It's a perfect day to break some skulls, don't you think, Chase? What do you want, Brody? Your girl. She looks like my next girlfriend. He was about to touch me, but suddenly, Chase jumped in and shoved him to the ground. Don't you dare touch her, dummy. Brody went berserk. You stupid dirtbag. He was about to punch Chase, but I was able to block his fist just in time. I'd run home to mommy if I were you. I twisted his arm and he went screaming in pain. Get her, boys. I threw a couple of my karate moves and they all fell to the ground in no time. I turned to Chase and he looked stunned. He was still speechless, even in the car. When we got home, he just sat in front of me and stared at my face. Is there any problem, sir? You're the prettiest and coolest girl that I've ever met. Do you know that? He lifted his hand to touch my face, and I just shivered at the contact. You know what happens when you touch me, Chase. So get your hands off me before it's too late. Suddenly, his happy face turned sad as he pulled away from me. I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore. Well, that was weird. I needed to find that secret room with the gold bars as soon as possible before things got any weirder. But whenever I had the chance, I looked all around the mansion and found nothing. One day, Mr. Anderson had a business trip and he'd be away for a week. It was finally my chance to work on his room. After making sure everyone was asleep, I went to his room and while I was checking his drawers, I felt someone watching me from the door. Chase, what are you doing here? I was looking for you. In the drawers? I don't think I could fit in there. Oh God, I needed to distract him. And then I did the unthinkable. I walked up to him, grabbed his face, and kissed him on the lips. And worse, I kinda enjoyed it.
Whoa, what was that about?
I've been craving your lips.
I knew it. No one could resist me, not even you.
I guess you're right. Anyway, we have to sleep now. It's late.
How could I when you just kissed me?
I tried getting rid of him, but he was persistent. First, he insisted we watch videos together on his favorite channel, MSA, for 2 hours. And then, he even made me sing him a lullaby to help him sleep. When he was finally asleep, I just found myself staring at his face. He actually looked like a beautiful angel. Snap out of it, idiot! The next day at school, Chase did something that gave me the shock of my life. He announced to everyone that we were dating, and Vanessa went wild. This girl is a lesbian, and I'm the one she actually likes. She's only getting back at you because she's jealous. Chase ignored her and got on his knees instead. To my surprise, he started tying up my shoelaces.
Silly girl, what if you trip and hurt yourself?
I then pulled him to the side and confronted him. What in the world are you doing?
You like me, and I like you. So we're dating, right?
Are you crazy? If your dad finds out about this, we're dead.
Don't worry. He's too busy to even check up on me. From now on, I'll protect you and serve you instead, okay?
I kept on refusing, but he was unstoppable. He was just around me all the time, and it was driving me crazy. All he did was stare at me 90% of the time. Could you please stop that? It's freaking me out.
I could stare at you forever. You're just too pretty. I sometimes doubt if you're even real.
During classes, he kept reaching for my hand just to hold it. During lunch, he would feed me and just watch me eat. He was acting like the perfect boyfriend, and I had no choice but to play along to protect my cover. Ugh, what had I gotten myself into? Later that night, I called Lewis and reported everything, including my fake relationship with Chase.
I need you to stop entertaining any distractions and finish your mission ASAP. Understood?
He sounded mad, and it made me feel bad. I'm sorry, I'll do better. The only place I hadn't checked yet was Mr. Anderson's bathroom, and I had to do that first thing in the morning. But I woke up to see Chase smiling at me with breakfast in bed.
Good morning, my love. Eat up. I cooked it for you.
The eggs looked delicious, so I decided to have a little taste. And they actually were. I didn't know you could cook.
I wanted to be a chef and open my own restaurant someday, but Dad wanted me to be the next CEO of his company instead.
Nothing feels better than living your dream. So stop being a loser and go for it. It's your life, not your dad's anyway. I suddenly felt bad knowing that his dad was a criminal.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life. I can't help but fall for you harder each day.
He sounded so real. I almost fell for it. You're pretty good with words, aren't you?
I'm serious about you.
To my surprise, he gave me a quick peck on the lips, and it made me blush like hell. One weekend, he insisted that I train him in boxing. When we got inside the ring, he was so hyped up. Are you sure about this?
Heck yeah.
But the moment I threw a single punch, he went flying like paper. I worriedly rushed up to him, but he immediately got up.
I wasn't ready, but this time, I'll show you no mercy.
I decided to make him win and let him knock me out this time.
You cheated. You let me win.
No, I didn't. He was pouting as he sulked in the corner. Then suddenly I felt bad. Fine, I cheated. I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology if you'll have a date with me.
I agreed, and he took me to the park. I waited for him on the bench as he bought me ice cream. There were a couple of kids playing around, and to my surprise, he called them over and bought ice cream for all of them, and even gave the vendor a huge tip. He wasn't really that bad after all, and I just found myself smiling. Oh no, I couldn't fall for him. I had to get rid of these stupid thoughts and focus on my goal. The next day, I told Chase that I wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't go to school with him. As soon as the coast was clear, I slipped into his dad's room and went straight to the bathroom. I checked every corner and space until I saw a button underneath the sink. I pressed it, and to my surprise, the bathtub slid away, revealing a trap door beneath it. I tried all the combinations in the passcode lock until it finally opened. I went down the stairs and I couldn't believe my eyes. The room was full of gold bars. I immediately called Lewis for backup, and while I was taking some pictures, someone suddenly smacked my phone out of my hand. It was Mr. Anderson, back from his trip, and he was right